with his head in his hands, apparently in emotional shock. A lone rooster left prancing in the yard, pecking at the dead around him, and waiting on the fox. Baggage at this point. He realized it would be easiest to do it right here and leave the body with the others. He withdrew his SIG P226 and racked the slide. The journalist snapped his head up, seeing the end of the barrel. He threw his hands in the air, shouting, "Don't, please don't. Remember, I could still identify the contact. Carlos told those other men he was coming tomorrow. Without me, you won't find him." The Sicario had maintained surveillance on the meeting in the park. More than likely, at the exact same moment, a team of killers was ripping apart this house, and had learned that the mysterious contact from the United States was flying into Mexico City tomorrow morning. Not that any of that mattered now. He couldn't have cared less about the American, or what he was doing with Sinaloa. He said, "El Comandante wanted the contact. I do not." "Carlos said he was selling the device. It's worth a great deal of money. Don't you care about that?" The words gave the Sicario pause. Carlos had said that. Had admonished the men that they would need to bring a great deal of money to get the device, whatever it was, and they, in return, stated a third man was coming who would have the money. After the meeting had ended and Carlos had left, he'd hoped to learn more about the third man, but the men began speaking in a language he didn't understand, disappointing him. He sighted down the barrel, considering. Truthfully, if the journalist ran out of the house right now, he could do little harm to the Sicario's chance of getting to America. He had no idea of the name on the passport or of the Sicario's intentions. What was he going to do, run to the nearest policeman and start ranting? The most he could accomplish would be providing a detailed description. But without something more than a story of abduction, the police in Mexico would toss that in the trash. It's worth the risk. He holstered his pistol, seeing the journalist sag against the wall. Not giving him any time to recover, he said, "Get that money in the drawer. Search El Comandante's body. Take his wallet, watch, rings, and anything else of value." He left and did the same to the bodies in the hall, stripping them of anything that he could sell, then methodically went room by room looking for anything of value he could scavenge. He saw evidence of a search in the other rooms as well, but once again, articles an ordinary thief would never have passed up, and certainly not a hitman from the Sinaloa cartel, were left behind, confusing him as to who had perpetrated the attack. 9 minutes later, they were driving away, the BMW's back seat holding 2 garbage bags of valuables the Sicario intended to sell in the thieves' market of Tepito tomorrow afternoon. It would take a few phone calls, but Tepito was a free-for-all of black-market goods, where one could purchase anything from weapons to the latest bootleg copy of a Hollywood movie. The hardest would be the BMW, given its previous owner. But Tepito was overrun with Korean mafia. A strange set of circumstances, but real nonetheless. The right man wouldn't care who owned it, only what he could glean from its parts. The car brought up another dilemma. He couldn't lie low in a hotel that would ask no questions about a gringo chained to the toilet, as the BMW would be talked about and probably stripped by morning. He would need to stay at a higher-end hotel, with parking and security, and that meant leaving a trail. He said, "Have you stayed in Mexico City before?" The journalist slid his eyes like it was a trick question, but answered, "Yes, I reported from here a few times." "Where?" "The Sheraton next to the United States Embassy on Reforma Avenue." The Sicario took that in and nodded. It was a huge risk, but nobody from the cartels would dare do anything due to the security. "We're going back there. Remember what I said about circumstances and making the best of them?" "Yes." "This is one of those times, but not like you think. I should kill you right now, but I have not. I will not hesitate to do so if you try anything inside the hotel while I'm checking in." He floated his eyes on the journalist, and the man shrank back. "I understand the frailty of life much more than you do, and I do not hold my own existence to the same level as you. I am the fox that kills for no other reason than he can, and like the fox, I will be exterminated eventually. You did well today. Continue, and you might return to your life where right and wrong keep the predators at bay." The journalist nodded, saying nothing. The Sicario said, "Remember, you exist solely to identify the gringo coming from America. I hope for your sake you can." Chapter 41. On the widescreen TV, a past administrator of the FAA bloviated on and on about what he perceived had gone wrong in Denver. Having served when air travel was a novelty and the technology was based on lessons learned from World War II, he was the perfect man to discuss the intricacies of modern-day air travel. Or at least the only man the network could get to fill in some dead air. He pointed at a chart detailing the exponential increase in aircraft juxtaposed over the static manning hours of the air traffic controller, extrapolating human error based on the government's refusal to address grievances he had championed years ago. Kurt turned away in disgust. In his heart, he understood he shouldn't fault the network. They were only doing what they existed to do: entice someone to watch their channel so advertisers would buy time. Like many times in the past, though, he knew what they did not. He knew the secret, and in this case the secret was bad indeed. George Wolfe stuck his head in the door. "Principals meeting in 45. Kurt leaned back and rubbed his eyes. In the end, it was only a matter of time before he was called. The National Security Team would deal with the mess created by the GPS blackout, but his organization was the only one with a thread that could lead to the prevention of a second catastrophic event. Not that he thought it was very strong, or even something he'd really call a thread, more like a tendril of smoke. He said, "Any more information on the probes of our systems?" George grimaced and said, "Yeah, I was going to wait until after the meeting. You don't need to hear this now." "What?" "There's a YouTube video posted. The usual idiot in a Guy Fawkes mask. He says Anonymous is going to expose a secret government spy ring in 4 days. You think it's us, or coincidence?" "I think there's no way it's a coincidence. We've had probes on all our systems linked to guerrilla recovery services, and they've been very, very good. Hacking cell can't track them back. All they know is they're happening." "What could they find? How bad could they expose anything?" "No gun, but plenty of smoke." "That's just great." He stood up and stretched. "Let's go see what the Beltway's knee-jerk reaction is to the blackout. Deal with this later." They exited the building into a parking garage in Arlington, getting into a nondescript Toyota sedan. George said, "You going to brief them on the penetration?" "Yeah, I suppose I have to. But I'll wait until after they finish hyperventilating about the GPS constellation. It'll probably cause 3 or 4 heart attacks." 40 minutes later, he entered the conference room in the old executive office building, feeling like he'd just left it. Ordinarily, Kurt and George briefed on a quarterly basis, getting approval for operations that were drawn out and boring, but by their very nature had significant risk of United States exposure. At least that had been the framework. Now, it seemed, they spent more time briefing because of some crisis than they did controlling the long-term efforts that were the core of what the Taskforce did. He saw 5 men in the room, unofficially called the Principals of the Oversight Council. It was a moniker that had grown out of the power and experience the men brought to the table. While all 13 appointed members of the council were needed to approve any task force operation, these 5 men routinely met to discuss the operation's implications, and 90% of the time the rest of the council fell in line with whatever they wished. Alexander Palmer, the president's national security advisor, said, "Thanks for coming." Kurt said, "It's becoming routine. What's the damage?" "For actual loss of life, pretty much what you see on the television. A 757 crashed, killing everyone on board. It's being blamed on a computer malfunction in the tower. But the cause of that malfunction is still unknown, to the public anyway." "And non-lethal damage?" "We're still trying to assess, but it'll be in the billions of dollars. The secondary repercussions to our national air transportation alone were significant. Every major airport in America was affected, and while it was very brief, it caused a lot of panic. But luckily, no other catastrophic events. Everywhere else worked fine with the legacy systems. Beyond that, we had an enormous amount of lost bank transfers and credit purchases, power outages, downed cell phone signals, and a ton of other things we haven't even begun to assess. It's a mess. Nobody knew how far the GPS signal had extended into our national framework." Kurt nodded toward the Secretary of Defense. "I thought there was no way anyone could affect the constellation. Jam individual signals, but not affect every signal." The SecDef said, "It wasn't every signal. As far as we can tell, the glitch only affected the satellites orbiting over North America." George Wolfe said, "Glitch? Is that what we're saying? This was an accident?" The director of the CIA said, "We don't know. For 6 seconds, the satellite spit out a bad timing signal. It didn't impact any of our operations overseas. All UAVs continued normally. But here in the United States, it caused a lost link with every drone in the air. If it was done on purpose, it was most likely a test." Kurt said, "Well, it looks like it was successful. Can't you guys figure out the difference? I mean, isn't there some egghead who runs this shit who can find out what happened?" The SecDef said, "We're working that now through Second SOPS and Boeing. But so far, we've come up with nothing. There isn't anything in the software architecture that shouldn't be there. It's like the satellites had a Tourette's moment, then went back to normal." "So what's next?" "We've scrubbed everyone in the squadron, and they're clean. Nobody's on leave anywhere near El Paso or anything else that sends a spike, which is what I expected. Those guys live and breathe space operations and take it very seriously. No way would they be involved in an event like this. It's something else, and we don't have a thread. All we've got is what you have." "You mean Jennifer's theory about her brother? Seriously? That's the best we can do?" Kurt looked at the DCIA. "You guys don't have anything? What about the Hezbollah team?" "They're in Mexico City, but that's all we know. No linkages to this at all other than the timing. The Council's already given execute authority to explore further. We're wondering what your next steps are." Earlier, Kurt had sent them the situation report from the second hit, so he knew they were fully aware of the dry hole as far as Jack Cahill was concerned. What surprised him was that they were willing to continue in the face of so little evidence that it wouldn't do any good whatsoever. Running amok in a foreign country, conducting lethal operations, was not something they should have been doing. Maybe once, when there was a distinct threat and a payoff, but twice with nothing in return was pushing the limit. He said, "Honestly, I was going to tell Pike to stand down. We've conducted 2 overtly hostile actions in an allied country. On top of that, we have no cover for action whatsoever down there. If Mexico investigates any of it, we're in hot water. There is no backstopping." Kurt saw Alexander Palmer look around the room, getting a nod from each man present. He said, "We don't want you to stand down. We want you to continue full bore on the problem." "What the hell? Because we're the right tool or just the easiest tool?" Kurt replied, Yeah. Well, you realize we're coming dangerously close to compromising the project, right? Maybe we should discuss this with the full council, put other agencies in play. Get the State Department to lean on Mexico to produce Jack, or get the DEA to start working on it. We don't have time for that, and engaging them would mean pulling you off. We can't do both, and you already have a lead. Something we can work with. It's slim, but you haven't been compromised yet during operations that were worse than these. Remember what Pike did in Europe a couple of years ago? Kurt said, "Yes, sir, I do. But the situation's a little different now. Someone is probing all of Project Prometheus's computer networks, possibly making connections that they shouldn't." Kurt laid out what he knew about Anonymous, the YouTube threat, and the potential for the entire effort to be exposed. Taken aback, nobody said anything for a moment. Finally, Palmer broke the silence. "I thought your cover backstopping would prevent this. Isn't that the whole reason we created such a gigantic beast?" "It will, to a point. But the actual protection was hiding below scrutiny. If anyone really wanted to dig into one of our companies, like Grolier Recovery Services, they'd find something that was a little off-kilter. I mean, seriously, the only way to look exactly like a real business is to be a real business. You can't do what we do without looking a little strange." The SecDef said, "That's not what you briefed when we started this. We were told it would be untraceable." Kurt looked at the DCIA for support, the one man in the room who should have understood. When he received no help, he said, "Nothing is untraceable, especially nowadays. Shit, the CIA had their rendition flights cracked by a bunch of amateur tail watchers at airports. They did everything right, and someone made a connection between a flight taking off in Pakistan and one landing in Egypt. Next thing you know, the entire history of the aircraft is out, mainly because of the interconnections on social media." All looked toward the DCIA for confirmation. He sighed and said, "He's right. There's only so much you can do. There will always be a digital trail that someone can piece together. The best defense is not giving them a reason to start piecing, which begs the question, why is someone probing Grolier?" Kurt said, "We have no idea, and we're looking hard. Whoever it is pretty damn good. We've got the best hackers in the world, and they can't track them back. The bottom line is someone is probing our networks. If that YouTube video comes out and CNN smells a story, they're going to be all over Grolier Recovery Services. It'll stand up to basic scrutiny, but it won't survive if Pike's still in Mexico chasing after drug cartels. It'll be the crack that breaks the dam, leading back here to this room." Alexander Palmer said, "The video isn't being released for 4 days, is that what you said?" "Yeah, most likely because they don't have any smoking gun yet. They're still digging. So you've got 4 days to figure out this GPS thing, then get back here and smile for the CNN investigation." "Sounds like a normal Taskforce day for Pike Logan." "Don't put that on him. We don't pay Pike to make decisions on the fate of the organization. He'll do what we say, but only because we say it. Don't put him in the crosshairs like that unless you're willing to back him up when it goes to hell." Everyone remained silent, understanding the insult Kurt had just thrown out. Palmer said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that. You created this organization for a reason, and that reason is here. Continue with the search." "Sir, in good conscience, I need to formally state that I'm not sure I can handle the repercussions. Suppose CNN takes a cursory look at the CEO of Grolier Recovery Services' flight history. They'll find that both Pike and Jennifer flew to Turkmenistan on a leased G4 belonging to the company, but flew home separately on commercial birds. Only they didn't go home, they went to El Paso, then traveled by car to Mexico where the G4 linked up with them. It'll stink to high heaven." Alexander Palmer raised his voice for the first time. "Then I guess you'd better stop that YouTube video from getting out. In the meantime, find out who's fucking with our GPS constellation. Is that clear?" Kurt glared at him, wanting to say what he knew he should not. Understanding he was on fragile ground after he'd bucked this very council 6 months before, he settled for, "Yes, sir." Palmer softened his voice. "Kurt, we get the threat to the organization, but it's nowhere near the damage of someone having a remote control to our GPS constellation. I can't believe you're fighting us on this." "Sir, I understand, and I'm not fighting the fact that it's dangerous. I just don't think I can do anything about it." The thread you're talking about is nothing. A rumor that Jennifer believes. Then I guess we're fucked because Jennifer's brother is all we have. Chapter 42. Booth walked through customs, shocked at the lack of English-speaking people. It was a boiling mass of humanity, but everyone he attempted to engage simply smiled and shrugged. It was disconcerting, to say the least. He'd been to Europe and the Far East, and in both those locations, while he definitely felt like an outsider, most everyone spoke at least some English. Here, nobody did. And they lived just across our damn border. He exited with a throng of people, then stood looking around in a daze. A man came up and said, "Taxi?" He said, "You speak English?" The man repeated, "Taxi?" Booth said, Yes, I need a taxi," and began following him out the door. He walked 5 feet before a policeman intervened, shouting at the man. Bewildered, Booth simply stood, watching the exchange. The unlicensed cabbie took off at a fast walk, and the policeman handed Booth an envelope. He opened it, seeing instructions from Carlos to take the metro to a stop called Insurgentes. "Where's Carlos? Why did he pass me this?" The policeman simply stared at him. Seeing he was getting nowhere, Booth said, "I don't know where the metro is." The policeman scowled and walked away. Booth saw a line at the end of the hall, ending in a glass window with a woman behind it. Most of the people were Hispanic, but a few were foreign. He joined them, and when he reached the front, he found to his relief the woman behind the glass spoke English. She asked where he was going, and he said he wanted the metro. She said, "This is the taxi line. The metro is at the other end of the hall." She gave him instructions, then turned to the next person in line before he could assimilate them. Brushed aside, he left the counter. He fumbled about, following the directions to the best of his ability, while dragging his little carry-on suitcase, and eventually found the stairs leading to the Terminal Ayarea metro stop. Reaching the bottom, he was once again confused as to what to do. The place was a dirty, swirling mass of humanity. He watched people go to a counter behind glass, not noticing that several men were now studying him as well. A plump, lost gringo wading into a school of piranhas. As instructed, he bought a ticket to the Insurgentes metro stop, then moved to the train platform. When it arrived, he was swept on board with everyone else, all Mexican and all rattling in Spanish. He took a seat at the end of the car, crammed in by the people continuing to board. 3 men were hovering over him, 2 looking out and 1 staring at Booth. The Mexican above him said, "Gringo, where you go?" Booth stared at the floor. The man poked him with a shoe. "Gringo, I was talking to you." Booth said, "I'm meeting a friend. Please leave me alone." The man pulled out a knife and said, "Pay tax. Gringo tax." At the sight of the knife, Booth recoiled, blubbering. The man leaned in, his stench flushing what little fresh air there was on the train. He said again, "Pay tax." Booth stabbed his hand into his pants, pulling out his wallet. He looked about, waiting on someone to stop the mugging, but nobody seemed to notice. He withdrew all of his cash and handed it over, his hand shaking. The Mexican said, "Computer." Booth hugged his laptop to his chest and shook his head. The man lowered the knife until it was level with his eyes and repeated, "Computer." Booth looked left and right, hoping someone would help, but seeing that nobody was paying them the least bit of attention. In fact, all were studiously looking away. The train pulled into the next station, and the mass began to ebb and flow. The 2 men closed off their corner, preventing anyone from interfering with the mugging. People packed into the car, the brief emptiness filled with soiled shirts and dirty feet, as the riders crammed together. The man traced Booth's ear with the knife, and that was enough. Booth flung the laptop at him, shouting, "Take it, and leave me alone!" The man grinned, showing a jack-o'-lantern mouth with the front teeth missing. He turned, saying something in Spanish to his compadres, then grunted. Magically, a knife had grown out of his stomach, the area around the hilt growing black with liquid. He sat down heavily, and Booth saw the laptop jerked from his hands. He followed the arm and recognized Carlos standing above the downed mugger. Carlos hissed at the mugger's two friends, and they disappeared through the open door. He grabbed Booth's arm, jerked him to his feet, and followed suit, exiting just before the train left for the next stop. Carlos said, "You're 2 hours late, and you took the wrong train. Idiot." As he walked up the stairs, gasping for air, it was almost too much for Booth to absorb. He said, "I'm late because of a plane crash at the Denver airport. Didn't you see the news? Every damn flight is late coming out of Denver because of it. Why did you change the instructions? Why aren't I meeting you at the hotel?" "No, I didn't see the news." Getting to street level, Carlos grinned. "I thought maybe you were working for the U.S. Federalis, but I think it's safe to say your stupidity proves otherwise. Either way, we aren't going to the hotel I sent you. You're just lucky my people kept an eye out for you." "Federalis? What are you talking about?" "Nothing. You have the protocol?" "Yes, I have it, of course." They walked down an alley toward a dented sedan with the trunk held in place by a rope. Carlos motioned for him to get in. Driving west, Carlos said, "I'm going to want you to show me how it functions." "I don't think that's smart. I've already tested it with my own GPS, and it works. Every time you do that, you give them a chance to plug the holes. Trust me, it worked. Better than I expected. I think I caused the plane crash in Denver. You pay me for it, and then you can launch it after I leave, after I'm back in the U.S. Carlos slammed the brakes and threw the car into park on the side of the road. He turned to Booth, baring his teeth. "You need to understand something. You belong to me now. You will do what I say, or I'll turn you loose right here. You'll last about an hour after I make some calls." Booth recoiled, nodding his head over and over again, the fear of this newfound world making him wish he'd never boarded the plane, making him wonder if Bradley Manning or Edward Snowden had ever put himself in danger like this. The thought brought a small tendril of pride at his audacity. Small, but large enough to give him the courage to continue. He might not make any money on Polaris, but he'd at least get it released. Others could talk the talk, but he was walking the walk. Snowden and Manning had garnered a legion of people preaching their hero status. What Booth was doing would be exponentially better. Carlos started driving again, saying, "I really don't care what happens to you after I get Polaris. But you'll care a great deal if the thing you brought doesn't work. You'll care for hours, I promise." The words sucked the courage out of Booth like a dental vacuum rooting around a mouth. They drove in silence for another 20 minutes, then Carlos pulled against the curb next to a rundown building of crumbling bricks surrounding 2 roll-up doors. He said, "Follow me," and walked up a narrow stairway on the side. At the top, he held the door open, letting Booth enter. Inside was a one-room flat with a sofa bed and a corner kitchenette, the toilet in the back competing with the rest of the space with its odor alone. Carlos said, "Put the computer on the table and turn it on. Show me how it works." Booth did as he was told, then said, "Do you have Wi-Fi, internet here?" Carlos looked bewildered for a moment, then said, "No. It won't work without a connection to the internet." When he saw Carlos's face grow dark, he whined, "I'm telling the truth. Think about it. I have to connect to the satellite somehow. I can show you how it works, but I can't prove it does without internet." Carlos stared at him, and Booth was sure he was considering putting a bullet in his head. Eventually, he sat down in front of the laptop and said, "Show me." Booth pulled up his stereo interface and began to explain, detailing how to control the protocol. He was discussing the equalizer tabs and how they corresponded to sections of the Earth, when someone knocked on the door. Carlos jerked his head at the noise and drew his pistol. He held a finger to his lips and crept to the door. He leaned in, putting his eye against the peephole. Booth heard a cough, no louder than a hand clap, then saw Carlos's head snap back. He felt a spray of liquid like someone had popped a wet towel near his face, then watched Carlos crumple straight down. In shock, Booth touched his face, and his hand came away with a viscous fluid tinged in red. His mouth opened and closed like that of a fish gasping on a dock, and the door exploded inward. What entered was something out of the Brothers Grimm. A man of normal height, wearing normal clothes. Normal ended at the neck. The man had no hair on his head, and his forehead was smudged, as if someone had sculpted a bust and then scraped the forehead in anger before it was set. In his hand was a large pistol pointed directly at Booth's head. The barrel didn't register at all because of the death above the sights. A hypnotic stare coming from beyond the world Booth lived within. The golem said, "Close the computer." Booth did so without hesitation, waiting on a further command, the sweat spreading on his body like a rash. The man said, "Make any indication you do not want to comply, and you will be dead. Do you understand?" Booth nodded furiously. "Follow me." Booth stood, and for the first time noticed another man on the landing, crouching down and holding his arms over his head. The man looked up, and he saw it was a gringo.
Chapter 43. I did a double-take in my rear view, noticing that the statue behind the cross was a skeleton. What the hell is that? Jennifer set her smartphone down and glanced backward. It's a church for Santa Muerte, the patron saint of death. It's a bastardization of Catholicism and pretty popular with those on the illegal side of things. Leave it to her to actually know the answer. You mean it's some kind of cult? Jennifer said, yes and no. It's not a cult like you mean, with only a few people belonging to it. La Santa Muerte is huge down here, but it's also definitely frowned upon by the church. The Mexican government thinks it's nothing but a way for the drug cartels to sanctify what they're doing, and it's officially illegal. But I guess around here being illegal doesn't mean a whole lot. We were just south of Eje Uno Norte, about a half-mile or so from the tourist area of the historic district and the President's Palace, but had crossed some border that separated the good guys from the bad. The Tepito Barrio was just across the road, and according to all the research I could find, it was about as bad an area as I could possibly imagine. Known as the thieves' market since colonial times, every sort of illegal activity happened here, from prostitution to gun running, and the people who lived there were known throughout Mexico as fighters. Tough guys who took pride in their rough-and-tumble existence. Merchandise was sold throughout in all manner of tiny little shops, or right out in the streets, each alley clogged with stolen, smuggled, or counterfeit items. The people here knew which alley to go to for drugs, weapons, CDs, or phones, but we didn't have a clue. All we knew was that the little blue marble on our smartphone representing the BMW from the narcos kidnapping house was located in the heart of the barrio. After we dropped off Felix yesterday, his father had taken Jennifer and me to a BMW dealer to see what he could do with the key fob. The dealer was closed because of the late hour, but Arturo had pulled some strings. I'd heard him shouting into a phone and figured his son's rescue was paying off. I'd wanted to go just by myself, because it was a long shot, and I didn't want to get Jennifer's hopes up. I wasn't sure what the thinking would be back home and needed to contact Kurt Hale before I did anything else. The last thing I wanted was for Jennifer to think we were still on the hunt for her brother, only to have the Oversight Council pull us home. I'd probably end up tying her to the airframe to prevent her from doing something stupid. After a little backsheesh exchange hands, courtesy of Arturo, the BMW dealer read the fob. It turned out that not only did it work the doors, ignition, and windows, but it had the maintenance records for the car stored on its embedded chip, including the VIN and other identifying characteristics. In other words, a partial lead. It would take some hefty convincing to make the lead pan out, as I'd have to get the Taskforce to penetrate BMW of North America and create a BMW Assist account tied to the VIN for us to track the vehicle. It was almost a 100% guarantee that the narco didn't have that sort of thing operational in his car. What crook would want Big Brother to have the ability to track him? But it was about only a 50% chance that he'd taken the extra step of removing all the electronic infrastructure that allowed the feature to work, especially since that infrastructure was probably threaded throughout other operational capabilities like arteries in a body. We'd taken the information back to our hotel in the Zona Rosa, and I'd given the team what little we had, telling them to return to their rooms for some shut-eye. We all needed some decompression time after the activities of the past couple of days, and I wasn't sure when we'd get another chance. It was the way of such operations. You might get sleep for the next 4 months because the command decided to pull the plug, or you might be up for the next 4 days. Used to the stop and go, they left, but Jennifer had stayed behind. I let her, given her brother's life was at stake. I'd contacted Kurt on our company VPN, an encrypted network that bounced around forever through various ISPs to cloak who I was calling. He took the information, but as expected, he was decidedly lukewarm on doing anything with it. Jennifer, behind me and off-camera from the VPN, had pleaded with him, trying the same hand she had with me about a threat to the GPS constellation. But he wasn't buying it, and I understood why. Hell, I wasn't even buying it. The evidence was simply too weak, and we were literally flying by the seat of our pants down here, conducting operations without a shred of backup should someone get rolled up. In the end, Kurt said he'd prep the intelligence picture, a nice way of saying he'd have the hacker cell penetrate BMW. But we were to stand down until further notice. We agreed to talk again the following morning, and I signed off. After the call had ended, I'd sat for a minute reflecting. Jennifer had cleared her throat, reminding me she was in the room, and I told her to get some rest. She didn't move. I joked, "What? You want to sleep in my room tonight?" She slowly shook her head and said, "No, not with your attitude about my brother." Trying to lighten the mood, I said, "Usually the woman waits a little longer in the relationship to start withholding favors to get what she wants." Jennifer's face was flint. Not a bit of humor at all. She said, "Usually the man I sleep with isn't such a callous ass." I realized the joke was a mistake. I just brought our relationship into the equation of what should have been a team member-team leader discussion. I needed to get that back. "Jennifer, listen to me closely. I care about your brother, and I'll do whatever I can within limits of what's possible, but right now, you need to get your head on straight. This is a task force operation, period." She said, "You never seemed to care about that in the past. You always did what you thought was right regardless of task force rules. Remember in Prague? You rescued all those sex slaves when you could have simply used a beacon. Now, when it's someone I care about, you've turned into a by-the-book soldier." It was true. I'd taken a significant risk assaulting a house full of Albanian mafia who were trafficking in young girls, but she was failing to remember that the only reason I'd done it was because she had demanded the assault. I thought it was prudent to let that remain unspoken. "Jennifer, one of those girls could have positively ID'd the terrorist. That's why we went. Just like we did today, in case you have forgotten. We hit a house we thought was holding your brother, but he wasn't there. I'm sure there were a few girls out the night we hit the house, and we didn't go running around the countryside chasing them. Because the girl with the knowledge was there. If she hadn't been, you might have chased her down." I said, "Jennifer, please, don't make this hard. You know I'm correct here. Don't make me play team leader." She took my hand and said, "I don't want my team leader. He's kind of an asshole. I want my Pike back." Damn it, unfair. "Jennifer, listen. If we're stood down tomorrow, that's the end of it. They'll take the aircraft and head home, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't call a prairie fire for your brother." She held my eyes. "I'm not asking them, I'm asking you. If they fly home, we stay and find my brother. Just the real Grolier recovery services, that's all I want." She stared into my soul, waiting for an answer I knew damn well I couldn't give, but my resistance was eroding just from her presence. I was beginning to wonder if I'd lost the ability to control my own fate, if somehow she'd planted a chip in my head and had a remote control in her purse. She was the exact opposite of me, always following the rules and chastising me for bending them, or breaking them outright. Now she was begging to do exactly that. I should have found it a relief, like I was rubbing off on her, but I didn't. all I felt was a loss of control. Well, my conscious brain did anyway. My subconscious was another matter entirely, and it apparently held more sway. Okay, damn it, okay, we'll find your brother. She smiled. That wasn't so hard now, was it? She kissed me, then moved to the bed. I said, What, now you want to stay? She propped a pillow under her head and lay down. I always want to stay when Pike's in the room. That asshole team leader's a different story. Christ, she drives me batshit. She leaned to face me and smiled. You going to sleep on the floor tonight? The comment meant more than the words alone. It was something she'd said a long time ago in Bosnia, when we were both being hunted, and she didn't trust me as far as she could throw me. Whatever remote control she had was obviously tied to her mouth. I thought about saying the exact same thing I had in Bosnia, then curling up with a pillow next to the bathroom. Well, for a nanosecond anyway. I'm not that stupid. We'd gotten a hell of a lot less sleep than we should have, and then had to wake up extra early to allow her to execute her little walk of shame back to her room before the team showed up. I felt like I was in high school, but she insisted. I guess it would have been a little awkward with her being the first to arrive while wearing the same clothes she had on yesterday, her hair looking like she'd just awakened. As it was, Knuckles was the first in, knocking on my door a mere 2 minutes after Jennifer had left. He took one look at me and shook his head. What? Is it painted on my face? I said, You're getting here a little early, aren't you? I was going to sleep in. Glad I didn't. He rolled his eyes, pushed past me, and said, Shut up. I saw her get in the elevator. I said, Who? Before he could answer, another Johnny Eager Beaver knocked on my door. I let in decoy, and the conversation was dead. 30 minutes later, everyone had arrived but Jennifer. When she entered, Knuckles caught her eye and gave a theatrical scowl. She winked at him, just to rub his face in it, I suppose. Oh, man. His scowl turned real. I glared at her, then got the room's attention. I brought them up to speed, telling them about the VPN last night and the potential for future operations, which, given the current state of affairs, wasn't that great. They broke for breakfast, and I waited with dread for the morning VPN with Kurt. Honestly, I didn't see how I was going to access the BMW data if Kurt told the team to stand down. I might be able to do it from D.C., but Mexico was a different kettle of fish. The hacking cell activities were taken about as seriously as an actual hit, and getting them to work unauthorized would take some creative skill. Skill that might get me kicked out of the Taskforce for good. The VPN initiated, I found out how quickly things could change overnight, along with a reminder that I should watch the news while on operations. A horrific airline crash due to some GPS blip had caused the Oversight Council to switch into full alert mode, and we were given carte blanche to find Jennifer's brother. Kurt and I both agreed that it wasn't going to do anything against whatever threat was out there. But it sure made me happy. I could have my cake and eat it too. 6 hours later, I was sitting with Jennifer outside the Santa Muerte Cult of Death church, and the blue marble marking the BMW was blinking steadily inside Tepito. The narco hadn't gutted the system from his car, and the task force penetration had worked. BMW Assist was giving us great assistance. We downloaded the BMW app to our phones, plugged in the username and password, and voila, we were tracking the car. It was all I could do not to access the system, get the car on the line, and shock the hell out of whoever was in it by saying, BMW, how can I assist you in selling cocaine? That would have been good theater. Instead, I sent in Knuckles and Blood for some dismounted reconnaissance, with Decoy on a leash as backup in a sedan. I picked the recce team with a purpose, given what we had to work with. Jennifer was usually perfect for this kind of thing, because nobody expected a woman, but in this case, with the homogeneous nature of the barrio, she'd stand out. Knuckles had black hair that he always wore long, like a hippie. Blood was African-American, and while he wouldn't exactly fade into the landscape, he had a better shot than Jennifer or me. With a 2-day growth of beard and some ratty clothes, both looked like they belonged in Tepito, which was fine for a recce, wandering around like they were looking to offload a shipment of bootleg CDs. What we would do once we found the target was another story entirely. Chapter 44. Blood came on the radio. This market is very tight. Not a good place for an assault. It's packed with people. I looked at the map on my phone. getting a fix on both their positions in relation to the BMW's blue marble. Don't start thinking assault just yet. Develop the situation. You still have a couple of blocks to go. Maybe it'll thin out. Jennifer gave me a look, chomping at the bit. Off the radio, I said, "Calm down. You don't want your brother killed in a crossfire by a bunch of Mexican banditos who are reacting to our actions. Let's get eyes on. Might be better to wait for the BMW to move. Get it in a more favorable location." "But my brother may no longer be with it." "Have some patience. We don't know anything yet." The radio came to life, with Blood giving me his opinion of my recce plan. Who the hell thought I'd blend in here? I don't think these people have ever seen a black man. Everybody I bump into looks like they want to kick my ass. And it's really crowded, so I'm bumping into a lot. That's just the neighborhood. Don't aggravate anyone. Maybe buy some fake Nike basketball shoes. Make them all happy. I'm 5'7". I don't play basketball, you stereotyping asshole. Then buy a sombrero. Just don't get anyone mad. Break, Knuckles, what's your status?" "About the same as Blood. Everyone eye-fucking me like they want to fight. From what I'm seeing, you're closest. Looks like the marble is about 100 meters south, down an alley to the east." "Roger. Decoy, what's your location?" "I'm staged on a north-south thoroughfare near the Tepito metro stop, but Pike, I can't do shit with the vehicle. There's no way to get it through the market with any time to react." "Roger all, just hold tight. They'll be coming to you if things go bad." As soon as I said it, things began to go bad. "Pike, this is Knuckles. I tried to make the turn into the alley and I've been stopped. 3 guys jabbering in Spanish at me. I can see the nose of the BMW inside a roll-up door about 70 meters away." "Okay, back off. Let it go. Blood's going to try from the other end." I heard shouting in the background then. "Crowd's gathering. I'm about to be sacrificed to Santa Muerte. I don't think they like me shopping here." "Can you get the Decoy at the metro?" "No, it's through them." "Overtly hostile?" "Nah, not yet. Just apparently want to pick on a gringo." "Roger all. Forget the car. Exfil the way you came in. Decoy, you copy? Circle around to the north of the market and go dismount it. Help him break contact. Throw money around if you have to." Blood came on. "Pike, I'm at the corner on the other side. I could see a group of men inside the roll-up door with the car. Believe it or not, most look Asian. But there's one guy who looks like Satan with a bald head, and 2 are definitely Caucasians." Jennifer exclaimed, "Jack, that's Jack, come on!" Before I could stop her, she was out of the car and sprinting across Eje Uno Norte, disappearing into the Tepito marketplace. I shouted out the open window for her to stop, but it did no good. I leapt out of the car myself, running through the traffic and into the barrio, giving orders on the radio. "Blood, lock down that exit. Don't let them get out the east end. Knuckles, Jennifer's headed right to you. Hold your ground as best you can without getting into a fight. Decoy, close on Knuckles." I entered the market and was immediately stymied by the mass of people. An alley about 5 feet wide, lined on both sides with multicolored plastic tarps. It was jammed with a moving anthill of people, all buying, selling, or just hanging out, with the air swirling with a myriad of spices from outdoor taco vendors. I was slowed to a fast walk, bumping through the crowd like a pinball, and getting glares from men who looked like they'd showed up directly from the central casting of a spaghetti western, at least by their faces, because I don't remember any spaghetti westerns with characters sporting Adidas t-shirts and tattoos, but make no mistake, they all looked like hard men. I saw no sign of Jennifer. Either everyone was getting out of her way because she was a woman, or she'd already been dragged down an alley somewhere. I keyed my mic again. "Coco, this is Pike, status." Jennifer said, "Closing in on Knuckles' position." Damn, she is flying through this place. "Do not, I say again, do not engage until we can develop a plan. Link up with Knuckles and wait on me. Acknowledge." I heard nothing, but couldn't be sure it wasn't because I was barreling over a guy selling some sort of food on a cart. He cursed me and I said again, "Coco, acknowledge." "Pike, I see Knuckles. I'm on Knuckles now." Break, Knuckles, where's the car?" Knuckles said, "Coco, stand by. Pike, I got eyes on her, but we got another problem." I squeezed between 2 vendors, shaking my head, when one began waving scarves in my face. "What?" There's a group of Asians coming out of the alley that has the BMW. I think they saw the crowd of banditos forming up and didn't like it. The good news is the banditos quit messing with me. The bad news is the Asian guys are now focused on them, and it looks like they're working into a fight. Jennifer said, I see them. They're Korean mafia. They own a ton of warehouses around here. The car is probably in a Korean property, and they're protecting their turf. How the hell does she always know this stuff? Jennifer, hold what you got. Decoy, what's your distance? I'm there, I can see Knuckles. Coming in at his 6. Okay, listen up. Gun! Bandito pulled a gun. Here we go. Everyone down. Get out of the fight. Blood, what's your status? East End is fine, I'm eating a taco. Guess they don't have an issue with a black man after all. Can you still see the gringos? No, but they never exited the roll-up. They're still inside. A gunshot split the air no more than 30 meters from me. People started screaming, running in all directions. Then the shooting started in earnest. I jammed against a wall and said, Knuckles, what the fuck is going on? Gunfight at the OK Corral, or the Kimchi Corral, your pick. Get down the alley. Get to the car. I can't from this side. I'll have to penetrate the crossfire. Jennifer said, This is Coco. I got it. I'm on the near side. I'm going in. No, you stay put. I'm on the way. Knuckles said, She's the only one who can get there. I re-entered the flow of people fleeing the market, not wanting to say it, but I did. Coco, move. Working upstream, I reached the intersection in time to see Jennifer turn the corner to the alley, running in the middle of a group of women escaping the gunfire. I caught a glimpse of a Glock in her hand, and I knew she was about to commit to a shooting war to save her brother. And all I could do was back her up. Blood, get down the alley. Enter the building. Roger, by myself? Coco's on the way, and I'm right behind her. I heard him say, Good to go, just as I rounded the corner. The roll-up door with the BMW was much, much closer to my side of the alley than his. Even so, we reached it at the same time. He might not have played basketball, but Blood could run like a damn cheetah. We entered with pistols drawn, seeing nothing. I heard a door slam at the top of a flight of stairs, and we both began running up them. We entered a small apartment with only a couch and a table. At the back was an open sliding door to a makeshift balcony, the curtains flowing in from the wind, and the roof to the next building just below it. Jennifer was nowhere to be seen. I was running to the balcony when a Korean appeared out of a side room carrying an AK-47. He raised his weapon, and Blood drilled him twice in the chest, throwing him to the ground. I saw a flash of someone jumping a roof 50 feet away, and recognized Jennifer's hair blowing in the wind. I wanted to chase after her dumbass, but knew I couldn't leave the area uncleared. Blood was outside the door to the only other room, and I ran to him, squeezing his shoulder. We entered to find the space empty, losing precious seconds. Chapter 45. We sprinted to the balcony, me screaming into the radio. Coco, stop what you're doing. Do not go any deeper into the barrio. Pike, I've got my brother in sight. He's being pushed forward by a bald guy who looks like the devil. Christ. I knew it would do no good trying to get her to stop, which left me running after her. I tossed the key fob of the BMW to Blood and said, Get that car out and shadow us north. What are you going to do? Chase her, crazy ass. I gave a sit rep on the radio, getting everyone moving north, the dismounts going to Decoy's vehicle, and Blood inside the BMW, paralleling my line of march, then took off out the balcony, jumping roof to roof. One building over, I saw Jennifer behind some concrete bricks, trading shots with someone on the other side. I jumped the gap and slid in behind her while she was in the process of reloading. She freaked out at my sudden appearance, trying to take my head off. I blocked the strike and slammed her against the brick. I said, What part of stop what you're doing do you not understand? Pike, my brother is on the next roof. I saw him. He's with the guy shooting back. I peeked over the wall and saw 3 men running. Shit. I said, Cover me. Do not move until I'm covering you. Do you understand? She nodded, and I leapt up, giving chase. I reached the next building and jumped over the small gap, landing in another makeshift terrace with an old couple looking like they were enjoying the excitement and ignoring the fact that bullets were flying. I vaulted over a low wall, crashed through a clothesline, and heard a shot snap past my head. I flattened behind the cinder blocks and heard Jennifer return fire, hoping she was taking the time to aim. I pulled up, getting my pistol over the brick and centering my sight post, seeing one man with a gun flanked by two men crouching with their hands over their heads. I radioed, "Jennifer, move." The distance was way outside the envelope for a surgical shot from a handgun, but all I wanted to do was get him to quit shooting back. He cracked a bullet our way, and I held high to compensate for the drop of the .45 caliber slug. The round impacted the brick right next to his head, smacking him with spall. He recoiled from the spray of brick, then kicked the other two men. They jumped to the next building. Jennifer went by me without slowing down, leaping from cinder block to tin roof, closing the gap. I jumped up as well, falling in behind her. She cleared the next building, falling onto the same roof as the men, the drop causing her to roll on the tar-covered concrete. As the gunman raised his pistol, I took a knee and fired a double tap that went wide. He squeezed the trigger at the same time, and the man to his left slammed into his arms, throwing the shot into space. The gunman screamed and turned the pistol onto Jennifer's savior. The man backed up with his hands out, shouting something I couldn't understand. He reached the edge of the building and fell backward just as the pistol went off. Jennifer screamed, racing to the edge while firing at the gunman with an offhand hold. He ducked, kicking the final man in the ass as Jennifer's rounds pinged the cinder block around him, and they jumped to the next roof. Jennifer looked down the street, holstered her pistol, and flung herself over the parapet. The last thing I saw was her hands on the ledge. Then they disappeared. I leapt across, saw the gunman fleeing with the final man, and let him go. I raced to the edge and leaned over. 7 feet below me was a balcony, with Jennifer holding Jack in her arms, putting pressure on a shoulder wound that had already coated his shirt with blood. I dropped to the balcony, seeing a horrified family inside, all cowering on the couch. I showed my pistol and shook my head at them, then went to Jennifer. She said, "He's hit bad. He's hit bad. He's bleeding out." I moved her hand and smiled for the first time. Yeah, he was hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, not bad as far as gunshots go. He'd have more danger from infection at the hospital than the wound itself. I said, "Keep up pressure," then keyed my radio, vectoring in everyone to my position. "Jackpot. I say again, jackpot. Need exfil, and I don't know my exact position. Somewhere north of the market right next to Trabajo Avenue. Need medical ASAP. Precious cargo is wounded." Decoy came on. "I got your position on the phone. I'm north heading your way." "Who do you have with you?" "Me and Knuckles." "Need more room. Blood status." "Coming in hot right now. BMW seems to get everyone out of the way. Be there in 30 seconds. 5 minutes later, we were on the street with a crowd of people starting to circle. I shouted at Blood, "How much money you got?" He said, "Not enough to get these guys to quit, but we have a couple of garbage bags in the back we need to dump for space anyway. They're full of watches and shit." I pulled them out, surveying the crowd. One man was in front of the others, holding a rusty crowbar and looking like a badass. I walked up to him and said, "Let it go." Of course, he didn't speak a lick of English. He raised the crowbar, and I dumped the bag in front of him. When the watches, rings, and other bling spilled around his feet, he lowered his weapon, looking confused. I swept my hand above the loot and said, "All yours." Once I tossed the other bag on the ground, they started jostling with each other, and we were on the way to a hospital with Jack bleeding all over the red leather seats and Jennifer hyperventilating over his wounds. His eyes fluttered open for a moment, and he gained consciousness and tried to sit up. Jennifer stopped him, cooing. When he recognized her voice, he slurred, "Jennifer, are you dead too?" She laughed for the first time and said, "No, and neither are you." He leaned back and said, "What are you doing here? Did Mom send you?" She smiled. "Yes, Mom sent me along with some friends." He chuckled, then grimaced from the pain it caused. "Friends, huh? Who on earth did you convince to come down here to this hellhole?" "Some people who don't mind a little trouble." She caught my eye and smiled. "Someone who does what's right." He closed his eyes and said, "Does what's right. I knew that would make a difference." She said, "What's that mean?" He didn't answer, and she let it go. She held his hand and leaned forward, saying, "Thank you, guys. Thank you for doing this. I owe you big time." Blood said, "You don't owe me shit. I get a paycheck." Now that we were relatively safe, I let my anger spill out over her activities in the last hour. I said, "Blood may not care, but you sure as hell owe me. Jesus, you ignore every single order I give, running into a Korean mafia house and slinging lead with no backup whatsoever. What the hell were you thinking?" Blood said, "Hey, cut us some slack. She was rescuing the PC. You'd do the same in her shoes." "I would not. No way would I do something that stupid." His face split into the same smile he always used when he knew he was right, a disarming bit of trickery he'd learned at the agency. "You do that all the damn time. The only difference is the person you're ignoring is a continent away." I harumphed, then saw Jennifer returning Blood's smile with one of her own. So damn proud she'd ignored me. I tried to maintain my anger, but it was a lost cause. Her actions had saved her brother, after all. He'd have been gone for good if she hadn't raced off on her own, and being mad about her actions was a little selfish. I certainly couldn't argue with success, and whenever I'd done something like she had, I didn't smile because I was proud of ignoring the command. I smiled because I'd succeeded in the mission, which was something I was always throwing in Kurt Hale's face. Now it was being thrown into mine. I poked one more time, because I didn't like being treated like the damn command I always flouted. "Well, I'm glad we got your brother, but let's hope he can do something against the threat. You were sure he was the Holy Grail, and apparently so was the Oversight Council." Jennifer got a little truculent at that. "I am sure he can, but this mission isn't a failure if he can't, is it? Do you think that?" She was staring daggers at me, and I heard the unspoken end of her words. "Do you think that, or does the asshole team leader?" I saw Blood catch the look in the rear view, a question on his face, wondering, someone else reading the tea leaves like Knuckles, seeing things beyond a simple team member-team leader relationship. I honestly hated how smart these bastards were. Nothing got past them for long. I backtracked and said, "No, of course not. It just meant I hope he's got some useful information, that's all." Blood said, "Checking your foot well. I gave the car a cursory once-over for bad shit. Found the goodie bags in back and something else." "What?" I started rooting underneath my seat. "What did you find?" "A digital video recorder and a directional microphone. No idea what's on it." I pulled it out, put the headphones on my ears, and started listening. Jennifer saw my eyes squint and said, "What is it?" I held a finger in the air and said, "Shh." I listened a little bit more, then turned around, seeing Jack unconscious in the back, Jennifer keeping pressure on his wound. She waited. I continued listening until she couldn't take it. She said, "Damn it, what are you hearing?" I pulled the headset off and said, "I take back everything I just said about your jackass maneuver." "What?" "Your brother just bought us a ticket to the dance."
Chapter 46. The Sicario finished taping Booth's ankles to the metal rod he'd broken from the towel rack, pinning them to the bar. He pulled the feet until they hung over the bathtub, then taped the bar to the ceramic edge. Now stretched out like a calf for slaughter, his hands chained to a cast-iron pipe that jutted out from under the sink, Booth began to writhe up and down, but he'd waited too long. His eyes wild, he grunted through the gag in his mouth, only growing still when the Sicario turned to face him, a demonic vision that caused instant compliance. "You understand the reason I have you like this, correct?" Booth shook his head violently side to side. "I want to know who those men were who chased us, what they represent. I don't expect you to tell me the truth right away, but you will. Everyone does when I start peeling the soles of the feet. It's very, very painful." The Sicario pointed to a bottle of bleach on the counter. "I prefer the bathtub because it's much easier to clean. The bleach flushes all traces of blood down the drain. But I'm told it burns like fire on open wounds." A low moan escaped Booth's throat, barely penetrating the rag stuffed in his mouth. The Sicario jerked it out and said, "Well, I have no idea. Please, dear God, I don't know. Why would I? I'm from America. Maybe they're friends of Carlos. You killed him, not me." "If that's true, then there was no reason to bring you here. I should have left you dead like the other man on the roof." After shooting their way clear of the team following them, the Sicario had dragged Booth down a rickety flight of metal stairs to a balcony and pushed him through into a shabby apartment. The family inside never even saw the pistol in his hand. They took one look at his visage and disappeared into another room. They reached the street unmolested. The Sicario jabbed Booth in the kidney with the barrel of his weapon, pushing him back into the crowded market. Burrowing through the mass of people, they left the street vendors behind and entered a warehouse district. The Sicario saw two men carrying a pallet toward a dingy, beat-up van and waited until they'd finished loading. When one moved to the driver's door, he approached and did nothing more than show his pistol. The men fled, running down the street toward the market. He'd thrown Booth in the back, spending a minute tying his hands with loose cord. Satisfied Booth couldn't interfere, he'd driven to a run-down hotel 5 miles away. While he weaved through the traffic, the gunfight had spun relentlessly in his head, rattling around like a loose marble in a can. Initially, when the shooting started, he thought it was a setup by the Koreans, but they had allowed him to leave without incident, instead sending men to the gunfire in the market. They'd also seemed genuinely pleased at the car he'd brought, along with the loot. That meant it was someone from Sinaloa or Los Cetes, but the man and woman on the roof were gringos, and the woman could shoot. The people chasing him had skill. They had reminded him of his Special Forces unit in Guatemala, one calmly firing while another moved under protection. He'd never seen such a thing with the brutish killers employed by Sinaloa, and instinctively knew there was no way it was a cartel. It was something else, which left the fat gringo taped to the bathtub. The Sicario said, "You gave me the answer I expected. All that remains is to see how much I peel before you tell me the truth." He pulled a folding straight razor from his pocket and opened it, watching for a reaction. His captive saw the blade and began trembling as if he were having a seizure, causing the chain on his hands to rattle against the pipe. He fixated on the blade, then his eyes rolled back in his head, and his body grew still. The Sicario sat back and tapped the razor against his palm, considering. While he had no compunction about mutilating the man, such work was tiring and messy, and should only be done with a purpose in mind. He knew the power torture held, and had used it many times to elicit confessions. In this case, he needed real information, and the time and trouble of the work had to be measured against what he would gain. The gringo clearly had never been in any bit of danger in his entire soft life. The sight of the blade alone caused him to pass out, like a woman seeing blood. But that may mean nothing. He stuffed the rag back into Booth's mouth, then filled a glass with water and splashed it into his face. When Booth awoke, he rolled left and right as if he was confused, then saw the Sicario standing over him. He began to shriek through the gag. The Sicario raised his finger to his lips, and Booth went silent. The Sicario removed the rag. "You ready to tell me what I want to know?" Booth began crying, weeping so hard his lungs started hitching, the tears mixing with his sweat and the phlegm rolling from his nose. He choked out, "All I came here to do was to give up the Polaris Protocol. I don't know anything about what's going on between your cartels. I don't know who those people shooting at us were. I met Carlos in Colorado. He was supposed to pay me money if I gave him the protocol, but you killed him. You can have it. You take it. Just let me go." The Sicario gazed down at the blubbering mass of humanity and decided he was telling the truth. He'd heard what Carlos had discussed with the 3 men from the airport. He knew Carlos was trying to sell what this man was bringing. Whatever it was, it had nothing to do with drugs, which raised doubt in his mind that the man and woman who chased them were working with Booth. Why would the U.S. government set up some elaborate sting in Mexico for something that had none of the trappings of the drug trade? No guns, no precursor chemicals, no transfer of aircraft or boats, and certainly no actual drugs. Just some weird protocol that was worth money to foreigners. It was too complex a trap even for the Americans, and this man was clearly way out of his league. He didn't even pretend to know a script to recite. It didn't answer the question about the team who had chased them, but ultimately that didn't matter. Time was all that counted now. The quicker he began his run to America, the better. He had captured Booth for the cash he represented, but in so doing he had somehow drawn the focus of another group. Leaving behind all of this as soon as he could gave him his surest chance of survival, even without any money. It was too bad for Booth, but at least the Sicario would now make it painless. If anything, Booth should have felt thankful that he didn't experience the flaying of his feet before he died. The Sicario peeled the tape from the bathtub, leaving Booth's ankles trapped on the towel rod, then unlocked his hands from the sink pipe, cinching the handcuffs behind Booth's back once he was done. Booth did nothing to resist, simply staring at the Sicario with wide eyes. He rotated the body around and hoisted him into the tub, grunting with the exertion of getting Booth's pudgy carcass over the edge. He dropped Booth on his back in the tub, his head against the far side, and his legs bent at the knees, his feet hanging over the edge and touching the tile of the bathroom floor. The Sicario moved his head until it was resting near the drain, then raised the straight razor. Booth began grunting through the gag, twisting his head side to side. The Sicario hesitated, then pulled the rag from his mouth, a string of drool trailing from the cloth to his lip. "You have something you wish to tell me?" Yes, please don't do this. I came because Carlos asked. I understand he was your enemy, but that doesn't make me the same. Please, you kill me and you lose the Polaris Protocol. My laptop is encrypted. I'm the only one who can work it." The Sicario gazed at his beast for slaughter, considering, then grabbed the hair of the head and twisted until the neck was exposed. Booth began shrieking. "You wanted money from the BMW, but you didn't get it. Sell the protocol, sell it. You kill me and you're killing more money than you would ever have." The Sicario paused again. The sacrificial lamb was only trying to save his miserable life, but what he said was true. He'd lost all money for the journey north with the interrupted transfer of the BMW and other trinkets he had taken from the Cetus house. The only things he had were the 2 bundles of bills from the office, and that would last about a month, provided he lived frugally. He'd heard Carlos talking about a great deal of cash for the purchase of the protocol. Maybe a day or two to investigate would be worth it, even with the mysterious team on the loose. Where is this transfer? How was Carlos going to sell it? Booth's eyes grew wet, and his head lolled to the side in defeat. I don't know. Please, I don't know. All I did was bring the protocol. Carlos was supposed to pay me outright, but you killed him. He was going to sell it to someone else, but he knew all that, and he's dead. Please don't kill me. I don't know. Waste of time. But the Sicario hesitated still. He had hunted men who had taken great care to survive, and he had always proven the precautions they took were worthless. He had been given hard targets with nothing more to go on than a photograph, and had brought the head home dripping from the neck. All of those men had been Mexican, people who understood the terrain and how to hide, people who knew they needed to hide. Not like the 3 foreigners. He had a great deal of information from the meeting with Carlos, and he knew he could find them again. The Sicario put away his razor. You will show me how to work this protocol. You will give me the keys to unlock it. Understand? Booth nodded over and over again. Yes, of course, it's all yours. I'll show you everything about it. Then you'll let me go? Perhaps. But to maintain our relationship of honesty, I'll most likely kill you tomorrow. Chapter 47. Kurt said, "We're going to need the entire council for a decision. I've got a thread to work, but it's unorthodox to say the least." Alexander Palmer said, "Look, give us what you have and I'll determine if it's worth bringing the president and everyone else back into a room." Kurt had already sent a report on the safe rescue of Jack, along with a preliminary analysis of what he knew. Since then, Pike had done a thorough debrief, and the Taskforce had translated what was on the digital recorder that Jack's kidnapper had taken. Kurt said, "Here's what I know right now. Jack went with the kidnapper, we're calling him Baldy, on 2 separate occasions to the Mexico City International Airport. His purpose was to identify a Caucasian man who was bringing some software package down to Mexico to sell to the Sinaloa cartel. Both times he was unable to complete the identification. On the second visit, Jack's original kidnapper, a man named Carlos, showed up at the airport and met 3 men. When the Caucasian smuggler didn't show for reasons unknown, Baldy decided to follow Carlos and recorded a meeting in a park with the 3 unknown subjects. They discussed something called the Polaris Protocol, which is apparently an undetermined method to defeat our GPS constellation. Sometime later, Baldy took Jack back to the airport, where he was able to identify the Caucasian smuggler. Baldy followed him to a meeting with Carlos, where he was apparently going to transfer the protocol. Baldy interrupted the meeting, killed Carlos, and took the Caucasian with the protocol. Pike managed to track their location and rescue Jack, but lost Baldy and the man with the protocol. These are the facts that we know right now." The director of the CIA said, "So it's a real thing. Someone has the ability to interdict our GPS constellation." "Yes, apparently. Unfortunately, he's still loose in Mexico, in the hands of the Zetas drug cartel, either willingly or as a captive." "Who were the 3 men Carlos met in the park? Who's trying to get it? Another drug cartel?" Kurt shook his head. "No, it's much worse than that." The Secretary of Defense leaned back and rubbed his face, saying, "I don't think I want to hear this." Kurt said, "I guarantee you don't." Baldy took a recording of the meeting with Carlos using a directional microphone, and it came in crystal clear. Most of the conversation is in English, discussing monetary terms for transfer. Sometime during the meeting, Carlos left, and the 3 men began discussing the purchase of the protocol, in Arabic. The DCIA said, "Are you telling me it's the Hezbollah crew? They're tied into this?" "I can't confirm one way or the other, but the Arabic translation indicates that yes, they're working for Hezbollah. They discuss bringing another man in, a money guy, and they talk about him as if he's from a different organization. They say he's coming from Waziristan, Pakistan, which indicates Al-Qaeda. Because they mention the organization being different from theirs, it means they aren't Al-Qaeda, which understandably could mean 100 other Arabic terrorist organizations. But given the Hezbollah team movement the CIA tracked, I'm betting it's them." The SecDef exclaimed, "Are you saying we have a Hezbollah crew that's working with Al-Qaeda? And they're both going to get this protocol?" "Whoa," said Palmer. "Hezbollah is Shiite. AQ is Sunni. Why would they cooperate? They're on the opposite sides of the fight in Syria. So why would they be on the same side here?" Kurt said, "Well, they have cooperated in the past, but in this case it looks like the usual animosity is still in play. Apparently the guy coming is a money man for AQ, and he thinks he's getting the protocol for use against our drones in Pakistan. Hezbollah wants his bankroll, but on the tape they talk about using him to buy the protocol, then killing him because they want to keep the protocol for themselves. They know we'll figure out how to defeat it given enough time, and they don't want some backwoods Taliban bullshit triggering it too early. They want it for their Iranian masters in case we strike them, to give them an edge in the fight." The Principals Committee sat in stunned silence for a moment, then began talking among themselves, ignoring Kurt, the chatter rising as the implications settled in. The Secretary of Defense, arguing with the Secretary of State, finally exclaimed, You don't get it. It gives them more than an edge. It'll even up the fight at any time. They don't have the reliance on GPS that we do. Our systems depend on it, and losing it means much more to us than them. It'll put our force back to Vietnam. Maybe worse, because we've ditched all the Vietnam-era equipment. The Secretary of State said, "But surely we can find it, get rid of it like a computer virus at home, right? I mean, we know it's there now." I hope we can, but hope is not a method. It's just that. Hope. We don't know how it works, so we're having trouble finding it. Boeing and Second SOPS have been going around the clock since this started and found nothing. The software upgrades are all clean. Nothing standing out, and we might have to wait until it's triggered to find out how it works. Because of that, we'll have to take the damn thing into account for any military operation. Prepare for not being able to access GPS in every O-plan we have. The DCIA said, "Operation Gimlet. What do we do about that? We only get one shot, and if the GPS is disrupted, it won't work." Kurt said, "What's Gimlet?" Palmer held up his hand. "Nothing. Not Taskforce business." "Screw it," said the SecDef. "Read him on. He deserves to know what's at stake." Palmer looked at the DCIA, who nodded. He said, "We have an asset deep in the Syrian army. He's tasked with placing a beacon on the chemical weapons stockpiles hidden around the country. Gimlet is the operation to take them out. We need to have precise locational data because some of the munitions are hidden in urban areas. Others are in hardened underground bunkers, requiring a precision strike with massive ordnance." Jesus. So that's why they were pushing so hard. Why they're willing to risk the cover. Hezbollah gets Polaris, and Gimlet ends up in a disaster. Kurt said, "What's the timeline?" "Most of the beacons are in place. The asset is conducting a tour of the facilities and has 2 left. The problem is the beacons only have a battery life of 5 days, and the asset will not get the ability to execute a second time. We don't even know if the munitions will be in the same place a week from now. We're set to execute in 48 hours, right before the beacons begin shutting down. But without GPS, we're not going to be able to. We can't afford to end up slaughtering a bunch of civilians. Or worse, only incinerating half of a target and releasing the other half of the nerve gas on the population." What a mess. But it makes this sell a little easier. Palmer said, "So now you know. We've got a critical operation in play, and it's time-sensitive. What's your next step? Do you have anything on Baldy or the Hezbollah guys?" Kurt said, "No, nothing. No phone numbers, locations, or anything else, and Mexico City is one of the biggest cities on Earth. We could spend 10 years there and get nowhere without a lead. So you're saying we're screwed? All this time spent on building the capability, all this effort developing a super-secret surgical strike force, and now we're helpless?" "No, that's not what I'm saying. Pike has an idea, but it's pretty extreme. Like I said, we're going to need the full council for this decision." "Well, spit it out. I'll determine if the president calls a council meeting." "Okay," Kurt said. "The potential killing of the AQ courier is an edge for us. We know the name he's using from the recording, which means we can locate him when he flies and take him out. What good will that do? He doesn't have the protocol. The Hezbollah guys will still get it. You remember the Ghost, the terrorist we captured in Dubai? The guy who tried to kill our Middle East envoy? Yeah. Pike thinks we can use him, get him involved to help us." "What? How the hell can he help? Isn't he in the cloud?" "Yeah, he is. Pike wants to take out the AQ courier and inject the Ghost. Have him go to the meeting with Baldy and the Hezbollah guys. They've never met, so they won't know the difference. And the Ghost can talk terrorism like a master. He can lead us to the meeting, then we take them all out." Kurt saw nothing but shock at the idea. Palmer said, Are you saying you want to use a terrorist we captured to penetrate another terrorist cell? Kurt smiled. Does this meet the criteria for a council meeting? Like I said, it's out of the box, but in my mind, it's the best chance we have. Unorthodox, I know, but that's it. How on earth are you going to get him to agree? That'll be up to Pike.
Chapter 48. The town was small, as American towns go. A square patch outlined by parallel streets and no buildings with more than 2 stories. Main Street was a throwback to quieter times, with bunting in the windows, and every store a standalone family affair, sporting names like Cowboy Collectibles and the Blue Pine Motel. Surrounded on all sides by great swaths of national forest, Panguitch, Utah was like an island of Americana that someone forgot to tell to grow with the times. A town where everyone still waved when they drove by, whether they knew you or not, and the chosen vehicle was a pickup, preferably a 4x4 dually. My kind of place, although the damn hybrid rental I was driving wasn't helping my reputation any. I was a little shocked that the Oversight Council had given me the go-ahead for my plan. Okay, a lot shocked. They were usually a bunch of hand-wringers, and I would have thought a request to recruit a terrorist I'd previously captured would be dead on arrival. But they'd said yes. I'd flown into the closest airport, located in Cedar City, and driven about an hour, looping around the national farce on Interstate 15 and other back roads. Pulling into town, I checked into a roadside hotel, and then set out to meet the county sheriff. I'd never been to any of our cloud locations before, and was a little interested in how they worked. When we developed the Taskforce, we had one overarching problem: what to do with the guys we captured. Contrary to popular belief, or what the news blabs, we don't set out to kill everyone. Capture is a much, much better option because it allows us to extract more information that leads to further dismantling of the terrorist threat. Allows us to start painting a picture of the network. Too often, the intelligence community hears a name or a reference to something and doesn't know why it's important. But the terrorists do. So if you can get a thorough debriefing, you can start building the connections. Then wait for some bit of chatter to spike interest. You hear the name Abu Bag of Donuts, and while you'd otherwise have thrown it away or stored it for future reference, now you have the reference. And you know that old bag of donuts is a passport forger or whatever, and you can start piecing together the puzzle of what they're trying to do. The problem was that we operated outside official channels, so we couldn't very well march into a New York City courthouse and throw the terrorist on the floor, trussed up and whining, then fly out with a big S on our chests. So we'd come up with our own solution: the cloud. Camp X-Ray at Guantanamo Bay would seem to have been the logical choice. I mean, according to the world press and jihadist propaganda, we capture and torture the shit out of terrorists there on a daily basis, without any oversight whatsoever, right? In reality, Gitmo is the most overwatched prison on Earth, with a permanent international Red Cross office that has instant access to any and all detainees. Once you go there, you're pretty much treated like a king, at least as far as prisoners go, with soccer fields, prayer rugs, cable TV, and the ability to bitch about the food and get on a worldwide stage. Make no mistake, once someone's interned at Gitmo, there's little information coming out. The only talking the terrorists do at the prison is screaming about imaginary abuses to CNN. In the early days, we could have used a CIA black site in a foreign country, but that went by the wayside with press revelations about secret prisons and the enormous backlash from the countries who had agreed to work with us because we promised we would keep it a secret, which we couldn't. We kicked around starting our own version, Black Site Light, as it were, but eventually decided that involving foreign governments was probably not the way to go, considering the Taskforce was illegal under our own laws. They'd want to know how we got the bad guys, which could expose the existence of the Taskforce and create a potential leak that we couldn't control, so no new black sites. Someone finally came up with the idea of using the terrorists' own techniques against them. While they were all separate entities and sometimes fought among themselves, Islamic radical groups were also interconnected and used those connections to further their goals. Know a guy you went to school with who now works in a bank? Get him to transfer some funds off the books. Have a buddy you met at a training camp from a country you want to enter? Get him to coordinate travel. It worked out very well for them, and it turned out we could do the same thing. There are a plethora of special operations folks who have served and are now in the private sector, working in a host of legitimate roles, from schoolteacher to insurance salesman. Having risen to the cream of the crop, they all still held a deep patriotic bent, and would help if asked, and so we did. We reached out to a very select few who were now working in law enforcement. The idea was to hide the captured terrorists in plain sight, at a jail in the United States that was run by someone who held a security clearance and had worked in special operations. Someone who could stash the guy, allow interrogations, and ensure his health and welfare was taken care of, while keeping it all under the good old boy hat. And the Cloud was born. The name was a play on cloud computing, whereby we'd remove the terrorist and his data from the real world and store them in a special place that nobody on the outside could see or touch, locked away from other prying eyes, accessible only by authorized members of the Taskforce. One of those locations was here. The Garfield County Sheriff's Office was a few miles out of town, on a road that ran along the Penguich Creek. On the same property was the county jail, used pretty much exclusively for household domestic violence calls, drunk drivers, or, more dangerously, marijuana growers, who were staking their claim more and more to the surrounding national forest lands, playing cat and mouse with the Forest Service response teams. The sheriff's name was Bob Marley, something I'm sure he hated now that the marijuana growers had started to move in. He had some history with special operations, and had agreed to use his jail as a cloud location, one of many sprinkled throughout the small towns of America. He was responsible for the man I wanted to see. But first, I had to prove who I was. I pulled my hamster-powered hybrid in front of a corner coffee shop that looked straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting, parking between a Jeep and a Ford F-250 pickup. I shut the door, getting some stares from two old guys sitting on a park bench out front. One said, "How well does that thing work when it snows?" I passed by them and said, "Not so good, but the hamsters under the hood are trained to dig." I entered the cafe without waiting on a response and glanced around. There was another pair of old guys sitting at the counter drinking coffee, a man and woman in a booth to my right, and in the back, a solo man with a laptop in front of him, facing the door. He was dressed in a plaid shirt, jeans, and a cowboy hat. I was expecting someone in uniform, making identification easy, but there was nobody here like that. I walked up to the guy in back and he stood. I said, "Sheriff Marley?" "Yep." He shook my hand and motioned to the opposite seat in the booth. After the waitress had come and gone, he said, "How can I help you?" Feeling like I was in a Mission Impossible movie, I slid across a thumb drive. He plugged it into the laptop, did some fiddling around on the keyboard, and waited, giving me a smile. Chapter 49. I couldn't see his screen, but knew the thumb drive was conducting a sync with the laptop, each interrogating the other to make sure the ciphers matched. After a second, he leaned in and said, "Alpha Echo 777. I pulled out my phone and tethered it via Bluetooth to his computer, the access codes automatically locking on because of the thumb drive. The screen showed AE 777 on one line and ZG 502 on another. I said, "Zulu Golf 502. He smiled again and closed the laptop. "You don't look like an intel weenie." I said, "Neither do you." He laughed and said, "I'm just a small-town sheriff. You Army?" "Yeah, well, I was. Doing something different now, like you." "Something different, but nothing like me, I suspect. I was 175 back in the day when I was a barrel-chested freedom fighter. And I knew I was in like a tick on a hound dog, to use a phrase that seemed to fit in around here. 175 was 1st Battalion, 75th Infantry, a ranger like me. I said, "No shit. I spent some time in 3rd Bat. Not as nice as Savannah, but I guess you didn't see much of that city while you were there anyway." As expected, he immediately felt a bond, and I saw him relax. We, of course, spent the next few minutes playing the You know, Sergeant Humpty Hump game, figuring out where we'd crossed paths. He didn't ask outright for everywhere I'd served, but he was smart. He peppered the name list with men who'd moved on to a different, more select unit. A special mission unit I was also once in. It didn't take him long to confirm I wasn't an intelligence analyst. Eventually, we ran out of war stories, and he said, "What's an operator doing here? I've had this guy for over a year, and the only people who've shown up might as well have been driving a hybrid car and wearing a lab coat." I skipped telling him about my rental. I'm not here to get information out of him. I might be moving him to another location depending on what he says. He nodded, not asking any more questions, knowing it wasn't his place to do so. He'd only been read on to his specific activities with the Cloud and had no knowledge at all of the Taskforce. But he was smart enough to be able to guess. I said, "How many other guys in the Cloud do you have here? Will they know he's gone?" "None. He's my first, and from what I know, they never put two in the same place." Good thinking. It was weird getting a glimpse into part of the task force that had been kept secret from me, especially since I'd helped create the organization and was one of the operators who fed the detainees into this system. I said, "Can you give me some background on him before I go in? What's he like? How's he act?" "He's not bad at all. Actually, he's pretty polite. Never gives us any trouble. His only request has been books. He reads constantly. Nothing like the drunks we usually deal with." That gave me a little alarm. The terrorist was a Palestinian assassin from a refugee camp in Lebanon. He went by the name The Ghost, and he was very cunning. He'd come close to killing some of my team in Dubai using an ingenious heat-detonated improvised explosive device he'd created in about 10 minutes using parts from a hardware store. He was a killer who had never registered on our radar, which meant he'd been very, very good. We weren't even sure if we had his actual name, since we'd found 5 attached to him. If he'd been here a year, he'd probably come up with some idea of how to escape. You realize his danger, though, right? This guy tried to kill the Sheikh of Dubai and the American envoy to the Middle East with an explosive device that cut the cables to an elevator. He is smart. I don't care how polite he is. Treat him like Hannibal Lecter. Bob held up his hands. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm glad he's not flinging shit through the bars or going on a hunger strike like I read about in Gitmo. But I treat him with the respect he deserves. Don't worry. When I was read on to the Cloud, I was given my left and right limits. I'm out of the Army, but I still have some discipline." He took a sip of coffee and said, "Although when you see him, you might second-guess whether we have the right man. He's a scrawny little guy with Coke bottle glasses that make him look like the kid who got bullied at school. Doesn't look like a master terrorist, but then again, neither did the ones I took out in Iraq. Don't worry, I get it." I didn't want to let on that I was the one who'd captured him, because as far as the sheriff knew, he might have been taken off a flight by the TSA. It didn't sound like the Ghost had changed much, though, although I guess he wasn't getting any time to hit the gym. Has he talked about Islam or thrown any propaganda at you when you dealt with him? Killing infidels or anything like that? Whether I continued would hinge on his answer. The Ghost was a killer, but he wasn't what I would call a radical jihadi. At the end of the day, he was a Palestinian nationalist who happened to be Muslim. He had no interest in a global caliphate or taking the war to the capitalist Kafirs. His interest was the injustice he perceived had been committed against the Palestinian people. At least, that was my take, and after reading the file of his extensive interviews, I knew it was also the take of the intelligence analysts. He naturally hated Israel and all it stood for, along with the United States for supporting that country. But he'd been screwed by Hezbollah as well, and I hoped to use that. I wanted a second opinion, though. The Ghost might have fed the analysts whatever he thought would help him out, then dropped his guard around the prison personnel, letting something slip out about his true mental state. Bob said, "No, not really. Honestly, I haven't even seen him pray like the devout ones do. When he looks at you, you can tell he'd probably like to put a knife to your throat, but I don't think it's because of Islam." I'd be giving him the same looks if I were locked up in a secret prison. Like I said, he's pretty polite otherwise. Have you talked to him extensively? Engaged him in conversation while he's been here? No, not allowed to. Beyond the normal day-to-day activities. The only ones allowed to engage him are guys like you who come in with a thumb drive. Should have expected that. Look, Bob said, I've only got a 2-hour window when I can get you in and out without anyone else seeing. I don't think I'm going to be able to give you anything more than those analysts. I nodded and stood, throwing enough money on the table to cover both of our coffee orders. Let's go.
Chapter 50. Alone in his cell, the prisoner wrote a verse in Arabic. He knew the men would come and take it, scrutinizing the words for some secret meaning, but they would never find his name threaded in the text. Abdul Rahman. Through repeated interviews, they had gained much information from him, but they had yet to learn his true name. He kept it secret, a token of his resistance, and enjoyed hiding the name in innocuous text that they would study for hours. It was a small thing, but it allowed him the mental fortitude to continue. They called him the Ghost, and had managed to connect him to several kunyas and aliases he had used in the past, but were frustrated by his true name, a frustration he enjoyed giving them. The interviews had grown more and more infrequent, with the last one happening over a month ago. In truth, he missed them. Much to his surprise, he had never endured what he would consider torture. Instead, the interrogations had become a match of wits. Initially, when he'd first arrived, the Americans had come in hard, threatening him with all manner of things and making his life miserable with various physically coercive techniques. But it got them nowhere, as there were very few men on Earth with the willpower he possessed. He'd endured much worse in the past, true torture, and he'd survived intact. About a month into his detention, they'd shifted tactics, and he found himself slipping. He had followed his own strategy, sure of his intellect, giving up information that he knew would be worthless or dribbling out a web of deceit that sounded accurate. He had been surprised when the interrogators had come back with a different picture, asking more questions. A picture that was accurate. The men and women would talk to him for hours, tripping him up with his own lies and using insidious psychological techniques to reveal what he wished to keep secret. Realizing they were much, much smarter than they let on, he had begun to parse his words so he said nothing that they could use. Yet they always managed to get something. The interviews had grown to be a challenge he looked forward to, but they came less and less frequently now. As they had learned from him, he had gained a greater understanding of them. While he no longer underestimated their intelligence, their actual knowledge of his world caused him to laugh. It was like watching a child paint a picture of an animal he or she had never seen, based only on the description. The painting bore a resemblance, but its errors were glaring. In some cases, he helped them refine the picture, as with Hezbollah. That group had used him for its own ends and had eventually tried to kill him. Ultimately, he wasn't sure if the reason he'd been captured wasn't because the group had betrayed him. He detested their arrogance, and had no compunction about feeding the Americans what he knew. Hezbollah might have professed to be the resistance against Israel, but he'd seen up close that all they really wanted was their own political dominance in Lebanon, and they used the threat of Israel to maintain their massive armament. Israel's disappearing tomorrow was their worst fear, as they would lose their reason to exist. In other cases, he tried to dilute the picture even more, giving false information that would only confuse or conflict with intelligence they already knew, not wanting to enhance the Zionist dog's ability to harm the Palestinian cause. Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Fatah, or any other group looking to push Israel into the sea was off-limits in his mind. He would protect them at all costs. The one area that the interrogators actively pursued was Al-Qaeda, wanting more information about them than anything else. Unfortunately for them, he'd honestly had little contact with that group, and couldn't have provided much information even if he'd wanted to. He wondered if that was the reason the interrogators had quit coming around. They'd realized he couldn't help them in their quest against Al-Qaeda, and thus left him to his lonely cell, left him with nothing more than books and a chance to exercise once a week. He missed the game. It was the only one he had, and he needed the stimulation. He understood that he would never be allowed to leave, would never have his freedom again, and that is what hurt him the most. He had considered suicide, but had rejected it outright. It just wasn't his way. Instead, he'd turned to thoughts of escape, studying the prison routines and plotting. The task was daunting, to say the least. Getting out of the prison would be nearly impossible, but that was the easiest challenge he faced. He knew he was in the United States, but had no idea exactly where, and had no passport, money, or connections to facilitate escape. Fading into the background, like he would have done in his home country of Lebanon, would be impossible here. Even so, he enjoyed the mental challenge and had come up with a multitude of options, if the opportunity presented itself. The light in his cell flicked off, then back on, signaling that someone was coming to visit. It startled him, since it had been so long since his last interrogation, and he was embarrassed at the excitement he felt. He put his back to the door and placed his hands through the slot, waiting to be cuffed, mentally preparing for the duel. He felt the steel on his wrists and stepped forward, facing the mirror at the back of his cell. He saw it open and was shocked at who came through it. The man said not a word, waiting on the door to close again. As the echo of footfalls faded, he spoke. "Hello, Ashaba." The ghost smiled at the Arabic butchering of his nickname, but said nothing, staring at the man in the mirror to confirm. He didn't really remember the height or the color of his hair, but the blue eyes and the scar on his cheek were branded like acid on his brain. It was the man who had captured him. "You can call me Mr. Pink. Have a seat." The ghost did so, turning around and sitting at his small table, remaining silent. "You remember me, don't you?" He spoke for the first time. "Yes, you are the man who stopped my attack. The man who brought me here." Pink grinned. "How about that airplane ride? You couldn't pay money for high adventure like that." The ghost barely remembered his drugged trip on the Skyhook extraction system. A violent jerk off the ground, spinning in the hurricane-force wind, then being hoisted in the back of an aircraft. From there, it was one sedated journey after another, until he had ended up here. The ghost said, "What do you want?" "I don't think it's answers you seek. That's not your skill." Pink smiled. "Perceptive, aren't we? No. I want you to listen to something, and then I have a favor to ask." The ghost was off balance, his routine shaken by this strange turn of events. He felt the red line of danger, but nodded. The ghost watched as a digital recorder was placed on the table. Pink held up the headphones and said, "May I?" The ghost nodded again, and Pink placed them over his ears. He hit play, and the ghost focused on a conversation in English, then in Arabic. When it was complete, he returned his eyes to Mr. Pink. "What you heard was a Mexican drug cartel member talking to Hezbollah about selling nuclear secrets from the United States. There is an American who is bringing them down. Did you understand the Arabic?" The ghost said, "Yes, someone is bringing money to pay, and the men speaking intend to kill him." "Yes, that's correct. That someone is coming from Pakistan, and he's due to arrive tomorrow. The American with the secrets arrived yesterday." "What does this have to do with me?" "We cannot let Hezbollah get nuclear secrets. They'll turn them over to Iran, helping them with their quest to build an atomic bomb." "So? We want you to pretend you're the man coming from Pakistan and lead us to the meeting." Chapter 51. At first, the ghost thought he'd misunderstood. The statement was so ludicrous it defied logic. He thought his English had failed him. Pink said, "You'll be in no danger, and we won't ask you to do anything overt. Just lead us to the meeting. We'll do the rest." The ghost couldn't help but smile. The idea was preposterous. It was a trick of some kind. "So you're going to take me out of here, fly me to Mexico, and allow me to meet with members of Hezbollah?" "Yes, that's about the sum of it. But I can't do that under your watchful eye, with you handcuffed to me. If that were possible, you wouldn't need me. You're going to have to let me go on my own." "I know." The ghost shook his head. "I don't know what your little interrogators told you, but clearly you think I'm an idiot." "No, I don't. Remember, I'm the one who caught you. I do not underestimate anything about you." The ghost said nothing for a moment, contemplating. The idea was fantastic and clearly a lie. There was something else at play here. Why else would this man, his sworn enemy, come begging? They were trying to set him up for something. He said, "Pretending what you said is true, why would I help? You consider me a terrorist as well. What makes you even fantasize that I would help?" Pink said, "Let me ask you a question. Do you hate the United States?" "Yes." "Do you hate Hezbollah?" "No." "Really?" Pink smiled. Seems to me that you have every reason. They sold your ass down the river in Lebanon and don't care one little bit about Palestinians. They're currently fighting against Sunni insurgents in Syria. Fighting with a Shiite dictator who hates you for daring to defy him. They're trying to prevent the creation of a government that would help your cause." When the ghost didn't respond, Pink said, "I've read your file. I've seen the assessments of your intelligence. You should be proud to hear that they're off the charts compared to any other detainee. What's funny is that with all those smarts, you get tripped up whenever talking about Hezbollah. We have very little for Hamas and other Palestinian groups, but quite a lot on Lebanese Hezbollah. Why is that, do you think?" Pink leaned back in his chair, tipping onto the back legs and locking eyes with the ghost. He rocked back and forth while the ghost remained silent. Finally he said, "The man coming to the meeting works for Al-Qaeda, but he's Palestinian. Is your hatred for America so great that you'll let him die so Hezbollah can help out Iran?" Pink leaned forward on the table. "It's really just a question of who you hate more. The enemy of my enemy and all that Arabic bullshit." They sat for 30 seconds without speaking. Pink content to let the silence blanket the room like a fog. Finally, the ghost said, "Let's say I do lead you to this meeting. What's in it for me?" Pink said, "You'll get to prevent the death of a countryman, and have my undying gratitude." The ghost scoffed, and Pink continued, "You know I can't promise you release, but I will talk on your behalf. We've got everything we're going to get out of you. Any information you have now is old and stale, not worth our time. I'll do what I can, maybe get you moved to some sort of house arrest where you can get to see more than these 4 prison walls. That's the best I can do. No way will they release you, because you'll go right back to killing people. You and I both know the truth of that." Despite himself, the ghost began considering the offer. He had no doubt that Pink was lying about something in the mission, but he hadn't lied about what he could offer. He could have, but didn't. Reluctantly, the ghost felt a grain of respect for the man across the table. He wouldn't admit it, but Pink had spoken the truth about Hezbollah and Iran, and had pushed the correct buttons much more adroitly than any of the interrogators before him. Pink wasn't like the people who had questioned him this past year. He was someone more like himself than the ghost cared to admit, which meant he was someone to guard against. All of that, however, was superseded by one thought: escape. His biggest issues were first getting out of prison, and second, getting out of America. And this man was offering to do both for him. As he was spinning these thoughts in his head, Pink spoke again. "I'm sure you've already considered the greatest benefit. You help me, and you might get the chance to escape. There's no way you can get out of this prison, and even if you could, you'll last about 30 minutes on the street in America. I'm going to take you to a foreign country and give you a passport to get there." The ghost felt his face flush and saw Pink smile. Before he could recover, Pink said, "Of course, it'll be my job to prevent that, but hey, a man can hope." Despite himself, the ghost smiled back. "He's inside your head right now." Nobody had done that in his entire existence. His slight build and unremarkable features had allowed him to earn the nickname the Ghost. Had caused him to be underestimated by every one of his enemies. His intelligence had allowed him to kill all of them. All but one. The man across the table. Yes, he is someone to watch against. But the challenge intrigued him. Worst case, he could thwart the murdering thugs of Hezbollah, something he would relish. Best case, he escaped. Then he thought of the man he was to replace. What of the person coming from Pakistan? If I'm to pretend I'm him, where will he be? Pink said, "I won't lie to you. He's going to be kept from the meeting. That has nothing to do with you. You come or don't, he's gone either way." The ghost appreciated the honesty once again. "How will I pretend I'm him? They'll know I'm not. They have no idea who he is. They've never met him. You've played this game enough to pull it off. Last time we met, you were acting like a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Surely you can act like a Palestinian with a different name." "I know nothing of Al-Qaeda." "Neither do they. You know enough about underground organizations to fake it. Look, I'm not saying it's risk-free. The only thing risk-free is staying here in your cell. You want to do that for the rest of your life?" The ghost said, "If I agree, what's the next step?" Pike pulled 2 devices out of a bag, each a small black box the size of a garage door opener, affixed to a metal band. "These are GPS trackers. They'll get fastened to your ankles underneath your pants. You'll notice there are 2 of them, and that's for a reason. The trackers will have a geographic boundary that I'll program once we're in the country. Each one also has a small explosive charge. If you exceed the boundary I've set, it'll sever both of your feet at the ankles." The ghost simply stared, and Pike continued. "I told you it would be my job to prevent escape." Chapter 52. Walking down the promenade of Motolinia Street, the Sicario kept his pace the same as that of the shoppers around him, occasionally stopping to gaze into a window or buy a trinket. Wearing a hat and wig, he no longer looked like an apparition from hell, but instead blended in nicely with the multitude of tourists and locals out to enjoy the sunshine. His purpose was different, however. Having suspected a car following behind him less than 30 minutes ago, he was trying to determine if he was under surveillance, if he was being targeted by Los Cetis, or perhaps the Phantom Gringo hit team from Tepito. Originally, he'd planned on driving straight to the meeting place, leaving Booth taped and gagged in the trunk, but had opted to stop short and take the walk to the final destination. Having captured many men, he knew the tactics well, and understood he was safer on foot, moving in a crowd. It wasn't the best of circumstances, as it left Booth to his own devices in the trunk while he was gone, but he was fairly confident he'd instilled enough fear into the man that he wouldn't attempt to do anything rash. He'd told Booth what would happen should he attempt to escape. He'd kill him, plain and simple. Maybe slow, maybe fast. That all depended on the circumstances at the time. Either way, he'd take the life out of the man for disobeying, no matter where on Earth he chose to run. It wouldn't be for vengeance or because of any emotion. It was just what he did, the only thing he did. He had no other skills, but the one he possessed was valuable, he knew. He watched soccer on TV and thought to himself that in his own way he was just as good as the best players on the field. They kicked a ball, which was seemingly easy, but only 1 in 1,000 could do what the men on the field could do. It was the same with him. The Sicario had seen the masterpieces hanging in the museums, painted by men who had a talent that defied description, and thought to himself that he was like them, only in a different type of art. And he wasn't wrong. Walking up the promenade, he knew this skill meant little here. He was entering a world of strategy and negotiation, where violence was of no use. The big question was whether the men Carlos had contacted really had money, and the desire to purchase Booth's protocol, something he would find out in the next few minutes. It had turned out to be relatively easy to locate the men. Leaving Booth chained in the bathroom, the Sicario had returned to the airport and cornered a man who worked at the rental car counter he had seen the foreigners use. Knowing they had to have shown a passport and international driver's license, he'd bullied the rental clerk into divulging that information. From there, he'd contacted an informant for Los Cetas, who worked in the immigration department at the airport, someone who'd provided information in the past for cash. The contact was a risk, because the man could just as easily tell others in Los Cetas that he'd shown his face, along with the information he'd sought. But he didn't see any other way around it, and the danger was slim. The immigration agent had no idea of the ongoing status of Los Cetas, so his appearance would get back to them only as a coincidence. For a single American $50 bill, the agent had given him the inn the 3 men had provided on their immigration cards, a mid-level hotel in the Zona Rosa. He talked to reception at the hotel, and a couple of $20 bills later, he had the room number of one of the men. He'd slipped an envelope under the door with his cell phone number and had waited. The man had eventually called, as the Sicario knew he would, and they'd arranged for an initial meeting. The Sicario had picked a famous restaurant and bar called La Opera, near the tourist section of the Zocalo. Unlike previous occasions, when he was a valued member of Los Cetas, he didn't want to meet anywhere near their territory. He'd chosen the Zocalo because of its proximity to the presidential palace and other government buildings, meaning tight security. For once, he feared his own associates more than the officials who hunted them. He reached the corner of Cinco de Mayo and took a left, leaving the walking promenade behind, fairly certain that nobody was still following him, if anyone had been at all. He passed by the entrance to La Opera and continued to the next block. He stopped, standing next to a vendor selling tacos and studying his back trail. Nothing suspicious appeared. He looped around and entered the restaurant, his eyes taking a moment to become accustomed to the gloom. Like the streets outside, the bar was starting to pick up. The late afternoon crowd hitting happy hour as in bars all over the world. He'd picked this time specifically because the streets would soon be packed with vendors selling everything from handmade sombreros to watches and packs of gum. A sea of people that he could escape within, should it become necessary. A man in traditional Mexican attire, complete with a sash, approached and asked how he could assist. The Sicario said he was meeting someone, and before the host could respond, a swarthy gentleman came forward, speaking in English. "Do you wish to have a margarita?" The Sicario responded, "No, a glass of water would be fine." The restaurant host looked confused, but the swarthy man smiled and stuck out his hand. The Sicario shook it, pleased that the foreigners had the ability to follow instructions. Each now sure the other was whom they were supposed to meet, they moved to the table already obtained by the foreigner. After sitting, the man said, "You may call me Farouk. It means one who distinguishes truth from falsehood." The Sicario smiled and said, "As in one who will not pay for something that doesn't work?" "Yes, that's about the sum of it." "You may call me Pelon." "And what does that mean?" "A man with no hair." Farouk looked confused, as if there was a hidden meaning, and the Sicario said, "It's just a nickname. If you prefer something with substance, something that's closer to my nature, you may call me Muerte." "Which is?" The Sicario rested his eyes on him, and Farouk instinctively recoiled from their weird glow, as they all did, no matter the nationality. "Death. I am death." Farouk said, "As in you'll kill me if I don't pay for services rendered?" "Really? Trust me when I say your threats mean nothing to me, and it's not how I like doing business." The Sicario said, "I mean no threat. You asked. It's simply who I am." Farouk said nothing for a moment, and the Sicario let the silence stretch, not concerned. Eventually, it was Farouk who broke it. "So now you have this protocol. What happened with Carlos?" "I killed him." Farouk searched the Sicario's visage for the bluff, but was left wanting. He made a move to stand, saying, "I'm not sure I can continue under the circumstances." The Sicario caught his wrist and said, "Don't leave. I have what you want. Carlos was but an impediment. You shouldn't care who profits, only that you get it." Farouk sat back down and said, "We were called here by Carlos, a man my organization has worked with in the past. I don't know you at all. No offense, Mr. Death." The Sicario realized he was losing the sale, losing his chance at a stake for a new life. But he'd never conducted such negotiations. All he'd ever been tasked with was punishment. He had no tact or skill in this world, unlike Carlos. He said, "Farouk, I speak plainly, but it's only because of my nature. I have what you want. All I ask in return is what you were going to pay Carlos. That's it." "We only pay for results. Can you prove it does what Carlos said?" "I'm not sure what Carlos told you it does, but I can bring the man who will explain it all. He can show you it works on the Wi-Fi network of this restaurant." "Can you do this now?" "Yes. I'll have to leave and fetch him, but it won't take but about 15 minutes. "Do so. Before that, I'd like to know what Carlos knew. How much is this worth to you?" He saw Farouk's eyes flick to the left and knew he was about to get cheated. He had no idea what had been discussed for the monetary transfer, and he wished he could take back the ignorance of his question. Farouk said, "Carlos wanted a wire transfer of $1 million. We could not afford that. We discussed a cash transaction of 100,000. He agreed." The Sicario knew about the other man coming and had not played that card. He did so now. "You said Farouk means one who separates falsehood. Please don't play me for a fool. I want the wire transfer from the other man, as you agreed with Carlos. Where is he?" Farouk slid his eyes to the bar, saying nothing. When he faced the Sicario again, he said, "He is coming, but the protocol had better work." "It will. I'll prove it shortly. When does he arrive?" "He's on an airplane as we speak, coming here."
Chapter 53. The hat was a little big, and the jacket made me feel like a bus driver, but both were needed to get me through security. Jennifer looked a hell of a lot better in my mind. Like the stewardess everyone fantasizes about having, instead of the 90-year-old tart who gave you a sour look when you asked for another beer. Reaching the TSA checkpoint, Jennifer said, "Let me lead." If anyone says anything, let me answer. Whatever you do, don't try to fake being a pilot." A little miffed, I said, "What's that mean?" "I know you. You think you're smarter than everyone else. But you'll get us in trouble trying to talk flying. Just stick with the hotel or the airport, please." "I can talk flying. Just a bunch of buttons and dials. These TSA agents know less than I do." She gave me an exasperated look and said, "Pike, please. Let me do the talking." I smiled, letting her know I was just teasing. She didn't know a damn thing about flying a plane either, but she knew plenty about airports. Her deadbeat father was an airline pilot, and after he'd left the family, he'd spend his limited time with her dragging her around the world while he worked, leaving her in hotel rooms as he went out to find some cougar to bed. The memories weren't nice, but it did give her a healthy appreciation of how airports worked. I was more than comfortable letting her take the lead. My Bluetooth chirped, and Knuckles came on. "I'm set outside customs." I said, "According to the flight status, his aircraft is on the ground 30 minutes early. Shouldn't be long. You got the ABS ready?" "Yeah, but I hate using this stuff. I'm going to get it on myself." "You do, and it'll be a very long flight to Mexico." ABS was our not-so-subtle nickname for the medication we were going to apply to the money man coming from Pakistan, a topical solution that was fashioned into a tube of chapstick. ABS stood for atomic blow shits. A small amount applied anywhere to the exposed skin would cause incredible diarrhea within a matter of minutes. Knuckles, having purchased a ticket on American Flight 833 to Mexico City, like our target, would use it on him when given the chance. Unlike other countries' international airports, those in the United States had no separated transient area for folks just passing through. If you landed in America, even if only transferring to another flight out, you had to go through U.S. Customs. Thus, Knuckles could pick up our target as he exited, at a choke point he would have to use. It had caused a little consternation in the Oversight Council, because the man from Pakistan was flying under the name Gamal Hussein, which, unbeknownst to him, was on our no-fly list. He'd managed to get a U.S. visa, admittedly for transit only, but that alone caused a spasm in Homeland Security and further investigation, because he shouldn't have gotten a visa to use a bathroom in the United States. It did work in our favor, though, because we couldn't have affected his application in time if it had been denied. We could, however, remove him from the no-fly list, which caused some on the council to question what the hell we were doing. I'd have questioned it too, given the plan I'd come up with. Kidnapping a foreign national inside a working United States airport without informing TSA or anyone else that we were operational was a bit much. Throw in the fact that we were going to inject a known terrorist in his place, letting him fly to Mexico out of our control, and I could see why some were jumping up and down. The no-fly list was the least of our worries. We reached the door to the known crew member access in Terminal C, and Jennifer presented her badge. The TSA agent checked it, then a second form of identification. He tapped on the computer and let her through. I watched her dragging her rollerboard and followed suit. It was surprisingly easy. The agent only wanted to make sure I was in the database. Had he checked last night, I wouldn't have been. Started in 2011 in response to pilot demands after 9/11, the known crew member program allowed pre-screened participants to bypass security at select airports, one being Dallas. Given that we were bringing in some dangerous kit on our carry-ons, we definitely needed to bypass security. We'd brainstormed a bunch of different ways to penetrate the airport and had decided on a combination. Posing as TSA agents had been the first choice, but having flown through a myriad of airports, both Jennifer and I had rejected it. TSA agents knew each other and habitually worked the same stations. Anytime I had traversed a security point during a shift change, I saw them saying hello or goodbye, or just kidding around. That, coupled with the TSA's natural suspicion, meant we'd be asking for trouble by trying to impersonate them. We definitely needed to get equipment into the sterile area of the airport, though, and putting it through an X-ray machine was a non-starter. Who could do that, but wouldn't be known to the TSA agents themselves? Who was transient, but trusted at the airport? Why, an airline pilot and his loyal flight attendant, that's who. We'd had Knuckles buy a ticket and go through traditional security. His role was to babysit the ghost on the flight, Outside of giving Hussein the shits, he would have nothing to do with the assault. Decoy was in the transfer van outside of Terminal A, acting like a baggage handler for American Airlines. Blood, dressed as an airport janitor, would be outside the freight elevator of Terminal A, ready to push a large refuse cart with some decidedly different trash inside. With any luck, we'd be getting him inside the sterile area using some equipment in Jennifer's carry-on bag. I smiled at the TSA agent and pulled my little bag through, seeing Jennifer just inside the entrance to the secure area. We were in the middle of the mission, but I couldn't help but feel distracted by the sight of her in a flight attendant outfit. I swear, I didn't want to, but the scarf, hat, and little wings were something out of a softcore porno movie. I'd said as much when she'd met me in the lobby of our hotel, and she promptly kicked my leg. Not in a teasing way either. She'd done it hard enough to bruise the hell out of my shin. No way I was going there again, although I really wanted to jerk her chain about it one more time. She was a little too sensitive about such things, and an easy target. We had a little walk to get from Terminal C to Terminal A, and I was growing concerned about the timeline. Hussein coming in early threw things off a bit, but not by much. We took the Skylink train, then hoofed it to Gate A6, the end of the line. Terminal A was next to corporate aviation, which had allowed access to the airfield using our Gulfstream as a prop. This far down the terminal, there were no restaurants or newsstands, so there weren't a whole lot of people hanging around. The closest was a bar at A10, and only one flight was preparing to leave at Gate A8, so we could work in relative safety. All we had to worry about were the cameras, which luckily didn't focus on our door. We found the access door leading to the freight elevator in a little cubby, and Jennifer opened her bag, with me shielding what she was doing. She handed me a keycard attached to a USB device that looked like a big-brain scientific calculator, then took her bag into the restroom. My Bluetooth chirped and Knuckles came on. I have him. He doesn't look much like his passport photo on the visa application, but it's him. He's in line to exit customs with his bag. How long? Line's about 10 minutes. From there, he's got to walk to D6, maybe 20 or 25 minutes tops. I said, Roger. We're at Alpha 6. Jennifer's changing, and I'm about to bring in blood. I turned on the calculator thing, then dialed the computer geeks at the Taskforce. I'm set. What's the sequence? The keycard was a blank designed to duplicate the RFID code used by the door reader. The code was randomized daily and synchronized with the official cards through an encrypted handshake. Mine was a bit more manual, so I had to input today's code courtesy of the hacking cell. The man on the other end tapped his keys for a second, then read off a sequence to me, which I tapped on the calculator pad. It was too bad we couldn't do more operations inside the United States. Being a member of a U.S. counterterrorism team really gave us an edge cracking security at official U.S. facilities, but the task force charter restricted us from operating on U.S. soil. Since this target wasn't a citizen, we'd been given special permission. I held the card up to the pad and hit send. Voila! The door magically opened. On the other side was Blood wearing a janitor's uniform for the Dallas airport and standing behind a large Rubbermaid trash receptacle. We only had a 15-second gap before the open door started to bleat an alarm, so I didn't waste time with small talk. I held it open and waved him through. Once he was inside, I said, Any issues? None. Man is downstairs, and it's only a 30-second ride to the corporate side and our aircraft. I cracked the lid on the Rubbermaid and found the ghost staring back at me, scrunched down at the bottom and looking lost. I winked and closed it back up, just as Jennifer returned, now wearing her own janitor's outfit, which didn't look near as sexy. Probably why you don't see movies with janitors getting it on. She applied some disguise makeup, which gave her a broken, downtrodden appearance. It was more than likely the first time she'd ever made herself look intentionally unattractive, but it allowed her to blend in better as an airport janitor. I said, You've got about 20 minutes and a long way to go, so you need to get moving. Blood said, Maybe we should take the train. No, these Rubbermaid bins stay in the terminal with the people assigned to that terminal. Nobody takes them to another terminal on the train, and I can't have some TSA agent start asking any questions. I, of course, as an intrepid pilot, wouldn't be walking from Terminal A to Terminal D. I confirmed. What's the gate? Jennifer said, Delta 6, far end. Roger that. See you there. Chapter 54. 10 minutes later, I exited the Skylink at Gate D12 and began to walk toward the end, to Gate D6, where Hussein's flight to Mexico City was berthed. I called Knuckles. Status? He's next up, coming out now. Coco, Blood, you copy that? This is Blood, Roger. We've entered the far side of Terminal D, but we've got to walk the entire way to the gate. The D terminal joined the access walkway to the other terminals at Gate D40, which was hell and gone from D6. Roger all, pick it up a bit. I stopped at D7 and took a seat, just another weary pilot hanging around. I got eyes on the bathroom at D6 to orient myself and hoped the timing worked out to use it. I really didn't want to flex to another bathroom, but that wasn't my call. It was Knuckles's, and the digestive system of Hussein. Knuckles came on. He's out of customs and walking back upstairs to the terminal 10 minutes. I said Roger, and felt the anticipation start to build. Blood came on. We're ahead of him. We'll be good. Want us to let him pass? No, keep coming, but you can slow it down. A minute later, and Knuckles was cursing. ABS in place. I say again, ABS in place, but I got some of it on me. I knew that was going to happen. Oh boy, that's not going to be fun. What did you do? I went to swipe his arm, and right as I did, he turned my way to look at a monitor. He knocked the chapstick into my hand. I'm moving out, away from him. What gate? Gate 18. I say again, Gate 18. Pike, this is Coco. We're at 16. I can see Knuckles. Target's got to be close. We'll pick him up. We have the eye. Roger all. Track him and execute as planned. Trigger when the ABS takes effect. Knuckles said, I'll bet I can do that for you. You'd better hope not. I waited a bit, looking calm but fired up with a fight-or-flight response. I saw Knuckles first. He passed by me, no acknowledgement at all, and took a seat at D6, milling around with the people waiting to go to Mexico. A minute later, I saw the garbage bin come into view. I scanned the crowd and found Hussein. I tracked him with my eyes, watching him take a seat. He didn't appear to be in any distress. Hope that damn ABS stuff functions as advertised. No more than 30 seconds later, Knuckles shot up and scurried to the bathroom. Well, I guess it works. Right behind him was Hussein. Jennifer and Blood let them both get inside, then pulled the bin in front of the door, placing out little cones that said, closed for cleaning. Blood went inside, then returned to the door, waiting. A third party inside going to the bathroom. Eventually, a Hispanic man and small boy exited, returning to Gate D6. Blood disappeared again, then called. Execute, execute. Come on, make it quick. This place smells like something died in here. I stood up and walked to the bathroom, dragging the two carry-ons. Blood pushed in the Rubbermaid, and Jennifer stayed outside, holding a cleaning bucket and a mop, pulling security. The stench hit me immediately, a green fog of unbearable odor. Then I heard the bowels being forcibly evacuated. It was so bad I didn't think I could continue. Blood was on the other side of one of the stalls, his face scrunched up and pointing toward a door. I opened my carry-on and pulled out a taser, locking zip ties, a screwdriver, and a syringe. I handed Blood the screwdriver, and he placed it into the slot to unlock the bathroom stall. He nodded, and I kicked it in, seeing Hussein doubled over on the toilet, farting and shitting his guts out. I didn't even need the taser. He was so destroyed by the ABS, he couldn't have resisted if he wanted to, which made me wonder if Knuckles could still get on the plane. He looked up in agony, and I said, "Wipe what you have." He doubled over and began another round. Damn it. We couldn't sit here for an hour while he shit his brains out. We needed to go. Note to self, take into account the time for ABS to subside. Blood said, "What are we going to do? We pull him now and he's going to spray all over the place like a damn baby." I said, "Go through his bags, get the boarding passes, and get the ghost ready to go. Knuckles, you alive?" I heard a weak, "Yeah." "You going to make the flight?" "I'll make it, just give me a minute." "Coco, how are we looking?" "Okay from this end. Nobody's approached." Blood had the ghost out of the bin. and he looked green from the smell. I couldn't imagine what he must have been thinking about this clown fest, probably wondering how on earth we had managed to capture him. I heard Knuckles flush, and he came out sweating profusely and walking unsteadily. I said, "You okay?" "No. Hell no." I couldn't help it. A grin slipped out. He scowled and said, "You think this is fucking funny?" I scrunched my lips together in a terse line, then said, "Well, yeah. Might be worthy of a new call sign. Perhaps asswipe." He looked like he wanted to hit me, and I held up my hand saying, "Jennifer's got the antidote. Get it from her bag before you go." He nodded and moved to the Ghost. He checked his ankles, seeing a green light on both GPS trackers. He said, "I'm your babysitter. You can call me Mr. Black. Don't do anything stupid because I'm really not in the mood." The Ghost nodded. Blood said, "Found the boarding passes." He handed them to the Ghost, who checked to make sure the name was the same on his newly forged passport. I said, "You guys go. We'll give you a data dump when you land. Go to a restaurant inside the airport before you leave the secure area and call. We'll feed you the next steps." The flight time was about 2.5 hours, which was cutting it really close, but we had an entire Taskforce team in a safe house nearby who would complete the initial interrogation and exploitation of everything Hussein had with him. We would know before they landed what Hussein was supposed to do. I turned back to Hussein, who was now sweating like Knuckles but ambulatory, realizing we weren't there to help him. He made a half-assed attempt at escaping, trying to pull up his pants at the same time. I punched him in the head, knocking him to the floor of the stall, his pants falling back down to his ankles. I hit him with the syringe in his thigh and he went limp. We flex-tied his arms and legs, then dumped him into the Rubbermaid container, the stench wafting out as if it contained a dead animal.
Chapter 55. The trunk of the car jerked open, and Booth squinted his eyes at the glare coming from the sun. When he could focus, he saw the crazy bald man standing above him, wearing a wig and holding a knife. He began to panic, and the man said, "Stop. I'm cutting your bonds. It's time to show the people that your protocol works." He relaxed, letting the man cut through the tape around his ankles and wrists. After it was complete, he was jerked out of the trunk. The man put his weird eyes on him and said, "Do exactly as I say, and you will live another day. Try to run, and I will make your death infinitely slow. There is nowhere I won't find you. Understand?" Booth nodded, afraid to speak. "Bring your computer and whatever else you need. You're going to show a man how your system works." He gathered his things, including the 2 GPS devices, and followed behind his captor. He knew his last test would have caused a massive reaction at Schriever Air Force Base, and was worried about doing another such test. He'd end up causing another blackout in the Northern Hemisphere, and that might potentially create an all-out push to find his protocol. It would still take some time, but he didn't like the odds of discovery, especially since he was sure he would have to do it a third time, if only to instruct whoever was purchasing the protocol. By the time they had left the walking promenade of Motolinia, he had the beginnings of an idea. His GPS would lock onto 4 different satellites to obtain a location, showing the man it functioned. All he needed to do at that point was demonstrate a discrepancy. What if he only affected the specific satellites the GPS was using? Then he wouldn't harm the entire constellation. It would cause some disruption, as undoubtedly someone else was also using those 4 satellites, but there were 35 in the air, and other devices could switch seamlessly to another satellite. It wouldn't cause a wholesale blackout. In fact, if he attacked only 2 of the 4, he'd still get a shift in signal. The second SOPS would see it, but it would be looked at as a signal anomaly instead of a catastrophe. He spent the rest of the walk working out the specifics in his mind, figuring out how to attack only 2 satellites. He hadn't designed the protocol that way, but he could use the data from the GPS to isolate them. Still running the mechanics through his head, he didn't notice his captor had stopped and bumped into his back. The man scowled, then opened the door to a restaurant called La Opera, waving him through. The room was covered in burnished wood that had the look of age, the ceiling ornately sculpted and the bar to the right fairly crowded with business people. He was led to a table in the middle and presented to another man who could have been Mexican. Booth heard the name Farouk, and when the man spoke, Booth realized he was not from Mexico, realized his Polaris Protocol was about to be turned over to America's enemies. The thought did not alter his calculations one bit, as his sole concern was survival. It was like passing a billboard right before slamming on the brakes to avoid an accident, something that registered and then was immediately forgotten. He gave up the deception of using Guy Fawkes and stated his real name. "A pleasure, Mr. Booth. Elon here says that you can cause American drones to stop flying. I'd like to see that." Booth looked from his captor to Farouk, slightly confused. He said, "Yes, the Polaris Protocol will do that, but it's not designed to affect drones. It affects the GPS constellation, which is what the drones use to operate. You know about GPS?" Farouk said he did, and Booth gave a quick class on Polaris, describing how it functioned. Farouk said, "So this works with all GPS devices? Bombs, ships, cruise missiles?" "Yes, if it uses a GPS, it will become ineffective." Booth saw the gleam in Farouk's eyes and knew he was doing something very, very wrong. But it was too late to worry about the repercussions. Way too late to wonder about making any money. Not if he wanted to continue living with the soles of his feet attached. Farouk said, "Show me. We need to be near a window. Can we change tables?" They called a waiter and moved deeper into the restaurant, getting a high-backed wooden booth next to a window. The waiter pointed at the ceiling above them, where a hole was circled in paint. He said, "That's Pancho Villa's bullet hole. He ate here and shot the ceiling." Booth found the comment surreal. 20 minutes ago, he had been taped up in the trunk of a car, put there by a man he was convinced was insane. Now he was about to show another man, who was undoubtedly a terrorist, how to thwart one of the United States' greatest technological advantages. And he was getting tourist tidbits from the waitstaff. The situation caused a nervous giggle to escape. The snigger died instantly when Pelon looked at him. He set up his 2 GPSs in the windowsill, then showed Farouk the interface he had designed while they locked on. Farouk said, "You must have Wi-Fi for this to work?" "Yes, well, you need to have Wi-Fi to load the settings." He pointed toward a dial on a screen. "You can use this to delay the action. In other words, if I turned this dial, when I hit send, the operation wouldn't happen until the time I had set." Farouk nodded, and Booth said, "One thing about the time I forgot to mention. Not the time delay I was talking about, but the actual time of disruption. You need to be sure you set it to exactly what you want, because once it begins, you can't turn it off. Polaris is synced with the constellation itself, and the disruption also affects the program." Farouk said, "You will give me this computer? Is that what will happen?" Booth said, No, you need to bring another computer. This one is mine and has biometric safety features that only I can operate. It's also got about 400 different security tripwires. You try to mess with the program on this system, and you'll end up formatting the hard drive, wiping out all traces of the protocol. I'll have to transfer a clean copy of Polaris to your own system." Booth heard the GPS chirp and quit talking. He tapped a few keys, received the almanac information, then the specific information of the satellites the GPS was tracking. He locked 2 of them into the interface, dialed up the timing offset, and said, "Watch the GPS on the right, the one with the car. See where the car is located?" "Yes, where we are now." "Watch what happens when I hit send." Captain Lisa Donovan was the first to see the anomaly. As the payload system operator on duty in the control segment at Schriever, She was responsible for monitoring every signal in the entire GPS constellation, and she couldn't believe her bad luck. Here we go again. She had had the misfortune to be on duty for what was now being called the blackout the day before, and to say it had caused some consternation was an understatement. The echo went all the way to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with her trying to identify the problem while simultaneously answering questions thrown at her by a multitude of people. She immediately notified the mission commander, who ordered a status from the other system operators on the floor. Like last time, the network and mechanical functioning of the satellites were fine. It was just the signal. Unlike last time, it was only 2 satellites. She waited for the other satellites to start going crazy and relaxed when they didn't. Her squadron commander appeared above her shoulder, firing questions. He didn't remain long, and she knew why. He now had to report to higher, and she was glad it wasn't her job. The mission commander had the satellite vehicle operator pull the 2 offending satellites and ordered them to try to replicate the event. Everyone began working the issue, but like last time, they got nowhere. She felt like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation trying to get the lights on his house to work, but unable to find the magic switch. The damn things just decided to put out a bad signal. Chapter 56. The light above the conference room door began flashing, a red and white signal meaning someone uncleared needed to enter. Kurt Hale blacked his PowerPoint screen and quit talking. An aide, who looked to be about 12, came in, apologized, and ran over to the Secretary of State, Jonathan Billings. After muttering a few words, he left again. Billings said, "Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I have more going on than just this issue. Continue." Kurt turned on the Proxima projector. "As I was saying, the transfer was a success, and the Ghost is en route to Mexico City with Knuckles. Pike and the rest of the team are following in the Gulf Stream. We've completed the initial interrogation of Hussein, and have the instructions the Ghost is to follow once he gets there. Are you sure he's not going to disappear? Not if he wants to keep his feet." The Secretary of Defense said, "Billings, quit worrying about it. He's only going to be on the ground for a couple of hours. Once he's met them, we take them out." He looked at Kurt. "Right?" "Well, close," Kurt said. "That was the original plan, but the instructions tell him to meet the Hezbollah guys first. Then they'll have a follow-on meeting with the American who has the hack. They want to ensure he's who he says he is and that he's got the money. They gave him some 007 instructions full of tradecraft." The DCIA said, "How long will that take?" Kurt understood exactly where the question was directed. "We'll still be within the window for Operation Gimlet. Shouldn't be more than a day." Billings said, "Why would they do that? You'd think they would want to get the hack as fast as possible." "Because Hezbollah is paranoid. I don't know, maybe they're worried that we'll try to trick them with a plant." After the chuckling died down, Alexander Palmer said, "Okay, so we're still tracking for Gimlet. What about exposure of the Taskforce? What's the story on the YouTube video? Anything more?" "We're still getting probed, but we can't pin it down. The real concern is that we're getting probes on other cover organizations, including the Taskforce headquarters under Blaisdell Consulting. They're making linkages somehow. Might just be guesswork, but with enough of that we could be in trouble. All they have to do is throw everything against the wall and see what sticks." The DCIA said, "Great. This will be the Church Committee all over again. The press is going to explode with joy. And you know who's going to get the brunt of this? Me, that's who. It's always the CIA that gets hauled in front of Congress." Kurt said, "We might have one lead. My guys have gone back, and we did find an anomaly from right before all this started. We had some exploration into Grolier recovery services from an ISP in Colorado Springs. We don't know the specific location, but it's definitely Colorado Springs." The SecDef said, "Not really. The flavor of the day is the NSA, my people. The DCIA said, "And you think this is connected to the group Anonymous?" Better than that, I think it's connected to this GPS issue. It's way too much coincidence. I think we find the guy with the hack, and we find the YouTube people. I don't know about that. Seems like a stretch. Kurt said, Schriever Air Force Base is in Colorado Springs. These probes began right before the first disruption. I don't think it's a stretch. Say you're right. How will you find them even if you capture the guy? I mean, they don't call themselves Anonymous for nothing. Your hackers can't locate them through the digital trail, but you think this guy will be able to? He probably doesn't even know their real names. They had to talk somehow. We can't find them through a digital trail going back from Grolier, but if we move forward from him, I bet it's a different story. Then what? Then we take them down. Palmer said, Here? In America? Kurt said, hell yes, here in America. Those little fucks are about to expose our most closely guarded secrets. They want to play with fire, I say let them get burned. The principals said nothing, looking back and forth to see if anyone agreed with the extreme measures before stepping into the water themselves. Finally, Billings said, You know, Anonymous threatened Los Cetas a while back, and Los Cetas made an attempt to find them. When they said they were going to kill 10 men for every person Anonymous exposed, the hackers backed off. Kurt said, Yeah? What's your point? You're basically saying you want to act like a drug cartel. What the hell? You guys were the ones that didn't seem concerned with any of that before. All you cared about was Operation Gimlet. What was it you said? Better stop that YouTube video from getting out? How did you think that was going to happen? Palmer held up his hands. Hey, we aren't going to solve that question with the principals. That's definitely one for the entire Oversight Council. The president needs to be involved. Well, you'd better involve him soon, because we're running out of time. We catch that guy with the GPS hack and you can execute Operation Gimlet as planned. But we're going to need to squeeze him immediately to protect Project Prometheus. I can't wait until after we capture him to begin debate. The light flashed above the door again, and Kurt cursed, exasperated. A man entered, looked around the room, then ran to the Secretary of Defense. After he left, the SecDef said, That was from the Air Force Chief of Staff. There's been another outage, another test. But this time only 2 satellites were affected, which means he can pick and choose what he attacks. I hope it wasn't a proof of concept for Hezbollah, and they now have the hack. The comment brought a low murmur, with Kurt hearing the term Gimlet 3 different times. He attempted to calm them down. They can't. They're waiting on the money guy. They're waiting on the ghost. The DCIA said, I cannot believe the fate of our national grid and defense architecture rests in the hands of a Palestinian terrorist who's sworn to kill us. I cannot believe I agreed to this. Kurt smiled. Look at the bright side. This goes bad, and the press finds out. Nobody's going to care what Anonymous does. Chapter 57. Using the original reservation from the captured man and his new passport, the ghost checked into his small boutique hotel without issue. In line, 2 people behind him stood Mr. Black. Outside of the initial instructions in the bathroom, he'd said not a word to the ghost the entire flight, never even acknowledging that they had met. That fact gave him some confidence that the Americans wouldn't do something stupid and inadvertently get him burned. He had enough to worry about trying to pass himself off as a member of Al-Qaeda without the Americans causing trouble. On top of that, he had to start working on a means of escape. As instructed, he went to his room, opened up a prearranged Yahoo email account, and sent an instant message. He waited for 5 minutes, then received his response from Mr. Black. An email would be coming shortly. He puttered around the room, unpacking his things and cataloging what he would need to do to evade the clever little net they had created for him. First, of course, he'd have to find a way to remove the 2 ankle charges he was wearing. It wouldn't be easy, because they were banded to his legs with metal that utilized a laser-cut key. Not impossible, though. He'd more than likely lose a little skin in the process, but he was sure they could be cut. The problem was the time needed to do so. The Americans would know everywhere he went, along with any instructions he had been given, so somehow he would need to introduce a delay, a meeting of some sort where only he would be present. Well, him and someone with a hacksaw who wouldn't ask questions when provided enough cash. He just had to make sure the meeting was somewhere near the one in his instructions. He had no idea what boundary that devil Mr. Pink had set, and didn't want to find out the hard way. All Pink had said was, if he felt a vibration, he had 3 minutes to get back on the inside. He'd toyed with the idea of telling the men from Hezbollah what was happening and securing their help, becoming a double agent, as it were, but ultimately discarded the idea. They were planning on killing the original man who came, and he was fairly sure they'd do the same to him the minute he showed them he was being tracked. The second problem was securing a passport. Even if he managed to get out of his electronic bonds, the name on the passport he was using was Poison. He wouldn't get very far having it as an identity. On this point, he was fairly sure he could leverage Hezbollah. The final problem was money, and he'd already fixed that to a certain extent. He had the captured man's credit cards, which still worked, as proven at check-in. The email coming would have the bank account information for purchasing the nuclear secrets, and he had no intention of giving all of that to Hezbollah, or whoever else was involved. Some of it would be his nest egg for a future life. He heard the laptop ping with an email and felt a rush, just like he had in the past before going operational. He read the enclosed instructions, seeing he had a little walk in front of him, along with some link-up instructions. Hezbollah didn't have his flight itinerary and apparently wanted to make sure they met the right guy. He sent an instant message confirming receipt and left the hotel room, feeling strange conducting a meeting on behalf of the Americans he despised. Strange for being used to turn on members of Hezbollah, whom he also hated, in order to prevent the transfer of nuclear secrets paid for by Al-Qaeda, with whom he had no quarrel. Strange indeed. As instructed, he had the taxi drop him off in front of a Sanborn's department store next to the Independence Monument on Paseo de la Reforma Avenue. Before continuing to his destination, he accessed an ATM located outside. He withdrew the maximum daily amount his credit card allowed, then began walking north, looking for the second intersection from the Sanborns. He passed the first, an alley more than an intersection, and glanced down the street, seeing a sign that caused him to stop in his tracks. Visa applications done while you wait. He debated, ultimately deciding he couldn't pass up this gift thrown in his path. He rushed down the little street and entered the small kiosk, knowing it was a risk. Knowing Mr. Black would more than likely question what he had done, but he could feign being lost. After all, his destination was one more street up, and he'd never been in this city. 5 minutes later, he returned to the main thoroughfare, now armed with 2 passport photos of himself. He reached the second intersection and took a right on a street called Rio Lerma. After 100 meters, he began looking for the restaurant, fairly sure it would be easy to spot. There couldn't be that many Lebanese food vendors mixed in with all the taco stands. He smelled it before he saw the sign. A refreshing blend of spices reminding him of home. He reached the entrance and read a cheesy sign in English proclaiming something about Aladdin's carpet. Here he knew he had to be very careful not to let slip in any way that he was from Tripoli, no matter how much he would have liked to reminisce about home. He parted the beads hanging from the door and went to the order counter, saying hello in Arabic. The man behind it beamed, asking where he was from. He stated Pakistan. Then, before the man could engage him in conversation, He gave the phrase from the instructions. The man's smile vanished, and he told the ghost to wait. He disappeared in the back, and when he returned, he carried a cell phone. "Hit redial." The ghost said, "Who am I calling?" "The people you're to meet." "I don't know anything else. I just run a restaurant. Please, leave before you call, please." The ghost did as he asked, dialing the phone from the sidewalk. A man answered, and he repeated the phrase from the instructions. The man wasted no time with pleasantries or questions. "Go to the Sanborns you passed on your way to the restaurant. Enter, move to the cafe in the back, and get a table. Place a newspaper on the table open to the front page, and take a seat facing the door. Ensure the table is away from anyone else. When approached, give the security phrase." Before the ghost could respond, the man hung up. The arrogance aggravated him. Pretentious Kafirs. It reminded him of why he hated them. Convinced they were superior to any other group, they always acted like everyone else should bow before their almighty presence. He was tempted to ignore the instructions just to set the tone, but knew that would be asking for compromise. He was the one hiding something, not them. And making them suspicious or angry wasn't the way to escape the grasp of Mr. Pink. 15 minutes later, he was sitting as asked, wondering if buying a cup of coffee would set them off. The restaurant, set in the back of the department store down a small flight of stairs, was practically empty due to the time of day, with a few patrons drinking coffee or eating dessert, but not many. He'd scanned all of them upon entering, a casual once-over to determine if they were surveillance or security, but was convinced they were not. He heard the front door chime and saw 2 men coming into the restaurant. They were dressed in Western clothes, but were not Hispanic. At least not to the eyes of a man who'd spent most of his life in Lebanon. He didn't stand, waiting on them to commit to his table. When they did, he uttered the phrase from the instructions in Arabic. The first nodded and sat down on his right. The other moved to his left. "I am Farouk. This is Hashim. Thank you for traveling here to us. What shall we call you?" For a split second, he almost spit out, "Ashaba," the ghost, wanting to shove a little of their condescension back down their throats, as the nickname had been given because of his skill in Lebanon, and even the mighty Hezbollah feared what he could do. But that would have been suicide, so he said, "Gamal Hussein," just like his passport called for. Farouk nodded, satisfied, and said, "Did you have any trouble coming through the United States?" The ghost thought, well, yes, Gamal had an extreme case of travel sickness that caused him to be shoved into a giant garbage bin. He said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. There was a tick on their no-fly list. I had to go through extra questioning before being let on the plane. Someone with my name from somewhere else is on their list. I do not want to use this passport to get home. Can you help with that?" Taken aback, Farouk said, "Can't your people do it? We aren't here to facilitate your travel. My people aren't here in Mexico. You are, and you require my money. All I'm asking is that you help me return." The ghost slid across the 2 passport photos he'd taken earlier. "I don't wish to sound demanding, but the price for me to help is a new passport. I don't trust the one I was given anymore." Farouk stared at the photos for a moment, then passed them to the other man, Hashim. "Okay, but it will be a Lebanese passport. Is that an issue?" The ghost couldn't believe his luck. "No, that will be perfectly fine. As long as it has a visa for the United States. I can't get through their airports without one." At this, Farouk scowled. The ghost said, "Given how much money I have brought, I don't think that's too much to ask, especially since you and your leaders will benefit most from what I'm buying." Farouk said, "Yes, the device is very expensive, but it will help you out with your drone attacks more than it will us. which is why we asked for you to pay in the first place. Drone attacks? How will nuclear secrets help Al-Qaeda stop drone attacks? And what's this about a device? He'd known all along that Mr. Pink was hiding something, but never imagined it could be the very reason for the mission. He decided to proceed cautiously, not knowing what the real Gamal had been told. We're happy to pay, depending on what it is. It's just like I sent in the email. A way to stop the drones from operating. The ghost relaxed. Whatever email had been sent, it most assuredly hadn't been directly to Gamal. There would be go-betweens, especially with how hierarchical Hezbollah was. They'd never let a nobody like this talk directly with anyone in Pakistani Al-Qaeda. He said, I never got the email. I was just told to bring a sum of money here and evaluate whatever it is that you found. Please forgive me, but you will have to repeat yourself. Baruch smiled, pleased to explain what he was responsible for locating. There is a man who has a way to turn off the GPS that the Americans use. Make it so it doesn't work, which means the attack drones won't work. He's willing to sell it to us, but wants a large amount of money. $1 million. The ghost ignored the money, focusing on what Farouk had said earlier. What do you mean, turn off the GPS? Just like I said. He has some computer program that is tied into the satellites. He can turn individual satellites off, just the ones that affect certain sections of the world, or the entire GPS architecture. Not only that, but he can do it at any time that is set. It'll turn the Great Satan's drones and all of their GPS-guided bombs into junk. Isn't that worth $1 million to you? The ghost heard the words and didn't think a single instant about drones or bombs. He was thinking about the GPS ankle cuffs on his feet, about escape. Yes, that is definitely worth $1 million to me. Chapter 58. Booth heard the door to the shoddy hotel open and felt the fear return. The crazy man was back. He jerked his hands out of reflex, feeling a sharp stab of pain from the metal of the handcuffs digging into his raw skin. The door to the bathroom swung open, and his captor was there, holding a box in his hands. The sight caused Booth's imagination to go into overdrive. What did it contain? What horrific device was he going to use? How on earth did I end up here? Booth said, Please, I've done everything you want. No, not everything. He opened the box, and Booth shut his eyes, feeling dizzy. Look at me. Booth did, and saw the man was holding a new laptop computer. I need help with this. I don't have the skill you do. Booth sagged on the floor. Yes, of course. Whatever you want. The killer bent down and unlocked his wrists. He turned and left the bathroom without a word. Booth stood up, hesitated a moment, then followed, finding the man plugging in the laptop on the nicked table in front of the television. I have opened a bank account that can be accessed by the Internet. I need you to configure it for the transfer of my money. I can't do anything here without Wi-Fi. The killer placed a small device next to the computer, saying, I bought this. It's supposed to give Internet over the cell network. Booth recognized the device as a MiFi hotspot. He stood, unsure if he was allowed to move. The killer said, Can you not do it? No, that's easy. I can do it. When he remained still, the killer fixed his hypnotic glare on Booth and said, Then do it. Now. Booth scuttled to the chair in front of the table and went to work. His captor said not a word, watching. Within 15 minutes, the computer was configured and online. Booth said, I need the bank information. He was passed a sheet of paper, and he went back to work. A few minutes later, he had the bank account online, but now had to ask for specific information from the killer. Information he did not want to know. Things that would make him worthy of extermination. He sat with his hands trembling on the keyboard. "What are you waiting for?" "Sir, I need your account information, your password and account number, and the name you used to open the account." The killer said nothing for a moment, then passed Booth another sheet of paper and a United States passport. Booth was stunned. American? This lunatic is from America. Booth felt the eyes on his neck as he typed, his hands trembling so hard he was continually having to backspace and correct. He reached the screen for synchronization of a token and was confused. He said, "This account has two-factor authentication. Did they give you anything, any other device?" "Yes, they gave me this." He handed across a digital gadget that looked like a small pager with a screen in the center. "They were going to explain it to me, but I said you would do it." Booth recognized it as an RSA Secure ID key fob. He took it and opened up a new window. He authenticated the fob on the RSA website, then said, "I need a PIN, 4 digits." "Why? What is that thing?" "It's just a second authenticator. You type in the password you gave me to get to your account, which will allow you to see any activity that's been done and other mundane things, but if you want to transfer money, you need a second authentication. This key fob provides it. You type in your PIN, and it spits out a number. You type that number into the computer, and it allows the money to be transferred." He gave Booth a number and said, "What happens if I don't have that device?" Booth, working the new PIN, said, "All you can do is check your account, get a balance, see what's happened with credit cards, that sort of thing. If you want to materially affect the account, you need the key fob." Booth finished and tentatively turned around. "It's set. Remember, you still need me to transfer the protocol at the meeting." The killer smiled, his yellow teeth conveying little warmth. "Don't worry. I have no plans to kill you today. Our meeting is tomorrow morning. Perhaps after that."
Chapter 59. So the ghost actually made contact with Hezbollah and returned to you? I have to say I had my doubts. So did the Oversight Council. The streaming video feed from my laptop was breaking up some, our hotel Wi-Fi becoming overloaded with the encryption required for my company VPN. Kurt looked a little bit like the old Max Headroom guy, his face in one location before jerking to another. Luckily, the audio, while distorted, was coming through fine. "Yeah, he came back, but make no mistake. He doesn't buy the nuclear secrets thing. He knows what this is about now, which I figured would happen." We'd set up a secure meeting site for the Ghost in Zona Rosa, wanting a clandestine encounter. But after I'd quizzed him via Yahoo Messenger, I'd learned that the Hezbollah crew hadn't asked where he was staying. I decided the James Bond stuff was more risky than simply going to his hotel room 2 floors above mine. Both because of Hezbollah and because of him. I had no doubt he would attempt to escape, and the longer I let him wander around, the more ideas he would come up with. Better for him to sit in his hotel room. Kurt, thinking just like me, said, "If he knows it's a GPS threat now, aren't you worried he'll want to get the hack himself instead of helping us out? The only leash you have on him is those GPS cuffs." No, I was actually counting on that to help us. The hack doesn't turn off the signal. It sends a false one. He'll be afraid that if the thing is initiated, the cuffs will think they're now in South America and explode. He knows he only has 3 minutes to rectify that or start spending his life walking on pegs. He'll want it shut down as soon as possible. No way will he allow some Hezbollah assholes to run around with it. The council is not nearly as convinced as you. They're regretting the decision to let him loose. Tell them the meeting is tomorrow. Both Hezbollah and the man with the hack will be there. If they hadn't let the Ghost travel, we would be sitting here with our thumbs up our asses. wondering if we were going to lose our precision weapons in some future war. I saw Kurt grimace and said, "What?" "That meeting is crucial. We don't have the time to chase these guys. We're no longer talking about a potential strike." He filled me in on Operation Gimlet, and I felt the pressure increase. I wasn't sure tomorrow's meeting would be the final one, because I had no idea what Hezbollah and the man with the hack were thinking. It could simply be an introduction to get everyone comfortable, with a follow-on meeting for exchanging the goods. We still didn't know how the hack was initiated, and the meeting location they had chosen wasn't exactly conducive to major computer operations. It looked like all of that was moot, though. I wasn't going to get the chance to develop the situation. Tomorrow's meeting would be the last, no matter what they intended, and it would be up to me to engineer that. He finished, and I said, "Okay, sir, I got it. Now you can go tell the council that the Ghost decision wasn't the best one. It was the only one. No way would I have been able to interdict in such a short time span without it. One thing, though. Given what you've said and my force structure down here, I'm going to need lethal authority. With only one shot tomorrow, I can't capture everyone and get the hack. I'm not sure what this meeting is about. If they show with the hack, that's my focus. Anyone who gets in my way, I'm killing." Kurt said, "It gets worse, I'm afraid." He told me about Anonymous and the exposure of Grolier Recovery Services, which would lead to the exposure of the Taskforce itself. A YouTube video was set to lay open our organization in 2 days, and apparently this same American traitor had information that would allow us to stop the release, making my operation infinitely harder. What an asshole. Not only was the traitor selling the capability to cripple the United States, but he was also about to expose its most classified organization. I couldn't wait to get my hands on him. It was too bad I couldn't use them to kill him outright.
Chapter 60. The Ghost decided to walk to the meeting in order to get a better feel for the terrain. He might need to escape on foot, and he wanted to know how many routes were available. He'd thought Mr. Pink would tell him no, but it turned out he preferred the Ghost on foot as opposed to in a cab. Easier to catch, especially with the tracking devices. Paralleling the main thoroughfare of Paseo de la Reforma, he entered a long park with various monuments and paths threading next to the highway. He considered taking one just to see where it would go, but decided against it. He knew the meeting location was adjacent to the highway, so there was no way to get lost if he kept it in sight. The path, while it might give him some ideas, could also get him confused and cause him to miss his contact window, something he couldn't afford to let happen. He passed by a monument on his right and did a double take. It was a statue of Haidar Aliyev, the leader of Azerbaijan, a prominently Shiite country in the Caucasus. The plaque, in both English and Spanish, heralded his triumphs. The Ghost continued on, shaking his head. Why on earth was there a monument to a president from a country that had absolutely nothing in common with Mexico? He put the thought out of his mind and returned to the mission, or more precisely, his mission. He had demanded that he meet Farouk before the actual sale, so he could deliver the Ghost's new passport. In no way was any money exchanging hands if he didn't have that. Farouk had agreed, and demanding to get it before the meeting, he hoped to ensure the passport was actually created, as he knew what Hezbollah intended once the sale was complete. Once he had that, he would ask the American for a test of the system to ensure it functioned. If it did, he would give half of the money in his account for purchase. Al-Qaeda had provided Gamal $2 million, and from what Farouk had said, the sale was for $1 million, which would leave him a nice tidy sum to escape with. Inshallah, he would leave with the device, following Hezbollah, ostensibly believing he was going to share in the treasure. A lamb being led to the butcher. Like Mr. Pink, Hezbollah was under a false assumption. They thought they were going to kill him. Mr. Pink thought he was going to wait on a signal from the Ghost to trigger an interdiction, None realized what was really going to happen. As soon as they stopped at whatever kill zone Hezbollah had picked, he would initiate the device, knocking out the GPS and the ankle cuffs. Then he would slaughter the Hezbollah members. Afterward, he would flee with his new passport and money, finding someone to cut off the cuffs, and leaving the cursed Mr. Pink and Mr. Black to pick up the pieces. He would never be found again. He had earned the nickname the Ghost, and he would put that to good use. He passed a throng of street vendors selling food and T-shirts in a parking lot, and saw his destination, the National Anthropology Museum. He walked up the stairs, past a fountain, and looked for Farouk. He was nowhere to be seen. He checked his watch and saw the meeting time was less than 5 minutes away. He grew concerned about a trap, snaking his hand into his pants and rubbing the initiation device Pink had given him. Basically a small pager tied into the cell network and slaved to Pink's phone. It had 2 buttons. One benign for signaling the meeting was over and he had the device, and one for initiating the assault. Mr. Pink had said the second one was also a panic button. If anything went wrong, all he had to do was press it and forces would intervene. The irony wasn't lost on the Ghost that he was relying on Pink to rescue him if something went bad, but he had no intention of reciprocating if everything went as planned. He saw a man sprinting up the stairs and recognized Farouk, a laptop bag swinging behind his back. He reached the top out of breath and said, "I'm sorry. We got caught in a massive traffic jam. We're late. We need to get inside." "Should have walked, you idiot." The Ghost said, "No, first my passport. I won't transfer the money without it." Farouk fished in his pocket and pulled out a key. "It's in a locker downstairs. I was supposed to get it before you came, but I ran out of time." The Ghost felt the trap. "They didn't make the passport because they intend to kill me." "Without the passport, there is no deal. I can't get home on the one I have." Farouk turned and pointed down a set of stairs leading to an underground parking area. "It's in a locker down there, please. I didn't place it there. I only had it made and delivered. It is done, I promise. You can retrieve it afterwards." He was sweating and looking like he was on the verge of panic, looking truthful. The Ghost considered. "They would know I would go straight to the lockers, and they couldn't kill me here in broad daylight in front of tourists. If it's not there, I'll simply have to find another way out, after I kill them." He took the key and they entered the museum. They purchased tickets and moved through the line of people. The Ghost noticed a strong police presence, but nobody searched either of their bags. They entered into a large open area with a giant fountain raining water from the ceiling. Kids splashing about. Farouk consulted a map and said, "Come on, he's out back, in the Mayan temple section." They moved through an exhibition hall, ignoring the displays and exiting on the south side of the building, into an outdoor area lined with paths and displaced temples. Farouk, seemingly knowing the terrain, went behind the stonework, almost running on the granite path. They turned a corner, and the Ghost saw 2 men sitting at a picnic table, looking expectantly at them. He casually slid his hand into his pants and pressed the first button, letting Mr. Pink know the meeting was on. Farouk took the lead, introducing a Caucasian as Arthur Booth and a Latino as Pelon. Booth said nothing, sitting meekly on his bench, a laptop in front of him. Pelon nodded, locking eyes with the Ghost. In that stare, the Ghost saw his essence reflected back at him. The man was a killer, just like he was. Chapter 61. Farouk couldn't see it, but the talent that had allowed the Ghost to survive in the cauldron of Lebanon was predicated on a 6th sense that others lacked. He had an inexplicable gift for feeling danger, and he was staring it in the face. Unlike the pretenders from Hezbollah, this man was death. The ghost saw Pilon's eyes narrow, and knew the man recognized the same skill in himself. The two remained in a trance for a moment, neither speaking, ignoring the other men at the table. Farouk broke it, saying, "Shall we conduct business?" Keeping his eyes on the ghost, Pilon said, "Certainly. Have a seat." Farouk gestured to the ghost and said, "Gamal here has your money, but he insists on a test before transferring." Pilon, still staring at the ghost, said, "You people saw it yesterday. Transfer the money first. I'm not a traveling amusement park." Booth said, "I have to give you a class on it anyway. Let's kill two birds with one stone. Pay him, I'll teach you, then I'll place it on your computer." The ghost said, "I didn't bring cash. I thought we were doing a wire transfer." Pilon broke his gaze and gestured to Booth, who brought out the portable MiFi device. Pilon said, "Let him have your computer, and he'll get you to the internet." The ghost did so, and while it was being worked, Pilon said, "What do you do, Gamal?" Farouk looked confused, as there was to be no mention of their past, but the ghost understood. "I do the same as you, only in a different place." Pilon smiled, as if he'd learned something profound. "I have often wondered if there were others like me, besides in Mexico, I mean. Others who do what I do. I've asked an American, and he told me no, that such men are evil, and only exist in evil places. I wondered if he was wrong, or if Americans simply had no evil in their world." The ghost answered as if the other man did not exist. "Americans have a quaint notion of evil. They don't know the meaning of the term. Unlike those where I am from." Now Farouk looked completely baffled, but he remained silent. Pilon nodded, saying, "Tell me, do others fear you where you are from? Do they know your name?" "Yes. I am known as the Ghost." Farouk's eyes squinted, as if he were searching for something lost in his memory. The ghost realized he'd said too much, given away his shield, his secret. Should Farouk make the connection and realize his skill, he would have a much harder time killing them, as they would be on their guard. Even so, he was glad he'd told the truth to Pilon, a man who would understand. Before Pilon could respond, Booth interrupted, saying, "Okay, we're ready to make the transfer. I just need Gamal to input his account and password, and I need you to use your token." Annoyed, Pilon glared at him, and Booth shrank back. Pilon said to the ghost, "I'd like to talk to you again. After we have completed our business, I have so many questions." The ghost nodded, keeping his face neutral, wondering if the others understood Pilon wasn't all there, wondering if the man was completely insane. It didn't matter, as they would soon be done, but unlike Farouk, he sensed the danger within Pilon, a killing instinct that was barely contained, like a vat of acid held in place by masking tape, the liquid dripping down. He tapped in his account information and watched as Pilon pulled out a digital device, read a number, and tapped that into the computer. When it was done, Booth said, "How much?" Looking at the ghost, Pilon said, "How much does he have?" "Close to $2 million. "And that's what it will cost." The ghost said, "Wait, I was told $1 million. The price has changed, unless you don't want it. I'm sure it's worth much, much more than that to others." Farouk tugged his sleeve. "It is worth much more. Pay it now, and I will talk to my people about reimbursement." "You mean after I'm dead?" The ghost decided he would enjoy killing this ingrate liar, but knew his escape hinged on turning off the GPS. Money was something he could always get. He still had the real Gamal's credit cards for a head start. Okay, so be it. Booth completed the transaction and opened his own laptop, going through a biometric authentication, turning off his security traps, and establishing a connection with his 2 GPSs and the cellular Wi-Fi. When it was complete, he began showing the Ghost the various dials and switches on the screen describing each one. He turned the final dial, detailing how it affected the timing signal, making it the heart of what would generate the false locational data. His words took a moment, but finally sank into the Ghost brain. Wait. I thought this device turned off the GPS signal. Isn't that what I'm paying for? Booth said, No, it renders GPS devices here on the Earth inoperable by sending a false timing signal. In effect, it causes them to think they're somewhere else. You mean it fixed the receivers here instead of shutting them off? Yes. The Ghost felt sweat pop onto his neck as his heart rate skyrocketed. The ankle cuffs are going to think they're outside the boundary. He said, We don't need to test it. If that's it, let's transfer the system to our computers. We're taking too much time here. Baruch said, No, it'll only be a few seconds more. Show him the car on your GPS. Out of options, the Ghost snaked his hand into his pants, found the panic button, and triggered it, pressing it over and over. He said, Wait, before you do, explain to me again how it works. Booth started to say something, and Farouk cut him off. Who cares about the science? It works. Watch. And he hit the enter key. The Ghost saw the car disappear, then reappear in Canada, and felt both cuffs begin to vibrate. He felt a colossal urge to run, but he knew it would do no good. He had 3 minutes before both feet were amputated. Farouk said something that came out as white noise. Farouk spoke again, then touched the Ghost's sleeve. Gamal, are you okay? Look, now the car is back where it's supposed to be, see? You can control how far it moves as well as how long. The Ghost felt the vibrations cease in both cuffs. He took a deep breath and said, So all the GPS receivers are working again? Booth said, Yes. He jammed his hand back into his pants and hit the first button, the non-panic one, in an attempt to stop the assault he knew was coming. Farouk continued, Show him how you can do it without Wi-Fi. Show him the delay. Booth said, If I want, I can set up multiple strings of outages for as long as I'd like. Using the laptop trackpad, he turned another dial, saying, For instance, I could shut off just the GPS receivers in Mexico for 5 minutes, then set the entire constellation to go out permanently in 12 hours. Now, if I were to hit enter, we'd get 2 outages of varying degrees and varying lengths of time. Baruch said, That way you can set it when you have Wi-Fi, but it won't release until you're away from Wi-Fi. The Ghost was pressing the non-panic pager button again when Mr. Pink and a woman he didn't recognize rounded the far side of the stone temple. He heard noise behind him and saw Mr. Black and an African-American closing from the opposite direction. Pallone took one look at the woman and leapt to his feet, pulling a gun from inside his jacket. Farouk slammed the lid on Booth's laptop with his hand still on the keyboard, drawing a howl. The GPS screen went blank, and the Ghost felt the ankle cuffs vibrate again.
Chapter 62. Sitting at a corner table inside the small museum cafeteria, Jennifer said, I find it ridiculous that I'm out here while Knuckles and Blood get to roam around the museum. They don't care one bit about what's in this place. I said, We'll come back when this is over. She said, I have a degree in anthropology. This is one of the largest anthropology museums in the world. I started to say something when my phone buzzed for the second time, meaning the meeting was over. That was quick. I looked at my screen and felt a jolt fire down my spine. Next to me, Jennifer said, "Pike, he just alerted." I said, "Let's go," just as my radio came alive, Knuckles and Blood confirming the worst. Something had gone horribly wrong, and my beautiful plan was turning to absolute shit. With the 5-man team I had, 4 men and a woman, I was hard-pressed to accomplish both primary tasks of capturing the American hacker and taking down the device he'd created. Whoever had picked the place of the meeting had done a pretty good job. The Anthropology Museum was wide open, with multiple halls and levels in addition to a plethora of outside exhibits. On top of that, it had a large security presence to prevent theft and damage, enough to preclude any shenanigans from either side during the sale of the device. I'd decided to wait until after the sale, allowing the men to split up and leave the museum, with the ghost alerting us when the meeting was over, triggering surveillance. I'd left Decoy outside in an SUV, giving us some flexing options should we need to mount up, and tasked Knuckles and Blood with tracking the American. Jennifer and I would take the device and the Hezbollah crew along with the ghost. I wasn't comfortable allowing anyone else on him, feeling he was my sole responsibility, and was glad the assignments had already been decided by our previous actions. Whoever we had chased on the rooftops of Torpedo would recognize Jennifer and me, but they hadn't seen Knuckles or Blood, meaning they could conduct a proper follow. The downside was they couldn't identify the targets like we could, as we had no photographs or anything else. I wasn't too worried, though, because the guy who had the American was definitely strange-looking and would be easy to spot. All they had to find was a devil dragging a Caucasian. Allowing them to split up and leave was a risk, but I didn't like the odds of successfully conducting an assault inside the museum, then escaping with an American in tow, especially if we were going to leave some dead bodies behind. Too great a chance of compromise inside a treasure that Mexico valued highly. And now, I was being forced into it. Speedwalking through the open courtyard, Jennifer took the first left she could find into the exhibit area, weaving through the displays, but not moving fast enough to draw stares. I went through our options and began coordinating the assault, shifting mission focus from what I'd given previously. All elements, priority is the device. I say again, priority is the device. Knuckles said, "Coming in from the west. Copy, you want to forget second target?" Jennifer reached a large glass door, and we were through, into the garden area full of old relics and temples. I said, "Roger, good copy. If we can, we'll take him, but the device has priority." We rounded a temple, and I saw the ghost sitting with 3 other men. The one on the end reacted first, and I recognized the devil from Torpedo. He raised a weapon and began firing. Jennifer split right behind a stone head, and I went left, diving into the protection of a brick wall. I rose and saw the American running full out toward the museum, screaming, with his arms over his head, the devil firing at his back. I snapped 2 rounds, hitting the devil in the upper body and causing him to drop the gun, but it didn't put him down. He whirled and sprinted into the temple behind him. I focused on the table, seeing Knuckles and Blood closing on the ghost, and one other man running through the trees toward the fence that fronted Paseo de la Reforma Avenue. Blood broke left into the temple, and I leapt up, reaching the ghost at the same time as Knuckles. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jennifer take a knee, pulling security toward the museum. Knuckles closed down the other half of our circle, facing the direction the other target had run, and getting a status from Blood on the radio. I turned toward the ghost, who was lying on the ground. I jerked him to his feet, pointed at the 2 laptops on the table, and said, "Is this it? Which one is the device?" He screamed, "No, Farouk has it! The man running toward the road!" I dropped him, turned to Knuckles, and said, "Go." He took off, and I began coordinating. "Decoy, bring the vehicle down Paseo de la Reforma. Precious cargo is on foot, headed to the fence. Interdict him. Blood, status." I had barely gotten the words out of my mouth when he rounded the corner of the temple. "Both guys are in the crowd. I never saw the American, but the other guy is headed to the entrance. You want me to move to the front?" "Negative. We're getting the device." The ghost grabbed my arm. "It's running. He initiated it." "Shit." I said, "Let's go. Jennifer, get on the ghost. Get him out of here." We began crashing through the foliage, and I heard the ghost shout something at my back. I ignored him and continued on, huffing into my radio. "Knuckles, what do you have?" His answer came back the same way, as if he were panning it out. "He's at the fence. He's climbing. I'm not going to reach him before he's over. Decoy status." I'm coming. I got him when he clears the fence, Pike. The GPS in our car has gone haywire." Blood had left me behind, running through the woods like a deer. He closed on Knuckles, and I heard, "He's over. Decoy, he's over." "Roger, I see him. He's coming to the road about 100 meters up." I said, "Stop his ass. Run him over if you have to." I saw Knuckles ahead, halfway up the fence, Blood leaping up right behind him. I sprinted as fast as I could, hearing the worst. Pike, he's got help. A car just hopped the curb and he's in it. They're mounted now." Interdict the car? Have Decoy slam into them? "Can you stop them?" "Not right here. I've got cars in between us. Knuckles, I got you. I'm 10 seconds out." I leapt onto the fence and said, "Pull over. Pick us up." I flipped to the far side, hung for a split second, then dropped to the sidewalk, seeing Knuckles and Blood diving into the vehicle. I sprinted to the open door and heard a pop to my rear at the museum, as loud as a gunshot fired right next to me. I crammed into the back of the SUV, Decoy hit the gas, and Knuckles said, "What the hell was that?" I said, "I don't know, get moving." Then it dawned on me. Oh man, the ankle cuffs. The GPS thinks he's out of the boundary. For a moment I couldn't concentrate because of what I'd done to the ghost. I'd promised him safety, and I'd maimed him for life instead, quite possibly killed him. That's what he was shouting when you ran away. He was a terrorist, but he was also human. He was my charge, my responsibility, and I hadn't thought through what would happen if they initiated the device for any length of time greater than a simple 5-second test. The SUV jerked to the left, slamming my body against the door and bringing me back to the mission. Decoy said, "See that yellow sedan? That's him. Get on him. Knock him off the road. Everybody, the device is running. Don't waste time trying to subdue anyone. Interdict the car and kill all inside. Find the device and shut it down." I called Jennifer. Coco, what's your status?" I got no response. Coco, status." I felt a sour, nauseous sense of dread. She was on the ghost when his cuffs had gone off. Please don't let her have been hurt by my stupidity.
Chapter 63. Jennifer watched Pike and Knuckles race into the woods, then turn to the ghost, putting her front sight post on his head. "Get up. Now, we need to clear the area." He screamed, "The device is on! It's on!" "I know that," she snarled. "Get your ass up, now!" "My cuffs are going to blow. The Polaris Protocol has tricked them into thinking I'm somewhere else." Jennifer heard the words and took a step back, wondering if he was lying. She knew from personal experience the man was deadly and wicked smart. The ghost looked at her and pleaded, "Please, take them off. I'm running out of time." Pike had ensured that every member of the team held a key that would unlock the cuffs in case emergency action was necessary, just as every prison guard had the ability to unlock their charges. But doing so would release the ghost into the world without any controls, something akin to opening the cage of a wolf inside a nursery. She knelt down, keeping the barrel of her Glock on his head, the suppressor wobbling from the adrenaline. She touched the ankle cuff on his right leg and felt it vibrating. She leapt back. "How long? How much time since they started?" "I don't know. Please, don't let this happen. I won't hurt you. I'll follow you wherever you want, do whatever you say. Just don't let this thing maim me." She instinctively wanted to help, but now had a second dilemma. If she tried to remove the cuffs, she could have her hands blown off because the time ran out. She looked into his eyes, enlarged through the thick glasses he wore, and saw despair, along with resignation. "He thinks he's doomed. He believes nobody like me will help him. Believes I want him to suffer." She laid the Glock on the ground and ripped through her pockets for the key. He sat up, an incredulous expression on his face. She knelt down, frantically working the circular laser key into the right cuff. She got it off and flung it far into the woods. Hands shaking, she went to work on the left cuff, wasting precious seconds getting the key inserted. She twisted, and the lock refused to move. Her brain screamed for her to run, screamed that the fuse was reaching the end. She jerked the key left and right without result, then took a deep breath, willing herself to relax. She pulled the key from the lock, blew on its grooves to remove any blockage, then reinserted it, the clock in her head now banging in a crescendo. The lock turned, releasing the cuff. She snatched it away and threw it backhand over her body. It went 7 feet from her hand and exploded, the shock wave slapping into her head. She felt a stinging pain in her shoulder and rolled on the ground. She heard nothing in her ears but ringing. She sat up and found the ghost standing above her, holding her weapon. The last thing she saw was the barrel of the heavy suppressor coming at her temple.
Chapter 64. Decoy jerked the wheel to the left, swerving around the last car that separated us from our target. I stopped trying to get Jennifer on the radio, focusing on the immediate mission. Paseo de la Reforma was a 4-lane boulevard in this area, with the inbound lanes separated from the outbound by a median 10 meters wide and lined with trees. He could only go straight, the thoroughfare a channelized kill zone. Decoy said, "Got stop traffic ahead, pedestrian crossing." I saw the right side window of the sedan come down, and a man hung out with a pistol, firing our way. Decoy shouted, and I flattened onto the seat, fighting with knuckles and blood to get as low as possible. I heard the windshield pop, the safety glass spiderwebbing from multiple rounds. The salvo done. Decoy snapped upright. I got enough that nobody was hit, then strained to locate the sedan, but was unable to see anything because of the spiderweb of cracks in the windshield. Decoy was driving with his head held just above the steering wheel, looking through a spot of clean glass. "He's hopped the curb using the crosswalk." I hung my head out the window and saw the sedan plow into 2 people, flipping them over the hood before they spilled back onto the brick sidewalk. The sedan reached the far side and whipped around in front of the traffic, stopped on the eastbound side, pedestrians screaming and diving out of the way. "Follow him!" We hit the curb at speed, the jolt bouncing everyone inside. Decoy kept the pedal buried, looking like a little old lady crouched behind the wheel, threading the path the sedan had created. We hit the east side before the light changed and found ourselves behind the target. Nothing between us but road. Decoy swung into the lane and began to gain with each passing second, our horsepower greater than the sedan's. I said, "We gotta end this. Cops will be here soon." The sedan was rocketing forward way too fast, reaching 70 miles an hour before it hit the next pack of traffic. It slowed and began weaving, still going much faster than was safe. We followed, causing brake lights to flash as the 2 vehicles swam through the traffic like sharks in a school of goldfish. We caught up with the sedan at the first traffic circle of the Central District. The man popped out of the window again, aiming his pistol, and Decoy hammered the sedan's right rear quarter panel. I saw the gun skip across the roof as the car was flung sideways into the traffic circle. The driver broadsided the vehicle, regained control, and exited the circle, back on Paseo de la Reforma, now separated from us by a small cluster of cars. All Decoy could do was pound his horn in frustration. We circled back onto Reforma, and once again began to work our way forward, everyone straining to catch sight of the yellow sedan. Blood, his head hanging out the left window, said, "Got him. 5 cars ahead, Florencia traffic circle coming up." Continuing to weave, gaining ground, Decoy was slowed behind 2 cars driving the same pace. Frustrated, he jammed the accelerator, splitting the gap between them. He clipped the rear view of the car to our right, spraying the road with glitter before cutting back left, now 2 cars behind the sedan. They saw us coming and accelerated, attempting the same maneuver. The sedan ground into the car on the left, then jerked to the right, hammering that vehicle before springing back to the left like a pinball. The 2 wrecked vehicles on either side slowed, and the sedan jumped forward into the Florencia traffic circle, moving with too much velocity, causing it to skid sideways. I heard the squeal of tortured rubber and saw a panel truck, tires smoking, slammed straight into the driver's side door of the sedan. Decoy jammed on the brakes, and I shouted, "Go, go, go!" The three of us exited at a run, Blood leaving Knuckles and me behind as he raced to the vehicle. I saw a man jump from the passenger side and sprint to the sidewalk, hitting Florencia and going south. Blood reached the vehicle, batting his way through the crowd. Knuckles and I diverted to the sidewalk, going after the man. Blood came on the radio. "Vehicle's a dry hole," which meant the man in front of us had it. He was a block ahead, but not running as fast as we were, probably because his idea of physical training was smoking a hookah pipe. We closed to half a block. I saw him glance over his shoulder, his eyes bugging out of his head with the realization that we were going to catch him. He reached a cross street called Londres and ran straight into a market. I couldn't believe my good luck. Blood, this is Pike. Get your ass down here. He just entered Mercado Insurgentes. Take up your planned position." Knuckles said, "Same for me?" "Yeah, I'll go in and flush him." Mercado Insurgentes was a shopping area a block long, full of stalls no more than 5 feet across, and walkways smaller than 3 feet in width. It was a maze. It was also the place I had pre-planned to meet the Ghost, had I needed an off-site instead of his hotel room, which meant we knew the area much better than the target did because we'd already conducted a recce. Unlike him, we knew it only had 2 exits, one on Londres, which Blood would take, and one on Liverpool Street, where Knuckles would position. Knuckles continued running flat out down the block, heading toward the southern Liverpool exit. I sprinted into the market, having little trouble finding my quarry due to the racket he was making trying to escape in the confined space. The vendors were starting to swarm the congested pathways through the maze, wondering who the jackass was that was knocking over all the souvenir Santa Muerte statues and handcrafted jewelry. I slowed, not needing to rush now, not wanting to highlight myself like he was doing. I followed the noise, moving deeper into the market, taking turns by sound alone. Eventually, my target got smart and quit running blindly through the stalls. I started conducting a grid search, saying into my radio, "Are we set?" "North set. South set. Roger all. Time to do some quail hunting. Stand by." I weaved through the stalls, peeking across and between the various tourist junk for sale, systematically going in one direction, then cutting back to another, slicing the market into smaller and smaller sections of pie. I caught a flash of movement 2 rows over and peeked between a shelf of jade necklaces, the owner knowing better than to ask if I was shopping. I saw my target, standing still and facing the other way, a laptop in his hand. I held my finger to my lips and looked at the shopkeeper. She nodded, not saying a word. I exited, went to the nearest little alley of a walkway, and snuck behind him. He was now 1 row of shops over, and I could see the laptop through the back of another stall, behind a selection of Mayan calendars. He was up against a wall, and could go no deeper into the market. I knew he was close to the southern exit, even if he didn't. I decided to get him to the street instead of wrestling him to the ground here. I moved right to the edge of the stall, squatted beneath the calendars and said, Stop right there." As expected, he jumped like I'd poked him with a cattle prod and took off running, paralleling the wall. I circled around and gave chase, letting him gain distance. "Knuckles, he's 5 seconds out. Roger all." I saw daylight, then heard the scuffle. I reached a small alcove that led to the street in time to see Knuckles bounce back as the man swung a small pocket knife at him. I heard the cough of a suppressed pistol, then the man collapsed, the laptop bouncing on the concrete. Exasperated, I said, "What the fuck? You took him down because of that little toothpick? Asshole was trying to kill me." I couldn't argue with that. I said, "Get Decoy here with the vehicle and lock that door leading in. You get to clean up your mess." He grunted something and I grinned at him, snatching up the laptop, knowing we'd just accomplished the mission. Well, the half that mattered the most anyway. I opened it and saw something that looked like an old-fashioned stereo face. I ran my finger over the trackpad, and a pop-up appeared saying the computer was locked for Care Bear and to enter a password or use a biometric thumb pad at the base of the keyboard. I waited until it disappeared, then studied the screen. All the switches and dials were in the off position, with an upper box labeled Satellite Acquisition. The number in the box was 0, so we're good. I looked at the bottom of the screen, seeing another box labeled Next Disruption. Beside it was a clock showing 11 hours and 22 minutes, and it was counting down.
Chapter 65. The Ghost watched the fractured response from the security personnel at the museum entrance and knew checking the locker wouldn't be an issue. The explosions and gunfire had caused some reaction, but for the most part the tourists wandering around the exhibits simply looked at each other in confusion, which is exactly what the security personnel did. Eventually they started moving inside, but apart from the initial fight at the temple, there was no chaos, no screaming or running amok. He assumed Pilon and the American were long gone, and he would have been as well except he needed a passport. He left the museum trailing another group of tourists, the woman's pistol hidden in his laptop case. He knew he should have killed her, should have used her suppressed weapon to punch a hole in her head. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Her actions had been incredibly brave, and in truth was something he never would have expected to see from an American, from an enemy. She had risked her life to ensure his safety, had shown compassion he would have never given if their positions had been reversed, along with the courage to use it in the face of great bodily harm. It was an act that had confounded him. Despite what she'd done, he knew he should have taken her life. She was still the enemy, and the cold reptilian part of his nature was chastising him for his weakness. But he had been here before. A year ago he had seen a close friend begin to crumble from the pressures of a mission, and had understood he should eliminate the weak link if he wanted to succeed. But he could not, and because of it he had ended up in the hands of Mr. Pink. He had often wondered what had happened to his friend, wondered if he was living a life of isolation in a strange American prison like he had been, but he had never regretted the decision. It was his choice to make, as with the woman, and his life was worth less than his honor. Flesh and blood were frail and fleeting. Honor was forever. He could kill without remorse, but he did so for a purpose. In his world, betrayal was a way of life, just like the mission he'd been given by Mr. Pink. The actions of the woman, on the other hand, were a surprise. She would return to hunt him, he knew, and regardless of her actions, he would still owe her a debt. And he understood he would never repay it. If she stood in his way in the future, if she attempted to capture him again, he would kill her just as quickly as anyone else. The dichotomy caused no conflict in his mind. It was what it was. War. The tourist group he was following continued on to the street, and he veered to the left, traveling downstairs to the parking area. He saw a pack of school kids waiting for a bus, all excitedly talking to each other and bouncing around, exasperating their chaperone. On the wall adjacent to the stop was a bank of small lockers, designed to hold umbrellas, purses, and wallets. His key said 72. He ran his eyes down the row, found the number, and unlocked the door. He pulled it open and smiled. Inside was a Lebanese passport, just as promised. He took it and began retracing his steps to the park, this time staying away from the 4-lane road and moving down the paths that meandered throughout, thinking about his next steps. The killer with the scarred face had taken his money, but he still had the credit cards. He could withdraw as much cash as they allowed as a cushion, then buy a plane ticket home with them. He thought for a minute and realized the trap he was setting for himself. The Americans knew the name on the card, knew the account, and they'd be watching. He would need to buy many different plane tickets to confuse them. If he bought enough, spread throughout several days, he'd increase his odds of escaping. Perhaps he'd head to Europe first, while they staged for a flight to Lebanon. The thought reminded him that he'd have to ditch the credit cards the minute he left Mexico. Buying the tickets here would be a risk, but using the Al-Qaeda credit card at any final destination would be suicide. And he had no access to cash because that devil had decided to empty his Al-Qaeda bank account. All he would have was the measly amount he could draw on the cards. The truth rankled him. Why should that man get all of his money? Why didn't he agree to the purchase price? He reached the first intersection and saw a sitio taxi stand for government-regulated cabs that wouldn't attempt to rob him after he got inside. Not that that would matter. He was on the run now, and anyone who stood in his way, be it for petty cash or his capture, would die. He gave the cabbie the name of a hotel he'd seen on his walking tours earlier, far away from where he'd stayed before with Mr. Pink and Mr. Black, in a decidedly less touristy part of town. He secretly hoped the cabbie would try something, give him some reason to vent his frustration. The man looked at his thick glasses and started to grin, intent on fleecing him for more money than a simple drive to a hotel was worth. Then he saw the eyes behind the glasses. He turned around without a word. In the back, the ghost opened the computer he'd taken off of the table. On the screen was Pelon's bank account, still open with the password in place. He stared at the web page, considering his options. This man held the key to his future, the chance at a new life, with money that was rightfully his. He didn't care if Pelon kept half, but it wasn't fair for him to have it all. He tapped some keys, ensuring the password was saved in the computer registry, and would automatically be filled in when he reached this page again. He knew he couldn't transfer any money without the digital token Pelon had, but that was okay. He would see any transactions the man made and could track him down, could find him. When he did, he'd have a discussion about sharing the money, about giving the ghost what was rightfully his. Get him to use the bank's digital token to transfer cash into a new account, one that would give the ghost a new life. Pelon wouldn't do so out of goodwill, the ghost knew. After their brief encounter, he understood the man was like a rabid dog, looking for something to bite, and he had the skill to bite deep. The thought brought no fear. The ghost knew his own capabilities well. If he didn't want to transfer the money, it would be okay. All the ghost needed was the digital token. If he had to pry it from the killer's dead hand, he would. Chapter 66. The Sicario watched the people exit the cab, none looking remotely like Arthur Booth. He checked his watch, seeing that he'd been waiting for close to 2 hours. It looked like his guess had been wrong, just as he'd been wrong about Booth's having nothing to do with the team that had been chasing them. A miscalculation he regretted. Booth was the only connection, the only common denominator. And somehow they'd managed to find him twice, first in Tepito, then at the museum. Booth wasn't working with the team, of that the Sicario was sure. For one, during the attack in Tepito, after initially showing tenacious resolve, the man and woman on the team had abruptly quit the chase, letting them escape. 2, Booth had run away screaming at the museum. If he'd thought they were there to rescue him, he would have stayed, happy for them to appear. Instead, the assault had surprised him as much as anyone else. Even so, he was sure they were tracking him, and Arthur Booth knew the reason why. Had known they might be coming again, and had said nothing. The Sicario regretted not flaying the man for answers. Booth had lied to him, which was reason enough to kill him. But he also now had information that could never get out. He knew the Sicario's real name. The Sicario watched one more cab arrive without result and decided to leave. Clearly, Booth wasn't coming to the United States Embassy for help. The Sicario mentally kicked himself for allowing the man to keep his passport. Identification was necessary to enter the museum, and so the Sicario had given Booth his passport just prior to entering. He'd kept the man's wallet, but had failed to retrieve the passport after they had entered. Booth had no money or the ability to get any, but now he had the means to flee the country. Knowing Booth's fear and lack of ability to do anything in the city, especially without any money, The Sicario had figured he would show up here, spinning some story about being mugged or kidnapped, and asking to return to America. But it looked like that idea had been misplaced hope. There had been a steady stream of people moving inside to the first security checkpoint, but none were Booth. Perhaps the team is working with the embassy. Maybe this is why he hasn't shown. He is as afraid of them as he is of me. The man had to be somewhere, though, and the Sicario understood his intelligence. While he might have been a blubbering mass of cowardice, he was smart. He wasn't wandering the street looking for a handout. He was working hard to find another way to get home. How? How could he do that? The Sicario stood and walked away from the embassy, flagging down an unregistered cab. He climbed in back, seeing two men in the front, both disheveled and dirty. He gave them the name of a store and settled back, thinking of the ramifications. If Booth were captured by the team or anyone else, the Sicario had no illusions that he wouldn't give up his real name as soon as he opened his mouth, doing anything to keep himself out of jail for his theft of computer secrets. That would close down the Sicario's only escape route, his island of protection from Los Cetes. He now had plenty of money to live on for the rest of his life, but he couldn't use it if the American authorities were hunting him. He wouldn't be able to get a driver's license, open a new bank account, or do any of the mundane things required to live in the United States. Beyond that, Booth had lied to him and had fled. The Sicario could not let that stand. He had one thing he did well, one thing that made him what he was, and Booth had spit on that skill. For that he would die. The Sicario was brought out of his thoughts when he felt the cab stop. He glanced out and saw they were nowhere near his destination. The cab had parked in an alley between two warehouses. The Sicario understood why. The man in the passenger seat said, "What happened to your arm?" The Sicario noticed his makeshift bandage had begun to leak crimson, the wound he'd received at the museum slowly seeping through. "I was hurt at work. Why did you stop here?" The man flashed a kitchen knife with a 6-inch blade. "Hand over your money. Maybe I won't carve your other arm." The Sicario closed his eyes. The violence followed him everywhere. He wasn't the fox, he was the hen, an animal that attracted death. Why did they come for him? Was it God's plan or another unconnected event on his path in life? A sign of what was to come, or just an echo, like thunder in a storm? He dearly wanted to know. When he opened his eyes again, the man in front wavered, shrinking from the glare. The driver said, "Give us your wallet. Do it now." The Sicario reached behind his back, and the man with the knife relaxed. Instead of a wallet, the Sicario withdrew his pistol, placed it on the forehand of the knife wielder, and pulled the trigger, spraying the windshield with blood and brain matter. The explosion was huge inside the closed vehicle, the smoke and smell of burned powder filling it. The driver held up his hand, saying, "No, no, please don't." The Sicario said, "Move over. Get in the passenger seat." The driver sat still in fear. "Don't, please don't kill me." "Move over, now." "Why? Why?" The Sicario pressed the barrel into his head and said, "Because I'm taking this car, and I don't want to drive sitting in blood. Move." The driver began to cry, but he opened the door and pushed the body to the pavement. He turned around and said, "We weren't going to hurt you. Please, I have a wife, a daughter." The Sicario paused, intrigued. He placed his black eyes on the man and asked, "What does that have to do with anything? Would having a wife and daughter prevent a fox from killing your chickens?" The driver was confused by the statement. He opened his mouth to speak, his lips sliding over his teeth, but no words came out. He looked at the Sicario in fear, willing to say anything to prevent what was coming, but having no idea what words would succeed. The Sicario was disappointed. Another man who had no answers. He pulled the trigger, shattering teeth and severing the spinal cord. The Sicario pushed him out of the seat, letting the body flop on top of the other man's. He closed the door and backed out of the alley, the front tire rolling over an outstretched arm. He was unsure of his exact location, not having paid attention during the drive, and gave up trying to find the store he'd given them. Instead, he began circling the neighborhood, looking for the familiar black and yellow sign. He made several left turns and was growing frustrated when he saw what he wanted, a small grocery store with a placard advertising Western Union. He parked on the side, the passenger door pinned in by a wall to prevent some curious passerby from seeing the mess in the front seat. The store was empty, making his job infinitely easier. He turned and locked the front door, then went to the counter. The woman behind it had seen his actions, and when she saw his destroyed visage, she shrank back, praying under her breath. He said, "I'm not here to harm you. I want to withdraw a transfer from Western Union." She nodded rapidly in relief and said, "I need the MTCN and your first and last name." He said, "Arthur Booth. But I have no MTCN. What is that?" "The money transfer control number. It's the number the person sending it should have given you so you could receive it." He leaned into the counter and said, "I just want to know if a man named Arthur Booth received money. Can you check for me?" Trembling, she said, "I'm not allowed to do that. Please." He stared at her for a moment, then said, "Is that what you really want to tell me?" A man outside rattled the handle of the door, then knocked. The Sicario said, "Don't turn this into violence. Check for me, please." She began typing, and he went to the door. He opened it and said, "We're closed for inventory," then shut it in the man's face before he could say a word. He returned to the counter, and she said, "Yes, and Arthur Booth received $4,000 from the Western Union and the United States. The transaction has already been completed." "Can you tell me where? What store did the transfer?" Her lip quivering, she said, "No, it doesn't show that. It just shows it was completed." "Who sent it?" "I don't know. Usually you don't have to give any information like that. The only person who has to show identification would be the receiver, to prove he was who he said he was." She seemed to collapse in on herself, fearing what the Sicario would do. He said, "He wouldn't have to show identification, even for that amount of money?" Seeing a lifeline, her eyes lit up, and she said, Yes, maybe. That would be considered a suspicious transfer in the United States." She began typing again, and he saw her exhale. "It's here. The amount was flagged, and the sender had to provide his name and address." She wrote down the information and handed it to him. He read it, seeing he would be going deeper into America than he had intended. The address was for someone named Peter Scarborough in Colorado Springs, Colorado, USA. He knew Booth was gone, probably in the air, flying to America right this moment. The Sicario had no idea where he would go or what he would do to hide. But this Peter Scarborough did. Chapter 67. "What was the heat state when you left?" said Pike. "What's our compromise status?" Jennifer tried to turn her head, but Decoy held it in place, saying, "Stop moving. Look right at me and keep holding your hair back. I want you to follow this light with your eyes." She did so, then said, "We're good at the museum. They have no idea what happened. They heard some noises, but when the policeman brought me around, I claimed I'd been mugged. He asked about explosions, and I said I had no idea what he was talking about. He took a statement from me, so he's got my name. But I used our cover of Grolier Recovery Services. Made absolute sense to be there. And I had the pocket litter and identification to back it up." Decoy said, "I don't think she's got a concussion, but we should get her checked out by someone who isn't a witch doctor." Pike said, "You're the best we've got right now. Put that med lab training to good use. Patch her up." Decoy squatted down at her level and gingerly touched her scalp with an antiseptic. She gritted her teeth at the sting, but said nothing, waiting on him to accidentally poke the wound in retaliation for her mistake. After dealing with the police, she'd been allowed to go. Well, more precisely, they didn't seem to have any overarching plan, and she'd wandered off. Knowing bad news never got better with age, she'd called Pike and told him what had happened. I had the ghost and was escorting him out, then I let him escape free and clear. By the way, he has my weapon as well. She didn't use those exact words, but it had been the toughest phone call she'd ever had to make. She knew full well what the impact would be. While they'd been on a high-speed chase complete with a firefight, she'd let a captured terrorist shackled with a GPS locator escape. Not only that, she had facilitated it. She knew her reputation was done. Now she was simply waiting on the fallout. Strangely enough, it hadn't happened yet. The minute she'd walked in the room, everyone had taken one look at her and wanted to know if she was okay. At first, she was convinced it was because she was female and they were showing a protective streak. But she knew the hot wash was coming. She'd seen them before as a bystander. Brutal after-action reviews where they analyzed all mistakes to prevent future occurrences. Nobody was spared, regardless of their position on the team. And that was where she would be fired. Pike said, "I think we're good at the market as well. Decoy managed to get our SUV out of the area before the police showed up, and we weren't stopped getting back to the hotel with a computer." Decoy placed 2 butterfly bandages on her cut and said, "Amazing what a wad of cash will do for you in Mexico. Most expensive SUV I've ever purchased, but it was worth it. They even took out the registration history of the rental." He rose and said, "She's good to go. She's going to look like an abused wife for a couple of weeks, but she doesn't need stitches. The shoulder wound is worse than the head one, but that's just a puncture from shrapnel. It'll heal on its own." Eyes downcast, she said, "Thanks." He nudged her. When she looked up, he winked and said, "I see what you're thinking. Don't. That was a gutsy move." He went back to the anteroom of the suite with the rest of the team, leaving her alone with Pike. "Here it comes." Pike said, "You got any ideas at all where the ghost was headed? Did he say anything?" "No, nothing. He just begged for me to get the cuffs off. If I had done it sooner, I'd still have him. If I hadn't waffled." He sat down facing her. "Cut that shit out. Look, this was my mistake, not yours. I never thought they'd initiate a long-term outage before making the sale. Never figured those cuffs would be something to worry about." "Pike, you don't need to protect me. I know I screwed up. I know how much the Oversight Council thought this was a bad idea, and I proved them right." He glanced at the door, making sure it was closed, then leaned in and kissed her forehead, right next to her wound. "You always think I'm protecting you because you don't understand your own worth. You never have. What you did today earned the respect of every man on this team. They're out there right now wondering what they would have done, and not all are sure they would have risked their lives to save the ghost. They know it was the right call, but they're wondering if they would have made it." Staring vacantly at the ground, she said, "Pike, he was screaming in the dirt. I felt the cuffs vibrating. I had to do it. I thought the things were going to go off while I was working the lock. I don't know what I could have—" He lightly punched her in the shoulder, knocking her back into the present. "Hey, you did good. Don't dwell on it. Whatever you do, don't let this action cloud something in the future. Keep your compass. It served you well in the past and will do so in the future. We'll get him again. I told you it was my mistake." She didn't believe him, about whose mistake it was, anyway. She did believe that he thought she'd done the right thing, and that meant a great deal to her, like it always did. She wasn't so sure of the team, although Decoy had winked at her, giving her encouragement. "But that guy is always trying to get in my pants. Would he have said it if he knew about Pike and me?" Blood opened the door and said, "VPN's up. Kurt's on the line. Time for a disaster report." Pike grinned at him and said, I don't think I've ever had a sit rep quite this bad where someone wasn't KIA. This will be a record.
Chapter 68. I exited the bedroom with Jennifer in tow, wondering how I was going to spin this disaster. Well, that's not true. There was no spin in our world. The facts spoke for themselves, and unlike on the Sunday talk shows, the repercussions were for keeps. Whatever the reason, we had lost both the American and the Ghost. We'd captured the device, but it was apparently ticking down to a catastrophic GPS outage, and we couldn't get into the computer to stop it. A disaster all around, and spinning words like a politician wouldn't make the facts any different. Our job was to stop the catastrophe. Their job was to cloak how it was done, using their words to protect us. We each had our missions, and while theirs disgusted me, I understood the necessity of both. After some pleasantries, I told Kurt the entire team was in the room, just to let him know who was listening. They were mostly off camera, and I didn't want him to say anything that was only meant for me. He said, "I'm assuming since you're all sitting here, the meeting for the device is over. So, give me some good news. I have a council update in an hour." I told him what we had with the computer, then how we couldn't affect the countdown. He said, "And it's going off in 12 hours? It was going off in 12 hours. It's down to about 7 now. 7, great, just perfect. That's about the same time as Operation Gimlet. Have them strike early, what's the big deal with that? We can't penetrate the Syrian air defenses with a strike from a carrier group. It's not like Afghanistan. We don't own air superiority. Syria is one tough nut to crack, especially for a surgical attack. The strike package is a flight of B-2 bombers from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. We need the stealth capability, but the trade-off is reaction time. The B-2s are the only ones that can accomplish the mission, and they're already in the air. It's a 15-hour flight, and they're halfway to the target." Shit. He continued, "Where's the American? It's his computer. Make him crack the code." "Sir, he escaped." I told him about the Ghost hitting the panic button, triggering early, and the meeting devolving into a nest of rabbits scattering at the sight of a hawk. He heard the story, then asked the next obvious question. "And the Ghost, where is he?" I took a deep breath, then told that story as well. I saw him put his head into his hands on the screen. I said, "Sir, it had to be done. He looked up and interrupted. "Was what, about to escape? What the hell is going on down there? Where's Jennifer? How could she let him get away?" From the side, away from the team and all by herself, Jennifer said, "I'm here, Kurt. I did what I thought was right. I made a bad call." She looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole, completely ashamed to be in the room. It aggravated the hell out of me, but I knew if I said something, it would have no weight. Kurt understood we were close, even if he didn't understand how close. It turned out I didn't have to say a word. Kurt said, "Jennifer, I understand you're a civilian and haven't been in the military, but the repercussions of this are going to—" That's as far as he got. Blood stood up and moved into view of the camera, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, sir. With all due respect, she made the right call. I'd have done the same thing." Kurt said, "But you don't understand what the council is going to say. You don't understand how this is going to affect our operations. We'll be pulled." He was cut off by Decoy, who rose and crowded the camera as well. "Bullshit. You don't get to pick what's right based on what some council will think. It either is or it isn't. And Jennifer's call was right." Kurt leaned back in his chair, rocking and thinking. An operator now working solely in the shark tank of politics, trying to remember what he used to know, what it was like on the ground. He turned back to the camera and said, Yeah, okay, I got it. Maybe I've been in D.C. too long. The call was right, I'm with you. But that doesn't solve my problem. Pike, you there?" I pushed through. "Yes, sir." "You know I'm going to have to pull her. I don't want to, but I need a head. With the report I'm about to give, I need something to show we're not all fuck-ups. She's going to get flushed. Before you say anything, we've got too much at stake. I have to get Oversight Council approval to continue, and I can't get that without their thinking, work tracking, and correcting. They'll need something tangible with this disaster of a report. Jennifer's it. I could see he didn't believe in the decision. He'd been one of her biggest cheerleaders, against a He-Man, woman-hating world within the Taskforce. We had wanted her to succeed, but like me, he also understood the political dimensions of the fight. Jennifer was going to be sacrificed to allow Kurt to continue, to allow me to continue. The irony was debilitating. My team, who had initially hated the thought of a woman in their world, now believed in her as much as they did any man in the task force, and the commander, who had fought to allow my experiment to continue, who had believed in her from the beginning, was going to fire her. Knuckles stood up, squeezing into the group, now making us look like we were in some sort of carnival picture booth, with everyone trying to get in the frame. The one guy who was always calm, his face now radiated real anger. He said, "Tell that pack of pussies if they want to question our decisions, they need to kid up and come downrange. I'm with the team. Jennifer's call was good. Not only that, but it was pretty fucking heroic. Any other organization would be giving her a medal, and those jerks would have cut her free." I glanced at Jennifer and saw her sitting against the wall slack-jawed, amazed at the support. Kurt snarled, "I got it, Knuckles. I don't like it either. That's the world we live in. You want to find the assholes who are about to destroy our ability to wage war, not to mention our economy, or do you want to get called home? The Oversight Council doesn't understand the world you live in. Some do, but most don't. What they do understand is penalty, and I'm giving them Jennifer. It's the price for playing, damn it. You know that better than most. End of story. Let's move on to solve the damn problem. Pike?" Nobody said anything. The team looked at me, waiting for me to tell Kurt to shove it up his ass. I really, really wanted to, but he was right. I'd dealt with the Oversight Council, and had glimpsed into their world. Not lived within it, but had seen enough to realize what he said was true. I knew how they acted and what buttons Kurt could push to allow us to operate, to succeed. In truth, I respected him for putting up with the BS he did to get the job done. In the end, I could fight Jennifer's battle later. Right now, we had a much more serious concern. "Sir, this computer's locked, so our first course of action is to get it open to shut off the GPS device. Get it up here. Let's get the hacking cell on it. See if we can crack that thing before it's triggered." "I'm not sure you can do that in time. We've got 7 hours, and this guy was a computer geek. The laptop's probably got more booby traps than Indiana Jones. We need to find the American. He can open it. Haven't you guys been able to do anything to neck it down? Who is he?" "We've got nothing. The guy's got to be someone on the inside, or he wouldn't be able to access the GPS constellation. But we've looked at everyone in the Air Force, starting with the 2nd SOPs and moving all the way out to the 50th Space Wing headquarters. Starting with the 2nd SOPS and moving all the way out to the 15th Space Wing headquarters. Shit, we even looked at the guys manning the gates. Shriver is clean." I said, "We're missing something. That guy is there. We're overlooking the footprints. Maybe he isn't in a uniform. Maybe he's a contract janitor or something like that. None of those guys would have clearance. They'd have no access. There's only one civilian contractor allowed on the floor, and he checked out. They don't have more than one contractor on Shriver with a clearance? That's bullshit. The place is probably overrun with guys like that. It's full of rocket scientists, and they aren't in the military. Snowden was a contractor with a clearance, for God's sake. Did you check them all? Sir, all we need is a thread. We can find him, shut this thing down. But we need a thread, and it's there. You guys are missing it." Kurt said, "We're out of time to fish. The last check took 30 hours to complete. Get the computer up here. We'll take a swing at it with our guys." Resigned, feeling failure all the way around, I said, "Roger all. We're ready to fly right now. All I need is some help with customs. We'll come right into Dulles." From the back of the room, Jennifer interrupted. "You guys are sure this traitor is on the inside?" She was holding the computer, with the clock ticking on the screen. Kurt said, "Yeah, no way would he be able to access the GPS constellation otherwise. He's on the inside. Why?" She moved forward, bumping the team out of the way. "If he's on the inside, he has a security clearance, right? He couldn't do the work without one." Kurt leaned forward. "Yes? Why's that matter?" "Well, when I got my clearance, they did a background check. I had to give them fingerprints. I said, so what? We don't have his. She held the computer forward and pointed at the biometric reader next to the keyboard. Yes, we do. We have his thumbprint right here. The team stood in silence for a moment. Then Knuckles turned to the screen and said, You still want to fire her?
Chapter 69. Arthur Booth banged on the aluminum screen door, causing a racket that startled him. He swiveled his head left and right in a panic, looking for a phantom government team to spring from the ground and handcuff him. He heard, Calm down, I'm coming. When the inner door opened, a balding man with pale skin said, Jesus Christ, Booth, you look like shit. What the hell's going on? Why on earth are you in Mexico? You said you were going to Canada to visit relatives. Booth pushed through the door, saying, Pete, it's too complicated to get into. You're a lifesaver, though. I'll pay you back the money as soon as I can get into my bank account. I lost my entire wallet. Booth walked past him, dragging a suitcase and a laptop. Pete said, Why aren't you staying at your place? I don't get it. Why do you need to stay here? Booth sat at the kitchen table and booted up his laptop, the sweat on his neck mixing with his greasy hair. He said, You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I think there are people from Mexico who are hunting for me. I got mixed up in some bullshit down there. I was sweating bullets just getting clothes and my spare computer from my house. He saw Pete's expression and hastily added, Wait, it's not what you think. I didn't do anything. I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I said I was going to Canada because Boeing has a flag on travel to Mexico for anyone with a security clearance. Believe me, now I understand why. It'll blow over, but I need some space. I can't let Boeing know about this. I can't lose my job. Pete said, Well, you left at the absolute worst time. The AEP upgrade of the Constellation is a mess. It keeps throwing out false timing signals. Everyone's going ballistic. We've been digging for days and can't find out why. Of course, the damn Air Force is blaming Boeing, and Boeing is blaming us. Booth thought about his lost computer, about the clock ticking. He couldn't remember exactly how long he'd delayed the disruption, but he knew full well he'd set it for a catastrophic failure. In the next few hours, America was going to go through a seizure. He no longer cared about punishing Wall Street or stopping drone attacks. All he was focused on now was saving his own pathetic skin. When his aircraft had broken 10,000 feet, his first order of business was to slam a margarita, amazed that he was flying back to the United States alive. After that, he'd begun to think about what had occurred. Besides the weird kidnapper who'd taken him, a man who still gave him chills even inside the aircraft, he'd been tracked by a team of Americans. He'd wondered if they weren't following the killer, but knew that was too much to hope for, especially given the kidnapper had almost tortured him to death trying to figure out who they were. The man had been right, though. It had something to do with the Polaris Protocol, which meant they might know his identity. He needed to redirect them, get them worried about something else. Maybe the GPS failure would be enough, but he didn't think so. The initial reports from his anonymous contact had been that something was fishy with Grolier Recovery Services, and he wanted to know what had been found. He needed any ammunition he could get. He said, What's your Wi-Fi password? Crystal Bean, ##, capital C. He leaned over and saw the website Booth pulled up. Whoa, stop right there. Don't you start mucking around with those message boards. I've told you before that messing with those people will get your security clearance pulled, and I want no part of it. Exasperated, Booth said, Boeing isn't looking at your router data. Come on, I'm just trying to get some information that can help me. Pete folded his arms across his chest. You can sleep here, but you will not pull me into whatever you have going on. The MAC address of your computer is tied to the MAC address of my router. Someone can see every ISP you hit, and those message boards are tracked by just about every government agency in existence. Not here. Booth slammed the laptop shut, the pressure he was under breaking the surface. I'm just trying to chat with a buddy who's doing some research for me. What sort of friend are you?" Pete refused to back down. "The sort who's willing to send you $4,000 on a fucking phone call. Go get some free Wi-Fi downtown." Booth was about to tell him to stick it up his ass and storm out, but the one rational part of his brain that still worked in his cesspool of panic realized it would only leave him exposed, and he could use a beer. Or 12. Most of the bars in downtown Colorado Springs had free Wi-Fi. He said, Okay. I'll head to Tejon Street. You want to go? I'm buying." Pete laughed and said, "You mean with my money? Thanks, but I've still got some work to do. I'm trying to puzzle out how that timing signal is being twisted. You've still got a day of leave left. Better use it, because when you get back, it's balls to the wall. If we can't figure this GPS problem out, we'll be looking for another job."
Chapter 70. The thermal showed the apartment was still empty, which, given that we'd had eyes on the front gate leading into the parking lot for the past 15 minutes, stood to reason. We were waiting on the sun to drop below the horizon, and I needed to ensure nobody entered the apartment in the meantime. There was one heat source in the target, and after analysis by someone smarter than me, it looked like it was a hamster. I think the wheel spinning gave it away. I looked at my watch, now synchronized to the ticking clock on the Doomsday computer, and saw we had less than 2 hours before the GPS constellation went crazy. Less time than that to call off Operation Gimlet, because they wouldn't want the aircraft to penetrate Syrian airspace if they weren't going to drop the bombs, which, from what I was reading about our chances, was what was about to happen. We'd flown straight to Colorado Springs and met a cell of Taskforce computer experts, who'd set up an operations center in the Hampton Inn by the airport. With the thumbprint, it had taken less time than our flight from Mexico City to find our target, a contractor working for Boeing named Arthur Booth. He'd taken some vacation time a few days before, ostensibly visiting relatives in Canada. The task force had gone to work, tracking his credit cards and cell phone usage. They'd found cellular data and credit purchases that tied Booth to El Paso earlier in the month. But the recent history was blank. He hadn't used his cell phone or credit cards in days. The last purchase they could find had been for one round-trip ticket to Mexico City from Denver, returning yesterday. He hadn't used the second leg, which made perfect sense, given I'd seen him at the museum earlier that day running like a girl. With Arthur Booth's personal digital trail a dead end, the task force dug deeper, scanning official domestic databases, probing with a wide net to find some link that would lead them to the target, and had gotten lucky. Arthur Booth had gone through immigration at Dallas earlier today, with onward travel to Colorado Springs. Originally ordered to bring the computer to the might of the task force 50-pound heads in Washington, D.C., we'd been redirected mid-flight to Colorado Springs with a dual purpose. The hacking cell would go to work on the computer here, in a makeshift operation center, and we would go after Booth. We'd gotten a dry hole at his apartment, but I hoped something inside there would give us a clue as to where he had gone. Ordinarily, we'd just have sat there waiting, for days if necessary, instead of attempting a break and enter, but we didn't have that luxury this time. Which is exactly why we hadn't simply alerted domestic authorities, claiming Booth was a serial killer or something else that would get him on every beat cop's radar screen. We couldn't break him free from the police without raising an enormous flag as to who we were and why we wanted him. The decision had been made to do a domestic task force operation against a U.S. citizen, which was a big decision indeed. Operating domestically was forbidden by the task force charter, precisely because we had the ability to break quite a few constitutional protections afforded the average United States citizen. We didn't have congressional oversight like the intelligence community and the Department of Defense. Without this scrutiny, the task force had the capacity to grow into something cancerous, becoming the very threat we were created to fight. And thus, the decision had been made to keep it off of U.S. soil. Keep the beast at bay in the hinterlands, as it were, doing evil so good may come. We'd operated domestically in the past, but against foreign targets, as we had in the Dallas airport. We'd only conducted one operation domestically against a U.S. citizen, but the threat had been overwhelming, a domestic terrorist attack to destroy our power grid, and it was judged that the Taskforce was the lone tool that could solve the problem. I remembered well the enormous debate surrounding that mission, because I'd been at the heart of it. We had succeeded, and apparently that had made this debate a little easier. I was happy with the verdict, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't give me a little unease. With only the Oversight Council as a decision-maker, there was the threat of hasty judgments based on emotion or an imperfect intelligence picture, something I'd seen happen only 6 months ago on another operation, causing Kurt Hale to offer his resignation. A problem to worry about later. Right now, I had an asshole on the loose that I needed to capture to stop a catastrophe, and little time to worry about any constitutional niceties. Although there was still a glow of twilight, I judged it dark enough to execute. I turned to Jennifer. You ready? Yeah. I see my route. I'll use the balconies. The building was a 4-story brick structure with a single access point on the ground floor, secured with a keypad. From our reconnaissance earlier, we'd learned that the entrance could be unlocked from the apartments themselves, as we'd seen a pizza delivery guy speak into a box, then pull the door open. That was now Jennifer's mission. Dressed like Catwoman in a black lycra Under Armour shirt and leggings that fit like a second skin, she was going to scale to the 4th-floor apartment, break in through the sliding glass door, then hit the entrance button. I said, "Get moving, we're wasting time." She exited the vehicle, scurried through the foliage, avoiding the pool of light from a street lamp, and reached the corner of the building. A voice in the back seat said, "Who is that chick? I didn't think we had any female operators." His name was Bartholomew Creedwater, and he was supposedly the best computer guy the Taskforce had. He'd probably never once left his little hole inside Taskforce headquarters in D.C., and he was treating this whole operation as the time of his life. Beside him, Decoy said, "I didn't think so either, until I saw her do some shooting in Mexico." I said, "She's a monkey. She can climb just about anything, which comes in handy during situations like this." Standing on the railing of the bottom balcony, Jennifer leapt up and grasped the concrete of the balcony above. From there, she began to move like a lizard, seeming to flow upward against gravity. Creedwater said, "That is positively amazing. Where'd she come from?" I said, "Cirque du Soleil. She's a gymnast." We continued to watch her climb, Creedwater acting like he was in a spy movie, his mouth hanging open. He said, "I wonder if she likes computer geeks." What? I looked at him, and I swear I thought he was constructing some fantasy in his head. "Hey, keep focused on the mission. I didn't drag you out here so you could watch a show." We were bringing him and his skills into the apartment to survey whatever electronic stuff was available, hoping to find a lead. His mission ended at a keyboard. He snapped his mouth closed, embarrassed. Decoy said, "Yeah, Creed, trust me. You don't want to go after Jennifer. It'll make some people mad." I snapped my head toward him, wondering, is that because I almost bit his head off for what he'd said about Jennifer in the past? Or does he know? Did Knuckles talk? Decoy had a little grin on his face, giving nothing away. Through my earpiece, I heard, "On the balcony." I said, "Roger," signaled Creed in the back seat, and opened the door to the car. We walked with purpose to the front door of the complex, leaving Decoy behind as early warning in case Booth came back while we were inside. We reached the entrance just as Jennifer said, "I'm in." Chapter 71. We waited less than 30 seconds before hearing the door buzz. A minute later, we were inside the apartment. It was your typical furnished rental, with a cheap sofa, chipped end tables, and absolutely no personal effects. No pictures on the walls, books, or anything else. Sitting next to a widescreen TV, I saw an Alienware desktop computer that looked like it belonged to NASA. I pointed to it and said, "First things first, get all electronic devices next to that computer. Creed, get to work." He laid a backpack on the ground and began pulling out all sorts of black magic devices. Jennifer went into the bedroom. I watched Creed attack the computer, fascinated that anyone could do what he was doing. I was pretty tech-savvy, but this guy was on a whole different level. He had the monitor running script that looked like the Matrix, but seemed to understand what he was reading. I said, Why can't you guys do this with the laptop we brought? Still working, he said, we scanned it, and there are indicators of little booby traps threaded throughout. The guy who created that program is pretty damn good with code, trust me. I could get into the computer, but I'm afraid that I'll cause the software program to self-destruct. We lose that thing, and we'll have no way to turn off the threat. Given enough time, I could do it, but not in 2 hours. Story of my life. 30 minutes later, he was done. In addition to the desktop, he'd gone through 2 tablets and an iPod. He'd collated a list of potential leads from various threads in each system. Known contacts, repeated bills from restaurants, multiple ISP hits, and anything else that stood out. I contacted the Taskforce and had them start their analysis. Given the time crunch, I needed some focus on where to begin. They'd be making an educated guess, but it was better than starting at the first name on the list and moving down. Working the screen, Creed said, "This guy has been a very bad boy. He's accessed just about every hacking message board in the world." "How do you know?" "Because I used to do the same thing before I saw the light with the task force." "Can you work it back? Find out specifically who he talked to?" "Yeah. Given some time, I could figure it out. Maybe not a name, but I could get the ISP location." He leaned into the screen and said, "I've also got one MAC address unaccounted for." "What's that mean?" "I have all of his router information, and included in that are MAC addresses that accessed his Wi-Fi. I can account for the target laptop you captured, these tablets, and the iPod, but there's one more MAC address that's not tied to anything we know of. Could just have been someone visiting, but maybe it's a lead." "What are you talking about? How's that a lead?" He started stroking the keys to the desktop, saying, "The MAC is the identification the computer uses to talk to Wi-Fi. It's specific to that computer, and we might be able to locate it." "How?" "There's a company called Skyhook. They've mapped close to 1 billion Wi-Fi hotspots, basically by driving down roads and sucking in signals. If that MAC is talking to a Wi-Fi hotspot in their database, it'll give us a location." "So those guys can identify any MAC? Anywhere? Isn't that a little like an illegal wiretap?" He smiled, still pounding keys. "No. You have to have their software program installed in your device. In effect, you have to agree to the location service." "And you think this guy did that?" He said, "No, he probably didn't do that, but Skyhook doesn't employ people like me. They won't locate you without the software, but it doesn't mean they can't. Well, it doesn't mean I can't. All I have to do is get in their system." He continued typing, and Jennifer came back into the room. She said, "Didn't find anything else of value." "What's he doing?" "Beats the hell out of me. Some type of black magic with a computer." He typed a little more, then said, "Yes, it's here, in Colorado Springs." On the screen was a Google map with a glowing icon. Creed went to Street View on the computer, and I was looking at the front of a bar called Blondie's. Amazing. Scary, but amazing. I called the task force, seeing what they'd done with the data I'd given them. To my surprise, Kurt took the call instead of an analyst. He said, "Pike, we've got him. The list you sent included a guy named Peter Scarborough. He works with Boeing as well. Both Peter and Booth are directly responsible for the monitoring of the GPS constellation. This morning, Scarborough sent $4,000 via Western Union to Mexico City. I don't know if they're working together on this, but he's a definite link. Address will be in your phone. Get moving. You have less than an hour." I said, "Sir, we have another location." I told him about the MAC address, saying, "Getting Peter won't be enough. We can always pick him up later, but we need Booth." "But you don't know that's Booth's MAC address. It could be from someone who simply used his Wi-Fi, right?" "Yeah, but this guy doesn't appear to have a lot of friends over. If I go to Peter's address and Booth's not there, I won't have time to redirect." "You have the same problem in reverse. You get to the MAC address and Booth isn't on the keyboard, we're screwed. Pike, we get one shot. The strike package will be starting their attack run soon." "You want to call it off? I don't have the manpower to split operations. It's either one target or the other." "You tell me. The president's inclined to do so, but they're all waiting on word from your operation. That includes the guys entering Syrian airspace."
Chapter 72. At 47,000 feet, Captain Eddie Bricktop Brickmeyer checked the SATCOM radio, making sure the link was still established. Flying straight up the Mediterranean, he and his wingman were closing into range of Syrian air defenses, and he couldn't afford to miss an abort, should it come. The last thing he wanted to do was attempt penetration of a hostile country flying into the teeth of an arsenal designed to destroy any combat aircraft that dared approach, only to find out his mission had been scrubbed after the fact. He knew the importance of the operation, though, and took pride in the fact that his squadron had been selected. There had been a lot of discussion over the last few years about how the B-2 was a luxury the United States no longer needed. With the end of the Cold War and the beginning of the War on Terror, everyone had started kissing all the Special Operations Forces' asses while looking askance at his missions, questioning his worth. Why did we need such an expensive airframe? What terrorist group requires a stealth bomber to eliminate it? When would we ever require such technology fighting a sub-state threat? That's what the almighty SEALs and Special Forces were for. Better just to throw money at them. Then this mission had appeared. No SEAL on Earth could do what he was about to do, and no other aircraft could accomplish this mission. Could fly unseen through a barrage of radar and air defenses, penetrate and destroy a hardened, deeply buried target inside a hostile country. When the president had asked for options to eliminate the threat of Syria's chemical weapons stockpile, plenty of ideas had been thrown around. But there was only one left standing in the end. A B-2 carrying MOPs, or massive ordnance penetrators, one in each weapons bay. The MOP was a GPS-guided bomb that contained more than 5,000 pounds of explosives. The largest conventional munition in the world, it was designed to burrow deep into a hardened bunker before exploding, rendering that protection moot. The pilots called it the Moab, the mother of all bombs. It had never been used in active hostility before, and Bricktop was honored to be chosen as the flight lead for the historic mission. He checked his instruments, talked to his wingman, and began his attack run. In 20 minutes, they'd be inside Syrian airspace. 30 minutes after that, they'd be a ghost heading back to the Med. But the world would know they had been there by the smoking holes they left in the ground. Whether those craters would reflect the destruction of Syria's WMD or the slaughter of innocents was not something that ever entered Bricktop's mind. Other than the release point, he had no responsibility for targeting. There really was no need. He knew how precise GPS was, knew that the encrypted military signal would put the Moab within 3 yards of where it was intended. As long as he released it correctly, it couldn't miss, short of a catastrophic failure of the U.S. GPS constellation. And no way would that ever happen. Abdul Hakim rolled over on his pallet and stared at the stars above his head. With the brutal heat of the Syrian desert, he, like most in his village, slept on the roof in the summertime. Dawn was still over an hour away, but he'd found it safer to make the water run before then, before the soldiers awakened, skittish and willing to shoot at the slightest provocation. He woke up his younger brother, and they gathered the water containers, old milk jugs, gallon jars, and a battered plastic bucket, then descended the stairs to the street below. Since the beginning of the uprising in Syria, the brothers' lives had become hard. Living in Palmyra, in the center of the country, the environment was a challenge, but now with the fighting, it had become downright hostile. 4 months ago, insurgents had set off a car bomb in front of the Minister of Intelligence's headquarters building. They had managed to kill 7 of the dreaded security forces, but the explosion within the close confines of the cramped town had shattered the livelihoods of many more. Abdul hated the violence and dreaded the thought of real firepower coming to bear. The village had once been known as a major tourist pathway. Built on an oasis in the middle of the Syrian desert, it had been a Roman center for trade. Called Tadmor by the locals, the sheltered town had erupted in 2011 with protests against President Assad. Unfortunately for the inhabitants, Palmyra had something else besides relics that the government desired to protect. Something worth much more to them than a few musty stone arches. Protests here were treated differently than the initial outbursts elsewhere. Here they were crushed with ruthless efficiency. The soldiers patrolling the streets knew nobody was watching this desolate desert town, but their hostility was driven by more than the simple absence of press. After the first protest and the forceful regime response, the people realized that the soldiers feared more than just losing the town. They feared losing what they'd been charged with protecting. Abdul knew none of this, of course. All he understood was that they no longer had running water, and if he wished his family to drink today, he needed to collect enough before the sun rose, before the soldiers woke and began scanning for targets. He had no idea that their paltry little weapons were nothing compared to what was on its final approach to his location. No idea that his entire world was held hostage by a radio signal weak enough to be broken by a clap of thunder. Chapter 73. The Sicario debated whether to clean up the mess or just leave it as is. He decided to leave it. Peter Scarborough hadn't changed his story at all, and the Sicario had wasted precious time making sure. He wiped his knife on Peter's jacket, staring into the man's lifeless eyes, the neck wound gaping open, like a second mouth under the one with the tongue lolling out. He hadn't died easy. After the Sicario's mistake in letting Booth escape with his lie, he had wanted to make sure with Peter, leave no stone unturned. Peter had given him an answer at the mere threat of violence, but that hadn't been good enough. The Sicario had left the soles of his feet at the far end of the bathtub, strips of flesh looking remarkably like thick-cut bacon from the grocery store, fatty lengths of meat that were now curled in a pile. It hadn't been pleasant, for Peter anyway, but at least the Sicario was sure. According to him, Arthur Booth had called from a bar named Blondie's about an hour ago, and he was probably still there. The longer the Sicario waited, the greater the chance Booth would leave. He closed his knife and stood, studying a map of Colorado Springs. Peter lived in a small brick rental house just off Platte Avenue on the east side of town, in an area that was probably the place to be in 1950, but now had seen time erode its facade. Most of the houses were small, and none had been built after 1970. Blondie's was a mile or two to the west, in the small downtown area of Colorado Springs. A two-story bar in the renovated part of town only a couple of blocks from his hotel. The Sicario rubbed a smudge of blood from Peter's finger off the map, left when he'd pointed out the location. He tossed a towel on the body and walked out of the bathroom. Opening the front door, he stood for a moment, glancing up and down the street, and seeing nothing but leaves blowing in the shade. It was so different from his life in Ciudad Juarez. Trees and sidewalks, children playing, no graffiti, no trash. The American journalist had been right. Nobody in this world had any comprehension of men like him, no comprehension of how protected and insulated they were. They still assumed that there was a cause and effect in life, never understanding the meaning of the fox in the henhouse. They truly thought that doing good would beget good, just because of the action, and in turn that doing evil would beget evil. It was completely alien to him, and he wondered yet again if he'd missed out on some greater truth. He'd slit Peter's throat from ear to ear, and even while he'd bled out, the Sicario had seen Peter didn't believe it would happen, didn't understand how it could happen. This after his feet had been peeled like a grape. The Sicario had done the work, halfway studying his response, and was amazed. He'd killed many, many men in Mexico, and when the time came they were always resigned, understanding that death was knocking on their door and accepting it. Peter had begged until the last moment, even after the torture applied against him, after he'd screamed out the answer for the 100th time, believing he could alter the outcome. Strange. The Sicario walked out the front door to his rental car and drove away, not bothering to check around him like he would have in Juarez. There was no reason to look for the hunter here, because there were no hunters here. He was unique, like a predator that had been inadvertently packed in a crate and shipped across the ocean, arriving in a new land looking for food. His confidence was a mistake. Had he spent half of a second looking, he would have seen another predator, one who was his equal.
I pulled into an alley behind Blondie's, calling Knuckles on the radio. I'd left Creed at the apartment to find out what else he could about the hackers Booth had been in contact with, then had alerted the rest of my team, telling them to move to the bar and prepare for assault. A block off of Tejon Street, the ribbon of pavement I was on led through a large pay-for-parking area behind the strip of bars running down the middle of downtown Colorado Springs. Full of college kids and business professionals out for a good time, the area posed a significant risk to surgical operations. Knuckles came back. "We're out front, no parking available except for a handicap spot. I'm assuming the Taskforce will cover the ticket." I said, "Don't worry about that. You got the computer?" "Yeah, hacking cell couldn't do anything with it. Clock's still ticking. What do you want to do?" Which was the big question. The bar was a 2-story affair full of people. Booth knew us all on sight and would probably run when we closed in, which would mean a nasty little fight in a public area. We might get bouncers on us, then have to take them out, causing someone to call 911, which would mean police flooding the place. All I needed was about 2 minutes and Booth's thumb, but the repercussions might be significant. I said, "Stage out front. When I call, we enter from both sides. Decoy and I will come in from the back. Coco will lock down our exit. You'll come in from the front. Leave Blood locking down that exit. But don't do anything until I get clearance. Calling Kurt now." He said, "Roger, this is going to be great fun. I hope the prisons here are better than in Thailand." I said, "Yeah, me too, since I won't be available to break our asses out. Stand by." I dialed, getting Kurt immediately. "Sir, we're staged to go in, but it's a bad place for a takedown. I just want to make sure I'm covered for domestic operations." I heard a bunch of voices in the background and realized what was going on. I said, "Am I on speaker?" "Yeah, Pike, you are. What's the situation? We have about 5 minutes." I went into politically correct mode. "Sir, we are about to enter an establishment and locate the man using the identified computer. If he is the target, we will not get out clean." I'd made the call to go after the MAC address and ignore Peter Scarborough. It would be a defining moment in my life, either good or bad. If I was right, I would be a hero. If I was wrong, I would be the scapegoat of the year. Something I was used to, honestly. I'd learned early that it was easy to second-guess decisions, but damn hard to make them. I heard a crescendo of voices. Then Kurt saying, "Hang on, damn it! Let him speak. Pike, we need to know the odds of success. We're in the window for abort. We don't make the call in the next 5 minutes, and we won't have the ability to do so. Can you stop it?" What the hell? What kind of question is that? I have no idea. "Sir, I can't predict that. I'm calling to ask for domestic authority. I'm about to enter a crowded establishment, and I'm going to do some damage. I don't have time for surgical. It'll be caveman. I'll get it done, but I want to make sure that's what you want, what the Oversight Council wants." Someone from the back said, Yes, tell him to go." That was followed by someone else saying, "Wait, he's going to compromise the task force, and we don't know if it's worth it. What the hell are the odds of success?" I thought the place sounded like a junior high dance, with about as much intelligent conversation coming out. I said, "Colonel Hale, this is Pike. What is the call?" The sounds evaporated, and his voice came on. "You're off speaker, Pike. We have 3 minutes. I'm recommending abort. Don't assault. We'll live with the repercussions." I said, "Sir, 3 minutes means those pilots are already in the envelope, already in danger, and the repercussions are much, much greater than some strike against Syria. We lose GPS, and the whole country falls into chaos." "Pike, that's going to happen regardless. We don't need to throw good money after bad. Compromising you will only cause the problem to be worse." I looked at Jennifer, thinking of what I was sacrificing if the call was a mistake. I decided Kurt was right. There was no way I was going to trash my life based on some wish that the guy was inside and could stop the clock. If I were wrong, which I probably was, I might be going to jail at the same time our economy collapsed. Why throw gasoline on the fire? Jennifer was staring intently at me, reading the hesitation in my voice. She said, "Pike, the Taskforce can burn. It's just an organization. Do it. The guy is here. You have an instinct for this. I know it. I believe it. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about the repercussions of this operation. Worry about the repercussions to America. You can stop it right here and right now. Do what's right, like in Mexico." I locked eyes with her for an instant. She nodded at me, and I committed, wondering if she had some ESP that I was lacking, praying it was true. I said, "Execute. Tell them to execute. I'll stop the clock." Kurt said, "What? Pike, are you sure?" I said, "Fucking execute, I'm out." I ended the call and said, "You'd better hope your instincts are better than mine, because my instincts are saying we're going to separate prisons." She said, 2 minutes. Go." I left the car with decoys saying, "Lock down this exit."
Chapter 74. The Ghost watched Pelon's car driving away, and debated whether to enter the house. There was some reason he'd gone inside, and it might give him an edge. He'd been there for more than an hour, but the Ghost had no idea why. Maybe he should enter and find out what the man had done. At the end of the day, he had Pelon's bed-down location, and could always return to the parking garage, waiting for his chance again, should he lose the man. But Pelon might not return to the garage, which meant he needed to stick to him and ignore the house. Choices, choices. Hours earlier, in Mexico City, he'd planned a route of escape, going to several banks and withdrawing as much cash as he could on the 3 credit cards he still maintained. He'd checked the balance and seen one of them was fresh, with over $10,000 in credit. The others had about $2,000 each after the cash withdrawals. He'd used them to pepper the American radar with plane tickets, buying as many as he could to destinations in South America, the Far East, and, of course, the Middle East. One was to Hamburg, Germany, which was the ticket he had intended to use. Out of curiosity, he'd checked Pelon's bank account and had seen 3 new transactions, one for a hotel called the Antlers Hilton in Colorado Springs, one for a rental car at the Colorado Springs airport, and one he didn't understand, with something called Manny Aviation Services. After 30 seconds of research, he'd learned it was a private aviation company, and it dawned on him what Pelon had done. He's spending my money on private jets. But why Colorado Springs? What's there? His flight to Hamburg wasn't for 3 days. 3 days and he'd be on his own, severed from the Americans' trail, but also incapable of traveling anywhere else because that bastard Pelon had taken his money. He stared at the bank transactions, then decided. He had nothing here, a new passport and a few credit cards he could never use once he left Mexico. Pelon had the money that was rightfully his. He used the card with 10 grand to charter his own flight, right into Colorado Springs. Right to the man who had his money. The Americans would be watching the transactions he'd made today, but wouldn't be able to react in time, since they had no idea of the name he was using, and the air charter wouldn't reflect his destination. Only a purchase. It was a risk flying into the belly of the beast, but he knew from past operations that FBOs, even in America, were fairly lax. The charter, while expensive, was much, much safer than trying to trick the Americans with multiple tickets. He'd landed 2 hours ago, and had leveraged the charter service to rent a car for him, using cash to pay for it. Then drove straight to the Antlers Hilton. Knowing that Pelon had a rental as well, he circled around back, positioning himself in a spot where he could watch the exits from the multipurpose parking garage. He had conducted a reconnaissance of the garage, determining where hotel guests parked and liking what he saw. If he cornered Pilon in here, he could kill him without alert, get the electronic token, and be on his way, provided Pilon had actually parked inside. He'd waited, as he had on any number of operations, and his patience had been rewarded. Pilon had driven out of the garage, surprising the ghost. In his heart, he had only been half convinced that the man would appear, and here he was. The ghost had leaned his face against the glass to be sure, then had followed through the streets. He'd shadowed Pilon to the small house, then waited outside for him to return to his car, wondering who the killer was meeting, wondering what had happened inside. Watching Pilon's tail lights receding down the street, he put the car in drive, ignoring his curiosity about the house, and deciding to follow. At the end of the day, Pilon's plans in Colorado mattered little. The only important thing was the electronic token he owned that accessed the bank account, a token the ghost was sure was on his person. Pilon traveled down Platte Avenue, going toward the city center, once again acting as if he had a destination in mind, making the ghost wonder anew at what he was doing. He had the money, so why not simply flee? Why did he come here? Pilon passed a large park, then turned left into an alley between two buildings. The ghost followed. He traveled down the narrow gap, crossing one street, then another, the alley opening up into a parking area. Pilon's car slowed. A block behind, the ghost waited in the alley, not wanting to reveal that he was there. Pilon drove a short distance through the parking area, then stopped, right next to an exit leading back to the east. Another alley. Seeing two other cars pull into the lot, the ghost followed, keeping his eyes on the killer's car. He pulled up short, giving him the ability to flee the way he had come, but also circle around and intersect Pilon on Tejon Street, should he use the alley exit to the east. He watched the car, waiting on something to happen, curious as to what Pilon was doing here, in a back-alley parking lot in Colorado Springs. Eventually, he saw a light come on inside Pilon's car, then recognized him exiting. He was only 50 meters away. Even at night, the ghost could identify his shattered visage, the scars on his forehead glowing in the interior light of the car. Pilon shut his door and crouched, moving through the other cars as if he were trying to hide, as if he were hunting something. The ghost followed his line of march with his eyes, and saw his target 20 meters away.
Chapter 75. I entered the back of the bar with Decoy, feeling the pressure of my decision, not liking the weight on my shoulders. We ran into a room full of pool tables, the bar packed to the gills. I started swiveling my head, immediately realizing the stupidity of my bravado on the phone. There is no way we're going to find this guy inside here, not in under 2 minutes. Damn it, I should have aborted Operation Gimlet. I called Knuckles. We're in. Status? I have the computer with me, and it's got about 10 minutes of battery left. No issue, I thought. 2 minutes from now it won't matter. He continued. I came in the front, but there's a stairwell on the other side that leads into the bar to the south. I've got Blood positioned there. Pike, we're out of time. I'm tracking 2 minutes and counting. I know. Find him. He's here. I hope. Decoy and I pushed our way into the main bar area and saw a circular stairway leading up. Holy shit, another exit. That makes 4. We are screwed. I pulled Decoy's sleeve. I'm headed up. Keep going forward. You find him, lock him down. I don't give a damn about the repercussions. He resists, knock him the fuck out. Call and we'll handle the bouncers. He said, Wow, I'm getting paid to get in a bar fight? Where were you 10 years ago? I would have laughed, but the impact of my decision to continue took away all humor. Beyond the fact that the U.S. grid was going to grind to a halt, there were a lot of civilians in Syria who were going to be incinerated by American air power, and I'd made the decision to execute. I sprinted up the circular staircase, exploding onto the second floor and drawing stairs. This floor had another bar running lengthwise from the staircase exit, and it was full of people. I started bullying my way through, now drawing glares. That was fine by me. I needed a reaction. Girls were talking and pointing, and guys were bowing up. I saw another staircase to the right and hoped that was the one Blood was tracking. To my front was a balcony with a fire pit. No Arthur Booth. To my right was another room. I could see tables inside. I started moving that way when a lumberjack-looking guy said, "Hey, you got any manners?" I said, "I'm sorry, I'm looking for my daughter. She's underage and she's here with a guy." The excuse was just the first thing I could come up with. His answer was the worst thing he could have said. He glanced at the man behind him and said, "Maybe she's here with me." My sweet daughter's face flashed in my head, forever 6 years old, and I punched his throat as hard as I could, watching him collapse on the ground. His buddy looked at me in shock, and blackness began to flow, the pressure causing the beast to appear. I said, "You seen my daughter?" He shook his head like he was a dog wringing water, then moved the fuck out of my way. He piled into the people behind him as if he were fleeing a fire. I marched through the gap, everyone now focused on the turmoil. I reached the room and saw a man with a computer. He looked up, and I recognized Arthur Booth. He slammed the lid down and took off running, straight toward the stairs on the far side. I started flinging people out of the way, but my rage did no good. The sheer physics of the bodies prevented me from intercepting him. I made it to the top of the stairs as he was reaching the bottom, reaching the exit to the bar next door. I bounded down the steps 3 at a time. He turned in the landing, and I lost sight of him for 1 second. He was gone, then he reappeared again, flying into the wall and collapsing. Blood whirled around the corner, his fists raised. He saw me and turned back to the target. I said, Knuckles, jackpot! I say jackpot! Eastern stairwell leading to the other bar. Need the computer. Need it right now!" Booth rolled around on the filthy floor, finally focusing. He said, "I have rights. I want a lawyer." I pulled out a serrated knife and said, "All I want is your fucking thumb."
Chapter 76. The Sicario strained his eyes, trying to penetrate the glare from the streetlight. He'd passed the car and seen the person inside, the brief instant shocking him. It was the female from Mexico City, the same one from Tepito, the one who'd interrupted the meeting in the museum. But how? Why was she here? And it dawned on him she was still tracking Arthur Booth. She was trying to capture him for his computer skills. The Sicario no longer cared about that, but he cared a great deal about what Booth would say. He would give up the Sicario's true name, and for that, she would have to die. He sat in the darkness and thought of the intertwining of events. It was always a mixture of circumstances. On the surface, none seemed to matter, but all were intertwined. Random events that shaped future events. But there wasn't any overarching purpose. Like the fox in his youth, an animal following his nature had caused the loss of their livelihood and had driven his sister to prostitution. She had become a favorite of his Kabyle battalion commander, and because of it, his village had been targeted by rebels. He, in turn, had exacted his revenge, had started on his path. Nothing but random events. Throughout all of the brutality, he had searched for meaning, searched to find some fingerprint from the hand of God, but it failed, and the woman here was but one more piece of evidence. He would kill her, and nothing would stop that. He had worried about his soul, worried that he would burn in hell for his actions, but there was no hell. No greater being that would punish him. The journalist had been wrong, and he had been right. There was no such thing as good or evil, only interconnected events. God couldn't punish him for actions that he could prevent, and he had never once prevented anything the Sicario had done. He slid out of the car, crouching between it and the one next to him, and began to stalk, his thoughts saddening him. He wanted to believe in destiny, wanted to believe, like the journalist, that there was good and evil in the world, and that following one path led to salvation, even if it meant he would burn in hell for eternity. That one moment of truth would be worth the price. But it wasn't to be. The girl would die at his hand, whether she was good or evil. Then Booth would die. Then he would die, years from now, probably in a bathroom, much like Peter, after slipping on a bar of soap. There was no such thing as justice. It was all random events. He slid between the cars, staying out of the rearview mirrors of his target. He approached at a crouch, slinking along the ground. Moving forward one step at a time, he kept his eyes on the driver's side door. He reached the rear quarter panel of the car and paused. He slowly rose up and saw the girl leaning forward, as if she were listening to the radio, focusing on something else besides her immediate surroundings. He pulled his knife and scooted forward. He took one breath and flung the door open. She turned in surprise. He grabbed her shoulder and jerked her out of the car, intent on stabbing her in the heart. From the ground, she kicked his leg, breaking his balance, then began to scramble away on her back like a crab. He fell on top of her, surprised at her reaction. He grabbed her hair and twisted her head. She screamed and brought her knee up, hammering his inner thigh. He grunted and brought the knife down. She parried the blow with her forearm, the blade slicing her flesh. Fighting like a banshee, she hammered his face with the same forearm, causing his vision to explode in stars. Still holding her hair, he slammed her head into the pavement, then felt a blinding pain in his right arm. He tried to raise it and couldn't. He felt another searing pain in his lower back, burrowing into his kidney, and rolled over, seeking the source. He saw the Arab from the museum above him, the killer now taking his payment. He rose to his knees, the Arab crouching over him with a blade dripping blood. He felt the warmth of his body leaking around his waist, spreading on the ground. And he was finally at peace, finally understood. He said, "Of course, it's you. So there is no bar of soap." The killer stared at him through his thick glasses, slight of build but breathtaking in his destruction. The Sicario staggered backward, slapping a bloody hand against the car for support. He looked up and said, "Tell me, please, do you fear what you have done? Do you believe in judgment?" The Arab remained still and said, "I fear what I have done now. I fear that I have prevented my freedom. Because of you." The Sicario smiled. "Destiny, not random. The fist of God." His hand slipped in his own blood, causing him to slide against the car. He struggled for purchase, sagging forward. He looked his killer in the eye and said, "Thank you." He began to fade, the vision of the killer replaced by one of his mother, cooking in the kitchen of their little hovel in Guatemala, the smells as vivid as the day they'd happened. He fell onto his face, his body hitting the pavement and splashing the blood rupturing out of his vital organs. He heard his sister outside calling him, telling him it wasn't his fault, beckoning. His body left the hut, and he found her sitting in a yard full of chickens, petting a fox on the head.
Chapter 77. With decoy, Knuckles, and Blood surrounding us, I dragged Booth back up the stairs and into the light. The clock was at 1 minute and counting. I threw him into a chair and shoved the computer in his face. "Turn that shit off right now." He made another comment about a lawyer, and I slammed his hand onto the table, running my knife against the back of his knuckle. The people in the bar went crazy at that scene, but my little protective security detail kept everyone at bay, and Booth saw the light. With sweat dripping from his greasy traitor's head, he decided that admitting he could stop the attack would be better than losing his thumb. He accessed the computer. With 40 seconds left, he made one dumb comment about not being responsible for what we had put on his computer, since it had been outside of his control. I placed the knife against his neck. Not sure whether I was serious, he looked at me with dishpan eyes and began typing, disabling all the little software booby traps, which was a good call, because I was way, way serious. The clock kept ticking. I said, "What the hell are you doing? Shut it down." He said, "I'm trying to. I have to get through my security." At 5 seconds, I said, "Just so you know, your life is tied to this. It doesn't go down, and you do, permanently, right here and right now." His fingers trembling, he tapped a few more keys, and the clock stopped. I sagged against the bench, drawing deep breaths. Booth said, "Can I go now?" I popped him in the face hard enough to bounce his head into the wall.
7,000 miles away, Bricktop hit his release point. His headset chattering incessantly now, he talked to both his wingman and his co-pilot in a robotic monotone, maintaining the myth of calm over a military net like every pilot before him. He opened the bay doors. The two Moabs sat silently, dumb pieces of metal holding more destructive power than anything on Earth outside of a nuclear bomb. He hit the release and they fell to Earth, now alive and seeking information to guide them to their target. They locked on to the GPS signal and began to glide, shifting left and right, furiously attempting to please their master by destroying themselves precisely where they had been ordered. Abdul Hakim cracked the door to his house, peeking out at the cloistered confines of Palmyra. To the east he saw the glow of the infamous Tadmor prison, where President Assad's father had imprisoned many, many members of the Muslim Brotherhood for daring to defy him in a fight before Abdul had been born. Farther out he saw the lights of the Palmyra airfield, a military enclave that the regime apparently would do anything to protect. Seeing nothing outside the door, Abdul touched his brother's arm and began walking down the alley. The houses so close together there was nowhere to hide should trouble appear. A flash over toward the airfield caught his eye. He held up, pushing his brother into a wall, straining to see what had caused the light. A second later the earth split apart, as if the devil himself was escaping, the violent action muted solely by the distance. 2 seconds later the shockwave hit, and he and his brother were flattened on the sidewalk, buffeted with debris from a strike nearly a mile away. Abdul sat up and stared uncomprehendingly, watching a mushroom cloud rise exactly like in an old TV show, wondering if Israel had struck with nuclear weapons. Unaware of how close he had come to dying because of a fragile radio signal. Bricktop looked out the window of his B-2 and saw the impact, feeling immense pride. A round-trip mission of national importance from the heart of the United States. Just like the doctrine that had led to the creation of his aircraft during the Cold War. There was a reason for his weapon system, for the money spent on his capability. After all, no snake-eater had done a damn thing for this operation. Jennifer felt like her head had been smothered in cotton. She fought the fog, some internal instinct telling her it was vital but not consciously knowing why. Her brain began to clear, and she saw the man who had attacked her slip against the car, then slam face first into the pavement, his body across her legs. She began to rise and heard, Don't move." She turned and saw the ghost, standing above her with a knife. She pulled her legs out from underneath the body, and he shouted again, No, stay down, please." She stopped her movement and looked into his eyes. She knew what he had done, knew he had saved her life. She rose into a crouch, saying, "I can't," he said. "I know," and attacked.
Chapter 78. I exited the bar out the back, dragging Booth with me and letting Knuckles, Decoy, and Blood handle the repercussions. It was a mess, but we knew what would happen going in. They had the cover story down, which was to act like a bunch of drunk service members here on temporary duty to Northcom at Peterson Air Force Base. With Booth out of the way, there was nobody who would contradict the story. They'd either talk their way out of it or spend a night in jail. Either way, the task force would back them up, and they'd get turned over to the military pretty quickly. Since I was out of the military and a full-fledged owner of a company that the task force was worried would be exposed in 24 hours, I decided to take charge. Fleeing, as it were. We came out the back patio and crossed the parking lot, me dragging Booth by the elbow. He kept complaining, moaning about how his rights had been abused, and I was considering just punching his lights out. The only question was whether carrying his dead weight would be worse than listening to his bullshit. We crossed the alley, and for the first time, I noticed a scuffle near my car, near Jennifer. I released Booth's elbow and began to run, seeing it wasn't a scuffle, but a full-fledged fight to the death. The battle spilled into the glow of a street lamp, and I saw the ghost trying to kill Jennifer. The image was completely surreal, like a nightmare come to life. What the hell is he doing here, I thought. He hates me so much he gave up freedom to find me? I reached the fight and hammered him in the small of his back, bringing him to his knees. I kicked the knife out of his hand and jerked his head up by the hair, causing his glasses to fly off. I raised my hand for a killing blow and heard, "Stop!" I paused, seeing Jennifer with her hands on her knees, gasping for air. She looked up and said, "Don't hurt him. Leave him alone." "What the hell are you talking about? He's trying to kill us." The ghost began to flex in my hands, and I lowered my grip, placing his head between my arms. I whispered in his ear, "Don't move." He complied with the command, going limp. I dragged him past Jennifer to our car and saw a body. Jennifer rose up. Her face was pummeled, and I saw a wicked slash on her forearm, bringing forth the rage again. I flung the ghost against the door, and he sagged to the ground, staring up at me. I thought about killing him outright, and Jennifer said, "Pike, don't." Staring into his eyes, I said, "Why not?" "He saved my life. He killed the man on the ground. If he hadn't intervened, I'd be dead." For the first time, I looked closely at the body. It was the strange kidnapper from Mexico, which confused me even more. As is my nature, I decided force was the answer. I leaned into the ghost, taking his hair into my hand and banging his head against the car door. "What the fuck are you doing here? What's going on?" Jennifer grabbed my arm, stopping the assault, and the ghost spoke. "I was trying to escape, but I guess you can never escape your destiny." He smiled at some inside joke, and I turned to Jennifer. She said, "I don't understand it any more than you do. He saved my life, Pike. He really did." I felt movement over my shoulder and saw Booth doing a shuffling, rambling run, like something out of a zombie apocalypse movie. What the hell, now this? "Jennifer," I said, "would you mind keeping that asshole from getting away while I have a conversation here?" She took off, and I turned back to the ghost. He looked up at me serenely, no fear and no regrets. "What happened here? What's she talking about?" "She saved my life in Mexico. I made the mistake of returning the favor." His words sank in, but I was having a hard time assimilating them. It made no sense. The guy was a master terrorist who killed without remorse. Why the hell would he protect Jennifer? "Are you telling me you saved Jennifer's life here, tonight? Interceded on her behalf?" He smiled without any humor and said, "Unfortunately, yes." If what he said was true, he was putting me in a very awkward position. I couldn't very well pummel the man who had saved Jennifer's life. There had to be some ulterior motive. But why? Why would you do that? I saw Jennifer coming across the parking lot, dragging that waste of flesh we knew as Arthur Booth. The ghost said, "Because she helped me once at great risk to herself. You give up what you are, and you are lost." "But you were trying to kill her just now. I don't get it." His eyes closed, and he said, "I don't understand either. I'm sure you'll get my answer in due time, inside my cell." Chapter 79. I watched the Dulles runway lights approach and wondered what news was waiting on me about my team. I'd talked to Kurt immediately after leaving Blondie's, and the decision had been made for me to pack up what I could and get Grolier Recovery Services out of the blast radius in Colorado Springs. We were still working to stop the anonymous leak, which was set to fire in a little under 24 hours. If we couldn't, the Oversight Council had decided that CNN's making a link to the mess in Colorado Springs would be enough to cause further digging. Jennifer and I had bundled Booth, the Ghost, and the computer cell onto the Gulf Stream with orders to get the Taskforce headquarters in D.C., leaving the rest of the team behind. The Oversight Council had been ecstatic at our success, of course. Initial reports from Operation Gimlet were positive, and the GPS constellation had held. No Wall Street collapse, no collapse of our cellular network or power grid, no collapse of our military capability. 300 million citizens of America went about their daily lives not realizing how close they'd come to Armageddon. But it was par for the course for the task force. The public's not knowing was the definition of success. On the other hand, the Oversight Council did know, and I thought they were cheering a little bit early. On the phone call, I had reminded Kurt the mission wasn't over until extraction was complete. We still had some cleanup with Knuckles and the rest of the team. He was working it, and I wondered what had transpired during my flight. We touched down and I dialed my phone. Kurt answered, saying he was in the Dulles FBO with a support package and was ready to receive. While I waited inside the plane, babysitting our detainees, the support package traveled out as if they were a maintenance crew, bringing all sorts of containers and tools to the aircraft. They entered, and I pointed to Booth, saying, "Him first." They went to work. As they stuck a needle in his arm, sedating him, the last image I had of Arthur Booth was him blubbering in hitches, tears running down his cheeks. He was shoved in a container and wheeled away. I had no idea what they'd do with him, since he was an American citizen, but honestly, I didn't really care. The Ghost had sat silently, waiting on them to return for him, stoic, understanding his fate, certainly no tears. I could tell Jennifer was conflicted about the whole thing, but it was what it was. He was a terrorist who had killed Americans, had tried to kill both Jennifer and me on different occasions, had almost blown up Knuckles with an IED. He had come close to killing a ruling citizen of the United Arab Emirates and our own envoy in an attempt to destroy peace in the Middle East. If it hadn't been for the task force, he would have succeeded, cheering about the deaths. And yet, he'd saved Jennifer from the Mexican hitman, something that mattered greatly to me. Americans like a black and white world, with everything clean. Some men wore the black hats, and some wore the white. Black was pure evil and needed to be eradicated. White was the shining knight and could only do good. The problem was I knew the truth. I wore a white hat, and I had seen and done things that couldn't even charitably be considered worthy of the color. And now, I was looking at a man on the other side who had done something that was. I said, "I want to thank you for what you did. Unfortunately, that's all you're going to get." He looked at me, remaining silent. I waited, and when he didn't respond, I said, "You and I both know you didn't help in Mexico, but you did in Colorado, and that means something." The Ghost barked a short laugh. He paused a moment, then spoke. "Means what exactly? I get your gratitude? The truth is, I saved your lover in a moment of weakness. It was a mistake, and I'll now pay for it." Lover? Now a damn terrorist can see through me? I ignored that comment and said, "You mean that? What you did was a mistake?" The support team appeared inside the aircraft, and the Ghost extended his shackled arms, giving them an easy vein. A man stuck in the needle, and he flinched. He turned from the man and looked me in the eye. "You and I are closer than you think. You are closer to the man I killed to save her than the man standing above me right now. You know it, and I know it." I said, "I don't kill people for an outcome. I kill people to prevent an outcome." He said, maybe you do. But it's only because of where you were born, sheer luck. If you were in Mexico, the killing would be different. You'd still do it." "Bullshit. Don't justify your pathetic attacks as part of a system of fate. You don't even believe that. If you did, you would have let Jennifer die. It's more than circumstances, more than a series of events, and you know it. You told me that you had to be yourself or risk losing everything, and in doing so, you did lose everything. Why did you save Jennifer?" His eyes began to fade from the medication. He said, "I honestly don't know. Right now, I believe it was a mistake. But if I had to do it over again, I'm not sure I wouldn't still be sitting here. I watched his eyes close and said, "That's good enough." I let the support team finish their work, then motioned for the computer hacking cell to exit. Jennifer and I went last, meeting Kurt in the FBO lobby. He shook my hand, then saw Jennifer and said, "Jesus, you really did get the shit kicked out of you." She had a black eye, butterfly bandages on her forehead, and a large gauze pad covering stitches on her right forearm. She said, "I'll live." He shook her hand and smiled. "Sorry about the damage, but it looks like I don't have to fire you now. Come on, I have a room down the hall." We entered a deserted pilot's lounge with a row of lazy-boy chairs and a dining room table in the corner. He motioned to the table and took a seat. Before he could start, I said, "I want to talk to you about the ghost. I promised him a better cell if he helped with the mission. I'd like to honor that." "Why? He didn't help at all. In fact, his premature alert almost caused a total meltdown." "He saved Jennifer's life. That's the only reason we have him in custody. He could have let her get sliced up by that nutjob from Mexico, but he didn't. He's still a terrorist." "I know that. I'm not saying let him go free. I'm just saying give him some amenities in his cell, that's all. Make his time a little easier." He leaned back and remained silent. I said, "Look at Jennifer. He saved her life. The least you should do is give her a vote." He glanced over at her, taking in the damage again. He said, "He tried to kill you. You think he deserves a reward?" She said, "He's going to be locked up forever for that. But only because he saved my life in the first place. He's going to die in that jail, when he could have gone free." He said, "We haven't seen it in the Taskforce yet, but the budget crunch is coming, and I'm not going to spend my money making a terrorist comfortable." I pulled out the digital token we'd taken off the hitman from Mexico and slid it across the table. "How about making Al-Qaeda pay for it?" After I explained about the bank account from the hitman and more prodding from Jennifer, Kurt said, Okay, you guys are relentless. Dumbest damn thing I've ever heard." I smiled and said, "It'll only be dumb if the ghost's jail cell is better than the team's. What's the story with them?" "They'll be coming home today. Should be here by late afternoon. We hit a snag with Northcom, but the SecDef is sorting it out. We couldn't get to the command before the police, and their first answer was, 'Never heard of those guys.' The police held them a little longer until we could get someone on the phone who backed up the story." "So we're clean? What about the dead hitman?" "He's causing issues. Luckily, he was killed while you guys were inside, so we have a pretty solid alibi, but the coincidence is there. The police have demanded names and addresses for follow-up questions, so those guys won't be operational for a while, especially with this YouTube thing coming." Great, I thought. So I'd left a dead man who was now causing my team to stop operations. While we were getting both the Ghost and Booth secured in our car, another card entered the lot. I'd left Jennifer guarding the two men and was dragging the hitman to the trunk when I saw the lights flash as it hit the speed bump at the entrance to the alley. I didn't know if it was police responding to the Blondie's disturbance or just another car full of patrons, but either one witnessing me dragging a dead body was bad. I stuffed it next to a pickup, and we'd left. Wasn't anything else I could do, but the repercussions were now harming my team, made worse by this YouTube video coming out. I said, "Where do we stand with the video thing?" "Nowhere. We'll get Booth behind a computer and see what we can find. But it probably won't help unless he personally knows the guy, which he won't. It'll take too long to go through all the leads. Right now, the hacking cell is spending their time covering Taskforce tracks, including connections to Grolier recovery services. I feel like Ollie North ordering Fawn Hall to start shredding documents, destroying evidence, and trying to keep this thing to a 24-hour crackpot story." "What about Creed? All that shit he located. None of that panned out?" "Creed? You mean Bartholomew Creedwater? He's been helping you." "Yeah, and while Jennifer and I were running around trying to find Booth, he was rooting through Booth's home computer. By the time we picked him up for the flight, he'd been at it for 4 hours. He's already done the homework, and he brought the computer with him." Chapter 80. I drove past McLean Central Park to the Dolly Madison Library, my designated link-up point. Ironically, our target's house was about 2 miles as the crow flies from the headquarters of the CIA in McLean, Virginia, home of the rich and powerful. The library was close enough to the target to allow the team to penetrate without delay, but far enough away that the meeting would never be correlated with the follow-on break-in. My only complaint was that Kurt wouldn't let me do the high adventure. Earlier, after hearing about Creed and his research, Kurt had practically flung him out of the building, taking him to Taskforce headquarters, leaving Jennifer and me at the Dulles FBO, ordering us to stand by until he returned. Since Grolier Recovery Services already had plenty of nefarious digital connections to the headquarters, there was no way we were going to make matters worse by going there in the flesh. I decided to stay right in the comfortable pilot's lounge until we had an answer. Jennifer had watched him leave and said, "Well, what do you want to do now?" I curled up on a lazy boy and said, "Get some sleep, I'm bushed." She got in the chair next to me. "Looks like we get the same room together for once." I laughed and said, "I don't think our secret is much of a secret. I think everyone on the team knows. Kurt is probably the only one still in the dark. Well, him and Creed." She absently picked at the bandage on her arm. "You think that's a bad thing? Are you still wondering about me being in the task force on your team?" I put my arms behind my head and said, "No, it's not a bad thing. I've thought about it a lot, and I'm good with you on the team. More than good. Mission-wise, we click, regardless of how we feel about each other. Or maybe because of how we feel about each other. I don't know. I have to get over some protective caveman stuff, but we work well together. We'll see what the team thinks of our relationship, but I'm more concerned about the command. If Kurt finds out about us, he might hammer me just because of the implications. This sort of thing is illegal in the military." She smiled, liking the answer. "Then I guess we'd better not let him find out." "Does that mean we're not doing anything in our first task force single room?" The smile melted into a frown. No sense of humor. I pushed her buttons some more. I said, "Kurt won't be back for hours, and these chairs are comfy." She threw her water bottle at me, barely missing my head. I batted it away and said, Okay, I get it. No single rooms on the task force paycheck. Let's get some sleep." She gave me her disapproving teacher look and said, "You're working on no single rooms, period." I closed my eyes and thought maybe a minute had passed when I felt someone prodding my shoulder. I said, "Jennifer, you had your chance." I heard, "Chance for what?" I looked up and saw Kurt Hale. Way to go, Bumblebrain. My watch told me I'd been out for 5 hours, which amazed me. I said, "Chance to get some sleep, what's up?" "We found the guy, but it's not pretty. The Oversight Council is working through options to mitigate the impact of the YouTube video, given the information we now have. I need you and Jennifer to get back to Charleston and start doing normal things. Act like normal citizens in case someone comes around with questions. We think we can stop the bleeding fairly quickly, but not with you in Washington. Too many questions to answer." "Who is it?" "It's the son of an influential lobbyist here in D.C. Unfortunately, a lobbyist working for the other party against the administration. He made a career as a political aide, then took his skills to K Street. His son is the one doing the hack, a 25-year-old loser, apparently a genius who went to MIT and dropped out. Now he spends his time aggravating his dad by being a social leper, running around with Occupy Whatever Street and protesting economic summits. Lives in the basement of his father's house in McLean." "He's here? Right here in D.C.? Shit, sir, let me go after him. We still have time." "How? You think you're going to kidnap the son of one of the most powerful lobbyists in D.C.? Then what? Throw him in the cloud? If he was some lone wolf loser living in a trailer somewhere, maybe I'd let you kick his ass for a lesson, but not here. We'll leverage the folks inside the Oversight Council to mitigate the damage, get the father to play ball using what he knows well, political capital." "Sir, that's crazy. He'll smell blood in the water and get the very investigation we don't want. He'll use the video as a weapon. We need to do it preemptively, like the congressman from Egypt. Remember him?" "Yeah, of course. He had a hand in my father's death." "We do the same thing here. He went to prison for child porn instead of taking the heat for treason. Took the jail time instead of the death penalty." "That's just it. The kid hasn't done anything other than help Booth dig into our digital signature. He's posted a video saying he's going to expose an illegal government spy operation. which is exactly what we are. We're the ones breaking the law. We've got nothing to pin on him. The council isn't too keen on a domestic operation like that. I tried earlier. They said I was acting like Los Cetas. Now they get skittish, I thought. My mind working at 90 miles an hour, I said, he's a hacker, right? He's hacked more than just our systems. Surely he's done something illegal. Yeah, Creed's found a ton of stuff, but we can't very well charge him without exposing how we got the information. We might as well put up our own YouTube video. The father's political? Political as they come. Okay, get me into his house. The senator agreed to the child porn thing so we wouldn't give him the death penalty. Let me do the same thing here. I'll put child porn on his computer. Then we send a tip to the police through Anonymous. What? I began to pace, saying, this will work. One of the things Anonymous does is expose child pornographers by hacking their systems and sending it to the police. About the only good thing they do. I'll get porn on his computer, and our hacking cell will alert the police, posing as Anonymous. They take him down. Did you hear what I said earlier? The Oversight Council isn't going to approve a frame like that. The congressman was a traitor and responsible for American deaths. This guy isn't. They want to work it from the inside using politics. Anyway, that's only half the battle. That video is still going up. Wait, I'm not finished. You, or someone on the Oversight Council, engage the father. Somehow, get it in the father's head, or his lawyer's head, that his son was working with Anonymous to expose a child porn ring. And that's why the evidence is there. He'll jump on that like a hobo on a ham sandwich. He'll go for the lesser charge of hacking over the child porn, and he'll owe us big time. We can get him to manage the video, keep it from being a weapon. The kid gets a slap on the wrist, and we get political control of the fight. Jennifer was looking at me in awe. She said, You mean you're going to plant child porn on his computer, then alert the police posing as Anonymous, then have him get out of the child porn charges by admitting he was attempting to expose other child pornographers by breaking the law working for Anonymous? I said, yeah, that's about the size of it. He gets charged with what he actually did, illegal hacking. We provide help to the lobbyist through the administration, and that video goes nowhere. No follow-on evidence. Surely the Oversight Council will agree to that. She said, Where has that been hiding? Have you always been that devious? Oh, yeah. I got you to agree to grow your recovery services, didn't I? It was a joke, but she scrunched her eyes, now wondering. I said, Sir, let's do it. All I need is Creed water. Jennifer and I can handle the B&E. He can handle the computers. Kurt looked at me much like Jennifer, probably reviewing every past decision he'd made involving my team and wondering if I'd manipulated him. He said, I have to get sanctioned for that, obviously. But I like it. I said, Hell, it's only 10 in the morning. We can't get in until nightfall anyway. You do your work, and I'll do the reconnaissance. Just tell me if it's a go. Chapter 81. Apparently, the Oversight Council liked my deviousness, because 12 hours later, I was sitting in a library parking lot about to pass the intel from our reconnaissance to the inbound team. Well, the council liked the plan, but had really hated the idea of me doing the B&E. Too close to the flame for them. I guess it made sense. No matter how good I thought I was, every operation has a chance to go sideways. We were trying to defuse the YouTube video, and having the owner of Grow Your Recovery Services arrested breaking into the house of someone who was about to post an expose on Grow Your Recovery Services wouldn't do much to shorten the news cycle. Didn't mean I had to like it. I saw the flash of headlights, and a car pulled in right next to us, killing the engine. I recognized the driver, but went through the stupid dance of bona fides required by some Taskforce James Bond regulation. Eventually, the driver entered our car. I said, Hey, Spanky, long time no see. His face broke into a grin. They told me you had done the recce, but I thought for sure they were full of shit. Since when do you pull support? Why aren't you going in? Oversight Council. Jennifer, give him the data. For the first time, Spanky noticed who was sitting next to me. Well, noticed she was female. Honestly, I was unsure how this would go, as Jennifer was still a little bit of a novelty due to the cellular structure of the task force. Most members had never seen her, much less operated with her, and I knew that plenty of people despised her because of her gender alone. He said, Wow. So I'm getting briefed by a celebrity. Jennifer Cahill, a.k.a. Coco in the flesh. I saw hesitation flit across her face, and knew she was unclear on how to proceed. I felt the same way, wondering if he was paying her a compliment or about to piss me off. I opened my mouth to clear the air when he continued. I heard about that call in Mexico. Gutsy shit. That was it. Not much in the way of words, but all he had to say. The Taskforce was like a high school in many ways, with rumor and innuendo flying through its ranks due to the secrecy embedded in its construction. Made up of humans, very, very smart humans, who didn't like to be kept in the dark. It was tribal, with tales passed by word of mouth at the shooting range or on the combatives mat. He just told me that Jennifer's word of mouth was better than good. She nodded tentatively, then said, You want the rest of the team to hear this? It's a little complicated. Yeah, it's just two of us, with a computer geek as a snap link. Bring the laptop to my car. 20 minutes later, and she was done, back in my vehicle. I waved to Spanky and pulled away, hating the fact that we weren't playing. Jennifer said, He's pretty nice. I thought that would be harder. Why? You had all the information they'd need. Did they agree with your plan? Well, yeah, I guess they had to. I didn't have another idea. He asked a couple of questions like he didn't want to execute a climb, but that's what I'd do. I guess I should have made a plan based on no skill. I broke into a grin, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to stab Spanky in the eye with that comment. Earlier, waiting on approval from Kurt, I'd kicked Jennifer from the car to play the lady out for a stroll, while I took video from our vehicle on the target house. Since all I'd done was take pictures, I'd tasked Jennifer with coming up with a plan. She'd briefed me her idea, basically sneaking in from the back deck using a caving ladder, but she hadn't wanted to be responsible for telling the team. She wanted me to do so because of my referent firepower in the Taskforce, an idea I'd automatically shit-canned. It was nothing worse than someone else briefing your plan. I mean, nothing. I said, Did he think your course of action was weak, or was it because you'd come up with the plan? She thought for a moment, then said, Neither. I think he was afraid of making the computer guy climb. But there was no other way. I laughed, started the car, and said, He's just pissed because he didn't prepare for contingencies. Good to go. Get Kurt on the phone. She dug through her purse, and in the overhead glow from a streetlight, I saw blood on her forearm, seeping through the bandage. Much worse than should have been happening. Reminding me how this wasn't all fun and games. I said, What's up with your wound? Nothing. She dialed, then passed me the cell. The butterfly bandages aren't holding, that's all. I started to respond, then heard a voice on the line. I scowled at her, knowing she'd handed the phone over precisely to prevent the conversation. It was Kurt. I gave him a sitrep, then asked how the timing was going for my brilliant plan. Police are alerted. Shouldn't be too long now. Oversight Council has the ball. They've already prepped the groundwork. Just waiting on the trigger. How long before the video is released? We don't really know. Supposedly in the next few hours. We might actually get the arrest before it goes out, but even if we don't, we're okay. Sounds good. I have to get Jennifer to an emergency room. Her cut is busted open. I'll be on my cell. Let me know. Kurt said, I'll do better than that. Your team is in town. The Colorado thing is blowing over. The fingerprints from the dead guy are tracing back to Mexico, tied to a bunch of drug cartel killings. Nothing to do with the team. The police are on a totally different trail now and spun up about the cartels being in Colorado. It was significant enough to bring in the DEA. They couldn't care less about a bar fight. The worst of it is going to be a large fine for public drunkenness and disorderly conduct. I leaned back in the seat, thinking about the circumstances, about how the dead hitman was going to provide cover for our team, about how I had been prevented from bringing out his body, and now that was going to draw attention away from our mission, about the random events that had caused the outcome. I said, That's probably the best news I've heard in days. After your last sit-rep, I'm sure it is. Decoys waiting with a full med bag. Skip the emergency room. I put the car in gear, saying, Where are they? 22nd Street Embassy Suites. They're waiting on you at the bar. They've already reserved a couple of rooms for you and Jennifer. I'm going to need you in town for a few days just in case. I looked at Jennifer and said, I can deal with that. No problem. We arrived at the embassy suites and moved straight to the restaurant in the back. It was closing in on 1 a.m, but I wanted to see the team before crashing. We entered, and they were all there, drinking around a table and telling lies. They saw us and waved. Decoy stood up and took Jennifer's hand, stretching out her arm and checking out her bandaged wound. He was surprisingly tender, given his reputation as a man-whore. "I understand you could use my skills again." She smiled and said, "Yeah, I guess so. I'm not as indestructible as you guys." From the table, Knuckles grinned back, saying, "Nobody is, in our own minds." She and Decoy walked away, and I got the skinny on what had happened after I'd flown out. In between talking, we watched the television like we were tallying precinct votes on an election night, waiting on the story. I waited for a break in the conversation, then leaned into Knuckles and said, "You didn't tell anyone, did you? Nobody knows about Jennifer and me, right?" He said, "Pike, I haven't said a word. Honestly, if you can make the right decisions like you did in Mexico, I'm good with it." "What about the team? You didn't say anything to them?" "No, not a word. Unlike you, when I say I won't do something, I don't." I grimaced and said, "Knuckles, it wasn't like that. It just happened. I didn't ask for it." He smiled and said, "Yes, you did." Before I could answer, Blood said, "Here it is." On the screen was a local newsman talking about an arrest for child pornography. The story would have been small, but it involved a very, very influential member of the political establishment, and in Washington, D.C., that's all it took. The newscaster made a point of saying that it wasn't clear whether the computers in question had been from the father or the son. A twist I hadn't even considered, but one that would definitely work in our favor. Jennifer returned with Decoy, her arm in a new bandage. She had a smile on her face, like she'd just heard a good joke. Given that she'd been with Decoy for 30 minutes, it raised my alert status. I said, "Good to go? He didn't carve you up like a seal?" She said, "No, he was gentle." She winked at me and said, "I swear all we did is talk about you." For no reason whatsoever, the words caused a spasm of jealousy. What the hell does that mean? Decoy said, "You two must be smoked. No rest for the wicked." I said, "Yeah, actually, I could use some sleep. You guys have our rooms, or do we need to check in?" Blood said, "We checked you in." He slid across a keycard envelope. I opened it and saw a single key. Confused, I said, "Is this my room or Jennifer's?" I looked up to find all of them smirking. Next to Decoy, with a grin on her face, Jennifer said, "I don't know about Kurt, but I think that answers your question about the team."
The end.